something completely different.
This.
Why, you people are beyond help.
Let's go.
Let's get the game on.
Hey, good morning to you. Welcome in. It is a Friday. Hey, it's Friday, everybody. Ashley, it's Friday.
You know what's real exciting about that?
What's that?
Is I thought yesterday was Friday.
Oh.
Like yesterday afternoon, it felt like a Friday.
Oh.
Wednesday felt like a Thursday to me. So I was like,
Oh,
I was
really?
sitting in my backyard last night, having a glass of Pinot Grigio.
And
thinking,
you were
this is-
actively thinking that you didn't have to go to work?
It just
the next day?
I don't think it was active. It was just a subconscious thing. And then I was like,
You had to
what
keep
a
reminding
great
yourself, huh?
Thursday. And I was like, oh, it's Thursday. Why did it feel like Friday?
Wow.
I think it was because I didn't have a nap yesterday, and I usually only don't have a nap on Fridays.
Yeah.
And so it was like just a long day. I was like, and then I'm sitting out having a lovely glass of Pinot Grigio in the sunshine.
Why wouldn't you?
So I thought,
Yeah.
this is what I do on a Friday night.
Mhm.
This makes sense.
Wow. And you just had to keep reminding yourself. Like it was a
Yeah.
downer, like a
Yeah.
repeated downer.
It was a little bit.
Okay.
But then I thought, you know what? I get to come into work and
That's
see your
right.
smiling
There you
face
go.
today. So
Yeah, we get to do sports talk radio,
That's
for
right.
goodness sake.
Talk
One
about
more
happy
time this
things.
week before we hit the weekend. So it's great to have everybody in here today. Hopefully you didn't forget that you had one more day of work because you might be late
yes,
at this stage. Yes, it is Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. I also had a crap nap yesterday, though.
Oh, not a crap nap.
I had a crap nap yesterday, and I don't know what's going on. I mean, maybe it's because kids are out of school and maybe they're visiting parents or grandparents or something like that. But suddenly, the afternoons where I usually sleep in peace and quiet because everybody's gone from their homes are filled with chatter and children. And I kind of like the sound of children playing. I think I kind of like that, but not when you're trying to sleep. All you want to do is tell those brats to get the hell out of town and never come back.
Yeah, Palmer has to be silent. Palmer the Great cannot talk when I'm taking a nap. You know what you need to get?
What's that?
White noise.
White noise?
Yep.
Yeah.
Blocks it all out and you can sleep like a baby.
I suppose. But then you got to close the windows, and I don't like closing the windows because I
yeah.
like a breeze.
See, if you have the windows open, then there's no hope. for
Yeah,
you.
exactly. But I don't want to close the windows and not have the breeze. That's the best part about the nap. I am the founder of Breeze Club.
That's true.
Let's not forget that.
I have not.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got a lot to discuss here on today's program. We got you for the next 4 hours. We'll take you all the way through 10 o'clock. And we are going to certainly talk about this baseball team that has aggravated us again for the first half of another baseball season. Today at 47-47. So we're 94 games into this thing and the height of mediocrity. And just when you think they're going to get going, then they go out and play. I'm not sure. I think it's prisoner of the moment to say that was our worst series of the year. Probably was not.
It wasn't great.
It was not. It wasn't good. Wasn't even average. Swept by the Miami Marlins. Fall out of first place. And now you're sitting here looking at the All-Star break, trying to get through the next 3 days. And that's the weird thing about baseball, though. I think they did this just a year ago, where they played one of their worst series, and we were sure they were going to cripple into the All-Star break. And then I think that they swept the last series. I'm going to have to look that up, but I think I heard that.
Okay.
Swept the last series and then actually did carry momentum. Looked like all of our momentum was stripped from us. So maybe we can do that against Tampa in Tampa. And there, by the way, there's no consistency to it. So if your reaction to that statement is, "Oh no, not that way they play," well, they turn on a dime constantly. They go from, "Oh my gosh, I don't think they could play worse," to the very next day they play their best.
Yeah.
And then just when you think that they're going, then they act like that's the first time they've ever been on a field together, which kind of is the way it felt yesterday. I mean, that was just a sloppy-ass performance on top of everything else that they struggled with, from Bryce Miller struggling to 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position, and then on top of it all, just sloppy defense again from this baseball team. So, as bad as it is, there's no evidence that suggests that this team won't play well tonight in Tampa and won't play well this weekend because that's the way they behave in the first half of every baseball season.
Yeah, you can't take what happened in one game and think it's going to be the same there's just no rhyme or reason to what you're seeing from one day to the next. I was thinking about just this Miami series, and you think about the first game and how we were proud of the offense for having the fight to come back and take the lead, and that was such a positive thing. And then you go into the game 2 days ago, and there's no offense. And the defense, we're commending the defense on 2 excellent plays. And then you go into the third game, and the offense is mediocre, and the defense is pooping their pants. So literally within one series, it couldn't have been more.
You figured out ways to lose.
Yeah.
I mean, you invented a different way to lose every game.
Yeah.
And yesterday was bad at all 3 things.
So at least thank you for not letting it be boring and losing the same way every time.
Yeah. I mean, yes, you did score 4 runs yesterday, but 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Pitching was bad.
Yep.
And the defense was terrible.
Yep.
So, I mean, it was a crap game, and it was a crap series, and we have a crap record considering what our expectations were heading into this year, and yet it's the same thing every year, and there's no reason that they can't in the second half. I mean, I still have the same expectations. I do. So I know that everybody – I was thinking about this on the drive in. I'm like, all right, I'm going to put crack voice Chuck to the side, when my voice cracks.
Yeah.
Not that I sound like I'm on crack.
No, not usually.
He's not going to show up today. We're going to do very practical, reasonable, but let's diagnose the issues and let's come to a really good feeling of exactly what has happened through 94 games and where we sit and how we're going to get back to what we're doing. So I'm going to shock everyone because I know everybody's going to be frustrated. So here's how I'm going to start today's reasonable Mariners conversation.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Is everybody braced? Is everybody sat down?
Hold on, let me stretch.
Yeah. You may not be wanting to hold the baby right now because you might drop whatever's in your arms. You might want to, maybe even want to pull over to the side of the road. I'm not sure that you can drive and listen to this at the exact same time.
Well, it's a good thing I'm sitting down over here.
Tell your wife, hey, we can't talk about, financial issues right now because I'm going to be half focused on what Chuck's saying, and I want to give you my full attention.
But also, if your wife wants to talk to you about finances at 6 a.m., you might need to have a different talk.
Well, so here you go. Since everybody has been prepared, and I warned you, the Seattle Mariners are going to win the World Series. How about that for a Friday? How about that for a Friday statement?
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
I wish
everybody's sitting there angry and pissed off and everything else. Seattle Mariners are going to win the World Series this year.
I wish that
there you go.
could have that confidence.
I know. I know you don't.
I'd be like, yeah.
I know you don't. I just had a text and back and forth with a buddy last night, and he couldn't be more. I told him we're gonna win the World Series, and he couldn't have disagreed more.
I don't disagree. I just don't.
It doesn't feel like it right now.
No.
That's why I'm saying it. That's why I'm saying it today.
I like it.
Yeah,
I'm marking this.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm used to this garbage. Every first half of every season, they do the exact same thing.
Yep.
And every season in the DePoto era, they pick it up in the second half. And this year in particular, if you pick it up in the second half, then you're going to breeze to a division title because there's not great competition. It's not even really good competition this year in the American League West. I think a lot of those other teams in the American League are going to get better in the second half. Everybody that's killing the American League. I think the Blue Jays are going to get better in the second half. And I think the Tigers are on a roll and the Red Sox are starting to play like we thought they were going to play at the beginning of the year. I think some things are going to course correct in the second half of the season in the American League, and it's not going to look all that bad in the AL. But in the American League West, the Astros are certainly not as good as what they were a year ago, and certainly not what they were as good as they were 2 years ago. And the Rangers aren't that good, and the A's are obviously showing we're not quite ready to challenge. So I mean, this is the year, if you do what you typically do, you're going to pull away from the American League West, certainly. And all it takes is to get into the playoffs. We talk about this all the time. You just got to get into the dance. I mean, nobody freaking remembers that the Minnesota Twins, when they won the 1987 World Series, had barely a 500 record. I mean, Twins fans don't sit there when they gather together. Yeah, we won in 85 and we won in 87. Yeah, but, we can't really count 87. We weren't that good.
Yeah.
Nobody does that.
No.
All you got to do is get into the dance. Starting pitching is the real deal. I mapped it out earlier this week. This bullpen might end up being one of the best bullpens ever assembled in postseason history once you consider two of these starting pitchers are going to go to the pen. Cade Anderson's going to be a part of the roster. Ryan Sloan could possibly be part of the roster. They're probably going to add a piece at the trading deadline. Matt Brash is going to be back at some point. I mean, you start putting that together like, okay. And then this lineup, which couldn't have performed worse. I mean, Cal couldn't be worse. Julio, once again, a bad first half. And I think he ended up having a bad first half again.
Yeah.
JP's bad. Brendan Donovan's out. I don't know when he's going to be back, but we also have a deadline move coming up. This thing could fill up. This lineup could fill out pretty nicely when it really does matter. So nothing's been lost. The team couldn't have played worse through 94 games, and yet they're a half game out of first place. So, yeah, none of my expectations for this team have changed. And I wasn't predicting a world championship at the beginning of the year. I had to say something to get your attention. But I was predicting an American League championship at the beginning of the year. And I just don't really see the Goliath in this league that would make me change my mind. I still think we have the best roster in the American League. And I think it's going to be added to before the trading deadline. And I think we've got guys like Emerson Hancock and Cole Young and Dom Canzone who are better than what I realized when the season began. So, yeah, let's win the World Series. There you go. There's an opener. There's an eye-opener on your I hate this team Friday. I still think they're going to go to the World Series, and once you get there, the Dodgers and their pitching, they can't match up to that pitching that I just mapped out for you.
Yeah.
They've got 38 people that are injured, and they'll have 10 more by the time they get to the playoffs. That's just the way they do it. That's the way the Dodgers do it with their arms. So nothing's going to change about and it's not even optimism, it's my analysis of this roster. And I do believe that it has been mismanaged this season so far. I do believe that they have grossly underachieved, and I'd like to start pointing some fingers here today. I already have, but I'd like to bring that to a head here today as well. But I'm just used to these garbage first halves from this team that is currently constructed. And I'm just expecting now that they're going to have a good summer. Maybe not a great one, but a good summer, and then a great fall. That's how I feel it's all going to play out. And I know they don't look like it right now, and I know that they look lost, and I know we got to make our little league jokes on Twitter and everything else, but this is the same team that nearly went to the World Series a year ago. And there's no way that about 5 of your best players could play as poorly as they did in the first half this season.
No, I sure hope not. I mean, here's the thing is I've talked about how I feel like maybe this is the most frustrated I've been with this team.
It's not, though.
But, yeah, that's what I was going to say.
We were far more frustrated last year.
Yeah, and that's and that's what I was going to say. I think it's just because in the moment every year this happens, and I think this has to be the most frustrated I've ever been. And then they make me forget about it. It's like when you go through a trauma, your body doesn't let you remember the pain that you were in, right? And you block it out and you think you're fine. Or when you have a baby, you think you don't remember how much how horrible the labor experience was, and your body doesn't let you remember. So then you think, oh, I should have another baby. I never thought that, but some people do. and you go through the whole thing again. And I think I do that with the Mariners every year. I get the most optimistic when we're heading into the season. Like, here we go. I'm so excited. And then I'm so frustrated by the end of June.
Yeah.
And then I just stress out for about 2 months, and then, because the Mariners take you on the same ride every year, but somehow I don't allow myself to remember what the year before was like.
Far more despondent. And this might be the least despondent we've been in 6 years. I'm here to remind you.
Yeah.
I mean, because there's no deficit to overcome.
Right.
Like in the past, they'd played poorly and underachieved and had a bad record and were 5 games under 500 and 8 games out of first place and 6 games out of the wild card.
Right.
Like that's been our last 5 Junes or Julys.
Yeah.
Heading into Julys, that's been the state of Mariner baseball. So, I mean, it's funny to me how angry people are that the American League is down.
Yeah.
Why would you be angry about that? Like, there's nothing to overcome. So they have played as poorly as you can and haven't really dug a hole for themselves. Yeah. They haven't dug a hole. Right. There's no hole to dig out of.
Right.
They're a half game back at the Texas Rangers. There's no hole to dig out of despite atrocious baseball at times in the first half of the season.
But I wonder if that's why maybe it's a different frustration, because it does feel like, oh, we have a prime opportunity to be running away with this thing.
Sure,
right
that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
But you could also say we couldn't play worse and we don't have a hole to dig out of.
Right, and that would be a more positive way to look at it. But I'm wondering if the other way is why people are mad. Like, oh, the American League is so bad. This is our chance to just be crushing it, and we're not taking advantage of it. And that is an added frustration, I will say, because I don't know that the last time in the first half of the season we've been in this situation. Because as you said, usually we've got a hole to dig out of. So now here we are saying, we couldn't be playing worse, and we're at 500.
Yeah.
Those are all positive things, no hole to dig out of. But, man, if we could have just played a little better.
Yeah, and this is not me saying you're wrong about what you're watching.
Right.
I'm as frustrated as any of you.
Yeah.
But, I mean, because when you do, my job is to have an opinion about sports, and you want to be right. And then you say this team's going to be good. You tell the audience, I've got this platform. I've got this stage. I've got this microphone. I'm on YouTube. And I'm throwing it out there. I'm telling you, you can count on this team being good this year. And then every year, I mean, in the last 5 years, I've had 2 different occasions where I gave up on the team.
Yeah.
You know this.
Yeah, I remember.
And then all of a sudden, the very next day, they turned it around and won like 11 in a row.
Maybe that's what you need to do.
Maybe. But the point is that every year for the last 5 years, there's been a point where it's looked over in June and July.
Yeah.
And yet, and I know they didn't overcome it every single year in that stretch, but they stayed in the race till the last week of the regular season every single year. And this is their best team on paper that they've assembled yet. Now, do they have a manager maximizing that talent? Absolutely not. And that's part of the finger pointing we're going to do later on in the show. But I don't have time to get into it now. But certainly that's something that has to be assessed now and throughout the All-Star break. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's job one. Why are we underachieving this year? What's standing in our way? What is the reason? And certainly the manager has to be scrutinized. I'm not saying he's got to go, but he's got to be scrutinized. Just like Rob Thompson, who had nothing but success in Philadelphia, got scrutinized this year because he was underachieving with a roster the general manager thought should challenge for a World Series. So they popped his ass. And then the next thing you know, new manager, new voice, they took off, and now they're one of the best teams in the National League, just like they were supposed to be.
Yeah, and that can happen.
It absolutely can happen, and it has to be considered.
Yeah.
It has to be considered, but we'll get into that later on in the show. Let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the program.
Coming on Chuck and Bud.
Say what?
What's on tap? What's on tap? Brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Marlins 8, Mariners 4, a sweep for Miami, and the Mariners fall out of first place again at 47-47, and now they face a good team. They'll be in Tampa starting tonight at 4:10. Luis Castillo will pitch for us. Right-hander Nick Martinez will pitch for the Tampa. I love that. I don't even have to give like stats or anything else. All I have to do in a pitching matchup is say whether he's right-handed or left-handed.
Correct.
And if it's right-handed, it's like, oh, good.
Yep. Oh, we've got a chance.
The All-Star break, of course, will follow the Tampa series, and there's all sorts of activities planned. Ryan Dempster is going to join us today from MLB Network to talk about some of these activities at 9 o'clock. We got the draft tomorrow. It starts at 10 o'clock. On Sunday, you've got the Futures game. It's going to feature Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan. You got the Home Run Derby on Monday, which is on Netflix this year, by the way.
Oh, weird.
Yes, exactly. Very weird. So just prepare yourself. It's not going to be on normal television, so you better have that service.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you got to head to the bar. That's what I'm going to do. And then the game will be on Tuesday. The World Cup, France won over Morocco 2-0 yesterday. Brad Evans will join us for a second time this week. We have to talk to him. We haven't talked about the U.S. being eliminated, and certainly now that we're down to 7 teams left in the world that might win the World Cup. We got to get his thoughts on that front. Spain, Belgium today at noon, and then tomorrow you'll have your doubleheader. Do they call it a doubleheader in soccer? Probably not.
Sure, they should.
Norway, England, Argentina, Switzerland will play on Saturday. Wimbledon finals will be on Saturday and Sunday. The women's side, which is set, will be Saturday at 8 a.m. The men's side, Sunday at 8 a.m. The Storm fell to the Dream 89-78 yesterday. The Kawhi Leonard trade to Toronto has been put on hold, and for very good reasons. That's an interesting enough topic that we're going to discuss that later on in the show. And it looks like the Seahawks ownership bidding is down to 2. I guess this is a big story, but we'll save that. It's coming up. We'll talk about it a little bit. I know it's a big story.
Yeah.
It's a big story. But how do we assess whether or not an owner is going to be good? So we'll talk about that a little later on in the show. But coming up next, Mariners Morning After, we'll get into all those grimy details of yesterday's 8-4 loss to the Miami Marlins right here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
The 12th Man, brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Special darkness when he gets swept by the Marlins
Feels pretty dark.
in front of 4 fans.
Feels really dark, actually. Yeah.
I don't even like the fact that my afternoons. I don't know if I like the East Coast trips anymore.
No.
Maybe I'm getting grumpy.
No.
But like waking up from the nap, having coffee, sending out the show text. I kind of want that little break, especially with the great weather. I want to go out and have the great weather. I did some patio dining last night.
Yep.
Instead, I got to sit inside and watch the baseball game at 3:40.
I know, because you can't DVR it and watch it later like you haven't seen it, because someone
you'll
will
find
ruin
out.
it.
Oh,
yeah,
you'll
someone
find
will
out.
ruin it.
Yeah.
Or you'll be mad you DVR'd it and had to watch that crap later.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it kind of, I was imprisoned by a bad baseball game last night, and I felt wronged,
Yeah.
violated even.
Yeah.
Well, it's time for Mariners Morning After. Let's recap this sucker. The Marlins looking for a sweep last night against the Mariners, and damn if they didn't get it. The Mariners actually got off to the lead 1-0 in this contest, and with Bryce Miller on the mound, you thought that might hold up.
Yep.
That's how good he's been. Well, Bryce was probably due a bit of a stinker, and we got that from him last night. And he wasn't helped at all by his defense. Already trailing 2-1. Miller's out there just trying to fight and battle through innings, keep him off the scoreboard, even though he couldn't keep the Marlins off the base paths. And in the bottom of the 4th strikes, you got a 1-out walk to Marcy. Then you got a single from Jimenez, puts 2 on base. He got out of an inning in the 3rd with a ground ball double play. You're like, can you roll those bones again for us, Bryce? And he did. Unfortunately, not the same defensive execution.
On the ground, Naylor throws over to second. Emerson on to first. It's low, and Miller knocks it down, but Marcy's coming home, and he slides across, and he's safe. The Marlins get a run out of it. It's 3-1.
Yeah, ugly play, and then turns out Emerson didn't even have his foot on second, and so you didn't get anything out of that ground ball double play. You didn't get one guy out because of the timing was off on the double play attempt. The Marlins make it 3-1, and then they take advantage of the base runners still being on the base paths, and they tack on 3 more before the inning comes to a close, and pretty much game over at that point. And look, Colt Emerson was given the air, and Colt Emerson was the most to blame for that play, but his timing was thrown off by the Josh Naylor because he didn't handle it cleanly at first base, and then a soft throw to second because I think Josh was just like, okay, we're just going to make sure we get the 1.
Yeah.
And Colt's still thinking, because he's a puppy trying to pee on the carpet, he's still trying to get 2, and then he's off the bag too quickly because he's at the bag when he's supposed to be. And he really does skirt the line on that to begin with. There have been a few times I was wondering if they were going to replay whether Colt had already slid off the bag. You can't do that anymore. You can't just be in the area.
Right.
You were raised differently. You were raised, you've got to be on the bag. I was raised on just be in the area.
Right.
And you'll get credit for sliding over second base. You got to be on that bag. You got to take care of that dog.
Yeah. I was like, what just happened there?
You have a responsibility.
Your dog gets lost. Oh my gosh. That was awesome.
But frankly, it's a positive about Colt Emerson. He was at the bag at the right time, and Josh was supposed to field that cleanly and give him a good, crisp throw, and we're going to turn 2 on this. So Josh sort of screwed up the timing of the entire play. Colt's got to be better, though, about hey, not everything happens on your time. Not in life, not in sports. we talk about my basketball career all the time.
Yeah.
And make fun of it all the time.
It was very illustrious, though.
I was a terrible shooter, but I was an excellent passer. So good, I was often too good for my teammates. And what I mean by that is I had a captain of ours, Mike Rathgib. Oh, Mike Rathgib.
Of
Handsome
course.
guy.
No
Oh,
one
my
had a
gosh.
no one had a normal last name where you're from, except you.
Kind of. It's not a great name.
I mean, Powell.
But
It's pretty normal.
But he pulled me aside and he was like, "Look, you're making great passes, but Jeff is not as smart as you."
Sad, poor Jeff.
And Jeff is our best player. He's not as smart as you. He doesn't see the court like you do. You're not going to be able to throw it where he should be because the turnover goes on your statistic. It doesn't matter if you saw the play the right way. If your teammate's slow, it's going to be your fault that they get the ball.
Right.
And that, I think, is kind of what Colt Emerson's got to tame because he has such beautiful baseball instincts. I mean, he is advanced. But you can't just expect the timing of every play to go like you want it to go.
Right.
And that's what happened. And he's come close to doing that a few times this year. But Josh had a little bobble, then a soft throw, and I think Josh was like, let's just make sure we get one. And Colt's still, the puppy trying to turn two, and he's already off the bag, and then it blows up. And then the next thing you know, it's not 2-1 and you're out of the inning. You're down 6-1 and pretty much the game's over.
Yeah.
And it was. The game was over.
Yeah. And I will say this, because yesterday we were talking about Cole Young at the end of the game, and today we're talking a bit about Colt Emerson. Can't be mad at either of them, though, for the fact that this is the first kind of negative things we've had to say about either of their performances.
Oh, they're going to be great.
Yeah.
They're not great right now. They've
No.
got weaknesses. They're young. They're inexperienced.
I mean, if they were great now, that'd be...
Yeah. And Colt's struggling at the plate too, and right now. So, but I love what I see him. He's going to be special eventually. He's just not there right now, and I think that Perry Hill probably will have a talk to him about, hey, man, you can't just expect everything to happen on your time. There are a lot of other moving parts here, and it's something that does need to get corrected because he's come close to doing that a few times so far. Well, after you get swept by the Miami Marlins, you got to hear from the manager, even though he probably won't say anything interesting. Here's
not how we wanted to end the series here. Tough one again today. We had some opportunities early in the ball game. Just weren't able to capitalize on them, and we were able to get some traffic there early. Chance, to probably get the starter out of the game quickly, but just not able to convert those into runs. Kind of put us behind the eight ball a little bit, and I thought Bryce, just wasn't coming out as sharp today, and looked like he had a tougher feel for his secondaries, and the 4 walks is not indicative of Bryce, and again, these guys hit the ball line to line, and they took advantage of the opportunities that they were given, and that was kind of just the difference in the ball game today. We did show some fight trying to get back later, some at bats where we got some traffic, just weren't able to get that big hit and get back in the ball game.
Is that kind of the story of this series for you guys, just not being able to capitalize? You did a little bit in game one.
Yeah, I mean, we the opportunities we have, we need to take advantage of, and it's been a little bit of a tougher time for us right now, and those things, when you start playing well and those things start coming around, and I know it's coming, and it's going to start, hopefully in Tampa.
Dan Wilson, after the game, man, I mean, it is always a tough one, and there was always traffic early, and we just didn't come through with the big hit. It's every time.
Yeah,
it
is every time. Although this time he did say, it seemed like he was about to say, when he was talking about Bryce Miller, he's like, well, and that's hard when you've got, when you're down in the count so much. It was what it sounded like he was going to say, but he goes, when you're down in the count so sometimes. Like he didn't even want to say so much.
I don't know. But there you go. There's the manager. I know. Inspiring words for us all. Tonight, it'll be Luis Castillo in Tampa against the Rays, who do have the best team record-wise in the American League right now, and it's not even close. They're 4 games up on the second-best record in the American League. And Nick Martinez has turned out to be a pretty decent pitcher. He pitched for Team USA was it the last? Yeah, I think it was the last WBC. He pitched for Team USA. You might remember him from that, but he's ended up being a pretty serviceable pitcher, right-handed, and that's going to be your matchup at 410. We'll talk more about the Rays, who are kind of like the Marlins, only better. They're
Perfect.
They play exactly like the Marlins, except they do everything just a little bit better than the Marlins. And so that's who we face for the next 3 days. So we'll talk about that in the ABCs at 7:30. Coming up next, though, the World Cup continues without Team America. And I don't know. Maybe I'm figuring this sport out.
Oh.
Starting to figure a few things out about you fellas with your feet and your whatnot. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Headlines and Brad Evans coming up in the 7 o'clock hour to start the 7 o'clock hour. Just a few minutes away from that. Do want to let you know that we're just a few hours away from the next World Cup match as Spain will take on Belgium. If you remember, they eliminated America.
I remember that.
Thanks a lot, Belgium.
Rude.
So they'll play today at noon. Why not take it in at the Tulalip Resort Casino, the DraftKings Sportsbook? A wonderful way to watch any game on their giant wall of big screen TVs. And, of course, you can place a bet on the games. That's the point here, people.
That's right.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Tulalip Resort Casino to get in on the action. Tulalip Resort Casino, when all you want is everything. So, yes, we're going to have Brad on for a second time this week. We still haven't got his thoughts on Team USA getting eliminated, and certainly we're really getting down to the best soccer matches of the last 4 years here, starting with last night and then heading into the weekend. And so we'll get his thoughts on all of this coming up in a moment. But I'll say this, I don't know, a little scary for me. Maybe the game is starting to make a little sense to me now that I've taken some time to kind of evaluate it.
Are you sure?
No,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not sure.
Okay.
I'm really not sure.
Okay. All right, then, okay, proceed.
Okay. But I'm sitting there, and so France and Morocco start, and I'm like, what in the world? What is this? Like four corners? Like, is this Dean Smith coaching this team? Like, Morocco is just like, looks like they're just like milking the clock.
Well,
All they're doing is like in their own backfield. Do they call it a backfield?
Sure.
In their own backfield, they're just like tapping the ball to one another. And I'm like, they understand, they recognize they're not as talented, and so they're just milking this clock. So they're going to try to bleed as much of the clock as possible. And then on defense, they were also just beating the hell out of France players, the Frenchmen. They were just like, they just come up and just knock into them. And I'm like, okay, I get it. I figured this out. They're not nearly as talented as the other team, and they know it. And their coach is just trying to figure out cheap little ways to stay in this match and hopefully catch a break in the end. And pretty much that's what unfolded because France eventually, their talent kind of overtook the game. Mbappe scores, and then they started kind of like running wild, and it was almost as if they were taunting them by the end of the match against Morocco. So I don't know. Maybe I'm starting to figure it out. I don't know, but it just felt like from the beginning, Morocco knew we're not as talented. We're going to have to do a couple of things here to try to steal this one away. Maybe we piss off Mbappe and he gets a red card. But they were just very physical, very physical, like to the point of, is that legal? Is that like allowed that consecutively to just tackle the other guy, just bump into them at all times? And eventually it did catch up to them because France 2-0 is basically a blowout.
right. Yeah, it was over.
Yeah.
Although, unless you're Egypt and you're playing Argentina, then 2-0 is basically like you're down 2 goals.
Well, when you're 2-0 and you're not as talented,
Right.
it's different when you're up 2-0
Yeah.
and you're more talented.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I think because we saw that same thing, though, at the end, and then Egypt just got a bunch of like a billion yellow cards and got frustrated. So they because they didn't play keep away enough in the last
I didn't
15
even watch
minutes
that
of the game.
I just watched Anders Hurst crap his pants.
Yeah, well, I mean, that told you the story right there. But yeah, it isn't. I think it's similar though to other sports we watch, right? Like that's kind of when who'd the Spurs play in the first round, and nobody knew how to defend Wemby, so they were just like, just hug him and hit him and do things, and that's when he threw the elbow because he was so frustrated because he wasn't getting any calls, and yeah, you can really make somebody aggravated if their head's not right in that game.
Well, Mbappe kept his head. Now he is a big baby though.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's a bit of an pansy.
Oh.
Yeah, he cries a lot.
Does he?
He's an flopper. Yeah, he is.
I haven't watched him yet.
He is an exaggerator. There's no question about it.
That's disappointing.
He was just rolling around on the ground way too many times.
Were his legs broken?
It looked like they might have been broken at one point.
Yeah.
But, it just kind of, I don't know if I like him acting like an baby. Brad Evans will join us next, plus your headlines on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
bounces it in, knocked away by Mozraoui. Fabio heads it back in. Doué able to find Mbappe through traffic. Kylian Mbappe! 20 career World Cup goals! Gives France the lead in the quarterfinal.
Just been beautiful.
Did you say beautiful?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I agree.
Soccer's just in bananas. It really is.
Especially in this stage.
Yeah, no question about it. Good morning to you. It is Chuck and Ashley with you as we roll into hour number 2. Coming up here in about 5 minutes, Brad Evans will be joining us on the show to talk about France advancing, but also about the matches coming up over the course of the next couple of days. And, of course, we haven't chatted with Brad about Team USA being eliminated. Last time we had him on, we were previewing USA-Belgium with him that very day.
We were pretty excited.
Yeah, we really were. We thought we were going to beat Belgium.
Yeah, we did.
But it didn't turn out that way. They bested us. So let's get to your headlines before we bring Brad aboard here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. We will start with the World Cup. Why not? France won over Morocco 2-0. The highlight there provided by Fox. It was a scoreless game between Morocco and France for quite some time, but Kylian Mbappe scores a goal, breaks the scoreless tie, and then it kind of felt like France just toyed with him from that point forward. So they're the first team to advance to the Final Four. And then today you've got Belgium and Spain at noon, Norway, England, Argentina, Switzerland. They will play on Saturday. Wimbledon finals will be held Saturday and Sunday. The women will play tomorrow at 8 a.m. The men will play tomorrow at 8 a.m. our time. The Seahawks bid is down to 2 ownership groups, or at least 2 front runners, which we will discuss a little bit later on in this hour. And the Mariners lost to the Miami Marlins 8-4 yesterday in Miami. Swept by the Marlins. Swept. I mean, I did warn you that's an improved Marlins team, but you don't expect to get swept in that situation. And yesterday, bad pitching, bad hitting with runners in scoring position again, and bad defense leads to the 8-4 loss. And so how do you get better? You got to dust yourself off and play an even better team starting tonight. The Tampa Bay Rays have the best record in the American League right now by 4 full games. Nick Martinez will start for them. Luis Castillo will start for us. First pitch is at 4:10 today. And then as soon as this series is over, we just slide right in to the All-Star break. Part of the All-Star week now is the MLB draft, which will get started tomorrow at 10 a.m. The Mariners have the 24th pick overall in the draft. The Futures game is going to be held on Sunday. That will feature Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan, so that might be worth a look if you're a Mariners fan. Home Run Derby is going to be on Monday, and believe it or not, it's going to be on Netflix. Not on normal cable television. It's going to be on Netflix. So if you don't have that streaming service, might have to head somewhere to watch it. And then the game will, of course, be played on Tuesday. So there you go. Those are your headlines. They are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill, for goodness sake. I mean, when in doubt, just choose chill. I chose chill Monday.
Did you?
Yeah, I did Coors Lights while I watched the U.S. lose to Belgium.
Oh, yeah, that was the bummer. You chose chill.
I did.
The U.S. also chilled.
Yeah. They put us on ice, all right.
Yeah, they did.
Joining us now on the program, former Sounder, a Sounder legend, really, and he has really taken hold of this broadcasting thing because he's been spectacular for us in our World Cup coverage throughout the last few weeks here at iHeart and on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. And it turns out we can bug him twice in 1 week, and he doesn't even get angry with us. Brad Evans joins us here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. Good morning, Brad.
Oh, good morning, guys.
Doing all right? You sound sad.
Yeah, I'm sad.
You're still sad?
Actually, I'm still sad.
Oh.
I actually just want my money back.
What do you mean?
The game on Monday. I paid for those tickets, and I left the game, and I want my money back.
Oh, welcome to what it feels like to be a fan, Brad.
You know what's funny? I think it was 2011 or 2012. We played the LA Galaxy here at home, and we got smashed 4-0. And all of our season ticket holders, all the fans, I think, sent emails to Adrian and their ticket reps and said, we want our money back for that game. And they did it. And as a player, I couldn't understand because it didn't feel like we didn't try in the game. Things just on the day didn't work out, and I really didn't understand it. And this is my first time paying for a ticket to a soccer game, especially that amount of money. I could have bought season tickets for the next 2 years for the Sounders. And I left thinking the same exact thing. I want my money back. And I get it. I get it.
Yeah. I laugh to keep from crying because, that was a rough go. And certainly unexpected is the word I'm going to use. I mean, I think that you were warning us, man, Belgium's really good earlier this week, and that this was not going to be an easy match. But for them to have dominated really from the beginning, certainly at the beginning, and then all the way through the match, how surprising and disappointing was that for you?
Yeah, really surprising and disappointing. The atmosphere, I went down with Jamie before the game, and we left an hour. We did our, the typical park lime scooter, get into the whole crowd situation. I had never been a part of anything like that where all of, Occidental Square, whatever it was all shut down and people were just everywhere. It was a zoo. And it was the most electric atmosphere I've ever been around. You go an hour and a half before the game, everyone's hyped up. I did not see really one Belgium jersey in a sea of red, white, and blue. We had a great time getting into the stadium, seeing friends of old, former teammates with the national team randomly in the stadium. Everyone's hopes were super high, and then you get the flyover with the 4 jets and just was pumped, and then the whistle blew. And it's like something completely changed. And we are all still trying to figure this thing out of what happened. All of my friends, former colleagues, players, no one has an answer. And I don't think we've heard an answer in the press either, from coach, from the players as well, of what really went happened. Was it tactically just completely unprepared? I think the biggest disappointment for me was this is a World Cup. I didn't see anyone after the game falling to the ground because they were so tired that they put so much effort into the game. It looked like both teams, neither team really broke a sweat in the game, to be honest. It felt very routine. It was a walk in the park for Belgium. And disappointment, I think, is just the underlying theme here.
So if we don't have the answers and nobody's speaking to the actual answers of why that would have occurred, what is your best guess in terms of why there was a lack of energy, why that Belgium seemed to be a step ahead at all times? I mean, are you willing this morning to lay it at the feet of anyone in particular or any group in particular?
No, I think the opponent that we faced was also, we talked about it, this week already before the game, was we're facing a Belgium team that is a top 10 team in the world, has been for the last 10 plus years, and a legit top 10 team in the world. The way the FIFA rankings work, you play better teams, you get results, you get higher rankings. Well, when you play in CONCACAF, most of the teams except for Mexico, Canada are ranked lower than you. So you pick up points along the road and your ranking goes up. The U.S. hasn't really beaten a really solid team in a long time. And I think there's a little false, when you look at the FIFA rankings, there's a false narrative there that the U.S. is ranked as high as they are. And they beat teams that they were supposed to beat in the group stage, and obviously Bosnia as well. And then they face the team that is just a class above. I mean, you look at it in every sport, there's teams that are just a cut above and top to bottom, goalkeeper to striker all the way through. And that's what the U.S. faced. And they got another dose of reality. And us as Americans got another dose of reality in where we stand. So there's a lot of work to do. And this isn't just about that team. It starts with youth soccer and all the way up. And I think it is a good thing because everything I'm reading online is how this whole system needs to be changed. Well, can it be changed? I don't know. But it at least starts the conversation again of how can we get more players to play at that level, to be at that level. I don't think there's a real clear-cut answer. The pay-to-play model, we could talk for hours and hours about it, how expensive youth soccer is from a young age. But we just faced a team that it looked like men amongst boys in a certain context.
Yeah, I wish you would get your money back. Brad Evans is with us here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. Our first chance to chat with him since the U.S. was eliminated by Belgium on Monday. We had Brad on Monday morning to preview that match, but you can hear it. Pain's still there here on this Friday from that loss. Christian Pulisic's getting beat up by not just media types, and talk like myself or talking heads like Stephen A. Smith, but he's getting beat up by former players for how poorly he played on Monday. Are you going to join in on that, one? And then number two, is it fair? Is it fair for the media to be as harsh toward Pulisic as they seem to have been this week?
It stings for sure as a player when you get criticized, but when you are of that caliber and you've been on every commercial leading up to this World Cup, every time you turn on the TV, it's your face, you're going to naturally have to take the brunt of all the criticism. And it's no different than being a captain on any team, whether it's MLS or around the world. But when you're a player of that stature and the expectations are there, and what he felt in the 2018 qualifying round, not making that tournament, he put his everything into those games, and he was crying on the field afterwards, and you could see how much it meant to him. And then he stepped into this game and just didn't have a great performance. I think it's a little bit harsh looking back on it now, right? Landon Donovan has been really vocal about his performance in the last game. Carly Lloyd, a former two-time Women's Player of the Year, they were really harsh on him, and I get it, though. If you go to Europe and read the papers, you have to imagine that there's no football, basketball, baseball, hockey. Everything surrounds soccer, and the pressure that those players feel in tabloids, especially in normal news, it's on every news station on TV. There's no other sport. So you kind of have to wrap your head around extrapolating all that and the pressure they feel on a weekly basis. I don't think it's anything new for Christian. Of course, it's new coming from within his own country, but he's been playing outside the U.S. since he was, 14, 15 years old. So I think he's used to it. He's felt pressure before and the expectation of what he can and should be. In the playoffs in a knockout round game, I had pulled a piece of bone off my ankle. Well, it had already swollen up in the 60th minute, and I told the trainers, tape it, give me ibuprofen, Tylenol, I'm finishing the game. Sometimes it's a mentality thing, sometimes it's a pain threshold thing. Omar Gonzalez, who I saw at the game, played in a World Cup, tore 3 ligaments in his ankle in the 75th minute, said, tape it, I'm finishing the game. So you kind of go back and forth between what's best for the team and what's best for the player in that moment. Maybe he was too injured to proceed. He wasn't having the best game either. So there's pressure with being the captain of a team and high expectations and being on TV, but you have to be able to shoulder it and move on to the next thing. I think it's fair because I think their message is a broader statement about where U.S. soccer's at and where we can be. It's not just about his performance. No one on that pitch had a good performance.
Yeah.
But he's the captain. In my opinion, he's Captain America. Tim Ream's the actual captain, but he is supposed to be the best player on the field, and he didn't show up on the day. So, yeah, you're going to get criticism.
I think it represents true growth for the sport here in America. I mean, even if it is criticism, Brad, they were discussing it on formats, platforms that typically ignore soccer. And I think that every league could learn from this. I think the WNBA could learn from this. Like, hey, getting criticized and making headlines, the bigger you get, the more critical the analysis becomes, and that represents growth. That means you're actually starting to weave yourself deep into the fabric of American culture. And so, to me, Christian Pulisic getting hammered this week, I feel bad for him. I'm sure he feels bad, but I think that represents true growth of the sport here in this country. Don't you?
Yeah, look, it's not unlike any other sport. We've been really spoiled as Sounders fans and season ticket holders with the Sounders because you've only missed the playoffs once since 2009. That's not the normal case in most sports. But let's the Kraken, for example, or like you said, WNBA, you have to go through criticism and failures to get yourself up to the next level, to have that push from the fans and the expectations to be higher on your team organization. If it's a losing season for the Mariners, you got to keep pushing, because your fans, at the end of the day, you love the sport. And when you do win, it makes it feel that much better that, you were a fan, you were a part of it, you were, voicing your opinion for the growth of that team in particular. We're talking about a national team, so it's on an even broader scale. You're taking everyone in this country, 300 plus million, saying we want better. But how do we get better? That is going to be the big question. But the rest of the world has had 100-year head start on our national team. Yeah. And we are playing catch up since really 1994, to be honest, was kind of the jumping off point. So we still have a lot of work to do, a lot of growth, and there's no clear-cut answer. There's too many massive sports in this country to say we're just going to become a soccer nation. This is a giant melting pot. We have everything in this country, and it's growing, which is great. But we still need to continue to put that pressure. But it needs to be on ESPN. We need to talk about it consistently. We have to not let this thing die. Most importantly, to keep the pressure on U.S. soccer to get to the next stage.
Yep, I agree. All right, so this weekend, who are we going to end up seeing in the Final Four? You got France winning yesterday, so they're in. Let's just rapid fire through the Spain-Belgium. Who do you like?
Yeah, I like Spain in that game. I think Belgium, they showed it against the U.S. that they've got the ability to beat an athletic team. Now you're going up in a Spain team that is incredibly athletic, but also they've shown that they're the ability to win World Cups, and they've done it before. I think Spain comes out in this one. I'm excited for that one today. Then England-Norway is probably the most highlighted matchup so far in this round. I was really impressed by France just smashing Morocco. Morocco basically showed up without a fight, also similar to the U.S. And I think that they just faced a team that was a cut above. They've been my team to win the whole tournament from the start. England-Norway is an exciting matchup. I think Holland has become this lovable character in this whole World Cup, where he's got his YouTube vlog. He's basically become American. He said the greatest things about being in the U.S. and the fans, the fields, the whole atmosphere surrounding the World Cup. That's our, I think, little Cinderella story in this whole World Cup, and I'm excited to see what they can do. They did it against Brazil. There's no reason why they can't do it against England. And then Argentina, Switzerland, we'll see in that one if we see Switzerland go up 2-0 and then somehow Argentina gets the result in the last minute. Once again, it seems like they have no die in them. And that last game was so epic against Egypt. You can talk about the refereeing here and there, but you still have to put the effort in. That's been the biggest thing so far, is just if you put in the effort, you're going to find yourself with a result coupled with your skill. And Argentina, certainly with Messi, if he stays healthy, they're always going to have a chance. These are really, really awesome matches. And I think that we've converted the casual fan to say, I'm in this thing until through the final, right?
Yeah.
We want to see who wins this tournament. And that has been the best part about this World Cup.
For sure. And I've only got a minute. Maybe we talk about this more on another visit, but what is the experience like for Sounders when you guys would return to the pitch after a World Cup event? Did you always get a boost? Does the MLS get a huge boost from a World Cup year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you're always going to find that new fan that pops out. And the Sounders have done a great job. I mean, we'll play Portland next Thursday, so that'll be 3 days before the final, kind of in the buzz around the game. And we're playing, obviously, our biggest rival. They're going to open up most of the stadium. Cheap tickets to be had for that one. We want to pack it in, and we always have our first match on us. So if you're a first-timer to a Sounders game, check it out online. You got the opportunity to see a game for free. It is a great opportunity to continue the buzz because the Sounders have that atmosphere, typically always have. I mean, some games against Portland, we've had 65,000 fans in the stadium. So there's no reason why you can't replicate that. And if you want to be a part of it, certainly it's pennies on the dollar compared to a World Cup game. Well, let's keep recreating that atmosphere here in Seattle. Keep it going. And there's nothing like it to me. I mean, we've been spoiled as Sounders fans to have these amazing fans with 30,000 plus every game. It's just, you have to continue that buzz. Get cheap tickets, you bring out the family, first match on us, whatever it is, however you want to be in the building, just come be a part of it. The Reign are also doing a ton of promotions surrounding the World Cup, and it's going to be on grass. They're going to keep that grass in the stadium for that game, so another opportunity to see a world-class pitch in that stadium. That kind of speeds up the game quite a bit, and it's against Portland. Like, this is our hugest rivalry in all of Major League Soccer. It is a marquee matchup, and it'll be a massive one for the Sounders. You have to use the buzz to continue this thing going.
All right. Awesome stuff, man. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, and enjoy the matches today and tomorrow, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Will do.
All right.
We'll see you guys.
Brad Evans joining us right here on Chuck and Buck. All right, ABCs of the M's come your way next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
We have over 1 million products, including the ones that help keep your workplace safe.
You gonna pay it? I ain't got it, I swear. You gonna pay it? Just give us the fucking money. Huh? I can't. I can't, I swear. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, we'll throw the bastard to the Lions. No? No! Fucking Lions. I ain't going to any Lions, Jimmy. Just throw them over the moat. Right. No! Right. I'll get it! I'll get the money!
They must really feed each other to the Lions down there because the guy gave the money right up.
I swear to Christ, I'll get the money.
And we got to spend the rest of the weekend at the track.
Yeah, they mean business.
Then, I couldn't believe what happened. When we got home, we were all over the newspaper. At first, I didn't even know why we got picked up. Then I found out that the guy we roughed up turned out to have a sister working as a typist for the FBI. Who could believe it? Of all the fucking people, she gave up everybody. Jimmy, me, even her brother.
He's friends of me.
Took the jury 6 hours to bring us in guilty. Judge gave Jimmy and me 10 years like he was giving away candy.
10 years in a federal penitentiary. You will now be turned over to the United States Attorney General's office.
Well, sweet Henry. Toast, guys. Good trip, good life. Get out soon. What's the home front? We are, so. Got the bone, huh?
Say hello to those blowjob hacks, huh? Forget, motherfuck them every chance you get, Henry.
I'll call you when I get a chance. Now take me to jail.
Especially in the meantime, Jimmy and Tommy were going down to Tampa this weekend to pick up something for me. Instead, she's very upset. This is no good. You gotta straighten this thing out.
Gotta have calm now. You understand? With her, we don't know what the hell she's gonna do. She's getting all hysterical. She gets very excited.
She's wild. And you gotta take it easy. You got children. I'm not saying you gotta go back there this minute, but you gotta go back. I mean, it's the only way. Gotta keep up appearances.
Yeah, but I got the two of them coming over the house every day, commiserating the two of them. I can't have it. I can't have it. You know, I can't do it, Henry. You know, can't do it.
Nobody says that you can't do what you want to do.
Yeah, do what you want to do. We all know that. I mean, this is what it is, okay? We know what it is. You have to do the right thing. You have to go home to the family, you understand? You gotta go home, okay? Look at me. You gotta go home. Smarten up. All right?
All right. I'm gonna talk to Karen. I'll straighten this thing out. I know just what to say to her.
pleasures in life. I really do love it. When we do the ABCs, and on a Friday, we get XYZ. We just wrap that little sucker right up.
Works pretty perfectly.
Oh, I love it when a plan comes together.
It's awesome.
XYZ today on the ABCs of the M's. Let's get it going. X is for excuses. I'm not really sure. I mean, most people are bashing the hell out of Dan Wilson, and I'm in that. I mean, you've heard enough of these shows. If you listen regularly, you know I've been very critical, maybe even overly critical of Dan Wilson to this point. But those that are defending him seem to go down he's just a puppet route, which, number one, I don't think that that's an excuse for Dan Wilson. Have a backbone then. Stand up for yourself.
Yeah, what are you hiding from?
I know that when he took the job, there were certain requirements that he had for taking the job in the first place. I'm not going to be handled this way, treated this way. So yes, there is a huge involvement, like there is in every front office, with the lineup decisions, rotational decisions, rules that are put in place. Every single front office has them. The Mariners are no different. But Dan also has some individual powers as well that they're not allowed to touch. And so I don't think that's an excuse for Dan. I don't think we can just excuse that this team's underachieved and just say, oh, it's the front office pulling all the strings. So that's where it starts. Secondly, we don't have managers that really do that much X's and O's anymore. I mean, we don't hit and run anymore. Steals, we pretty much just have a green light. Maybe you'll tell somebody not to steal. I mean, but that's kind of the Mariners' philosophy. Like, if you feel like you can get there, get there. Do you think anybody's given Josh Naylor a steal sign? Never.
No.
He's never gotten a steal sign in his entire life.
No.
Everybody pretty much has. If you think you can get there, get there. But we will tell you if we think that you're running too much. Nobody hit and runs. We don't bunt anymore. There are no, rarely do you see double switches. You don't have to worry about a pitcher hitting if you're facing a National League team. I mean, there really aren't that many decisions. It's bullpen decisions and it's pinch hitting decisions. That's it. And I don't think he's been good at either one of those things. And then the third thing, and this really has to be emphasized, is because there's been a lot of conversation from Pochettino with the soccer team to now Dan Wilson. And I read this online, and I probably shouldn't even pay credence to it, but I know that this conversation is being held because I think it's being misinterpreted. When I say a manager's job in baseball is to get the most out of the talent given to him, that doesn't mean that Dan Wilson needs to give a fiery speech before every game.
No.
That doesn't mean that Dan Wilson has to be a rah-rah guy or wave pom-poms or anything like that. We don't need him to be Herb Brooks from Miracle.
That's funny. I was just picturing him.
Yeah, before every game. We don't need him to be that ever. Yeah. We don't need closed-door meetings. We don't need open-door meetings. We don't need him, with a red ass and finding guys left and right. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the simple fact that a manager's job in Major League Baseball in the modern day is, here's the talent we're giving you, get the most out of it. Does anyone think that we've gotten the most out of this talent so far this season? Does anyone think that this team hasn't underachieved? Raise your hand if you think this was right. There are a few of you. There are a few of you that every year think they stink when they don't even stink right now. They're mediocre.
Right.
But, right?
Yeah, I don't see a lot of hands up. That's for sure.
Well, certainly not here. But that's just it. And I brought this point up earlier. Rob Thompson had done an amazing job with the Philadelphia Phillies. He's the guy that sparked them because the previous manager wasn't getting the most out of the talent that Dave Dombrowski and Philadelphia thought that they had. He's the guy that sparked that. And then this year, it looked like Rob Thompson couldn't get his team to play. So they made the uncomfortable decision of firing a very popular person with the fan base and with the clubhouse on the simple grounds of, we're better than this. Mm-hmm. And we're not going to let this season we have a veteran team. We're not going to let this season get away from us. And they put Don Mattingly in. And I don't know if Don Mattingly's message is any better. I can promise you he's not rah-rah and pom-pommy. That's not Donnie baseball. But for whatever reason, the message changed, and the Philadelphia Phillies immediately started playing good baseball. Immediately started playing good baseball. So I'm not here to tell you that Dan Wilson should get fired. That's not what I'm saying, even though I think it should be considered. But what I am saying is the excuses from those that are defending Dan Wilson have all kind of run thin. There's no question he's not getting the most out of his talent right now. And I don't care what means you have to operate under in order to get the most out of your talent. You're going to be judged based on whether or not you are. That's just as fundamental as it gets. Are we playing as well as this talent suggests that we should be playing? And the answer is absolutely not.
Right.
Now, how much more time in a 162-game, 6-month campaign do you give somebody to turn it around, since we have turned it around in the past after stinking for the first 3 months of the year? Well, that's left to Jerry and Justin. But I'm not going to forfeit this season just because we've got a sacred cow in Dan Wilson, who was a popular player here in town. This team's got to start performing, and I'm going to, the bad AL has given him a little bit of flexibility and a little bit of leeway and a little bit more of a runway. But, yeah, I think he's got till about the trade deadline to turn this thing around.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think that's if we're not playing good baseball by the end of this month, then I think he needs to go. That's just the job. That's the job.
Right. And you still have time by the end of the month to fix things and go on a run and put yourself in a good playoff position.
All right, I'm going to go quickly through Y and Z because I did say it's cool to close out.
We got to end it.
Yeah. Y is for Yandy. Yandy Diaz is not the star of the Rays, but he's been there for a while. And Yandy Diaz is kind of the blueprint, though, for the Rays. For everyone that thinks the only way to win today in Major League Baseball is by hitting home runs, we have a lot of teams having very good years that are in the bottom 5 in home runs this year.
Yeah.
And the Tampa Bay Rays are pretty much the Marlins, but a better version of that. They strike out the least in the entire sport. They don't really hit all that many home runs except from one guy, Junior Caminero, who's a superstar. And they have a high batting average, and they're smart on the base paths, and they're aggressive on the base paths, and they have a good on-base percentage. That's how they win. That's how they win. And then they always pitch well. They always find ways to find pitchers that pitch well. And that's the way they're winning this year, 54-37, best record right now in the American League. And finally, Z is for zany, because I know how zany it looks that the American leagues look so weak and so watered down. I'm just going to warn you for the rest of the season, it's not as bad as what you think. Yeah, a lot of teams have had disappointing seasons, just like the Mariners. But I have a feeling right now there are 8 winning teams with winning records in the National League, and there are 5 in the American League. I think we'll end up around 7 and 6.
Yeah.
I think that's probably where it's going to end up before it's all said and done. Maybe the National League is better, but not that much. The Blue Jays are going to play better. The Red Sox have already started turning it around. We're going to play better. I don't have any doubt about that. And so I don't think the American League is a lot of teams that were expected to do good have had bad first halves. The Detroit Tigers are a good team, and they're starting to turn around too. We saw that last year with the Detroit Tigers. They've now won 5 straight. So they had a bad first half, but they're starting to turn it around, and they're back in the wild card race at this point. But I think this thing's going to average out quite a bit. In the National League, the Cardinals are supposed to be rebuilding. They're not supposed to be 48 and 44. The Nationals are supposed to be rebuilding. They're not supposed to be 48 and 46. This thing will start to even itself out in the second half. And by the way, I don't know why you're rooting for the American League to be better. Why aren't you celebrating the fact that there's so many people out there that seem to be wanting the American League to be better? Right now, we need the American League to be average.
Yeah, shouldn't we be happy that we're average and the American League is as average, if not less average?
Shouldn't we be like, whoo, good thing the American League's down in the first half, Good thing we're not the only ones in this underachieving boat that we're riding in, as opposed to this league sucks and we can't even win this league. I'm actually encouraged that the Mariners aren't the only team in the AL underachieving in the first half of the season. All right, coming up next, let's talk about Seahawks ownership. For me, it's a really difficult topic to discuss. How do you break it down? We'll figure out a way. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Is that okay? Florida's amazing. It's interesting how much.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right. So he already makes bad decisions. Yep. Right. Yeah, I don't love the idea of someone owning the team who's not from here. I mean, because then at that point you're trying to figure out just how everything kind of works and operates here, and you don't have any investment really into the area. That worries me. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay.
Interested in, but then you also have to consider the 70-year-old, 1-year-old, we probably need to vet his children because the oldest son's probably going to be the owner of the Seahawks then in a few years. And what if his kids are turds? I mean, do we know about the kids? Have we vetted the kids yet to make sure we're turd free on that front? That's something.
I haven't.
Yeah, exactly. That's something I would think that has to be considered. They're both kind of worth about the same. Kosla's worth like 15 bill and Matal's worth 17 bill, but Kosla is a self-made man. He's a venture capitalist. He kind of generated all his wealth on his own, where Matal, daddy's the real brains behind the operation. He's just the heir to a steel fortune. I kind of like the guy that's self-made, frankly. So, I mean, if you want evaluation, I mean, I can maybe pick apart two people I have never met and will never know who have never owned a football team, and I'm not sure exactly how much football knowledge they have or if it's good that they don't have any at all. Because if they don't have any at all, then they won't interfere, right?
Right.
So I'm not really sure how to assess two billionaires trying to buy your football team. And so I recognize it as a big deal, but I can't really tell you who's the better choice.
Right. And I don't know either. And I the only thing I keep hoping is that there's someone else that we're just not hearing about that might have some local ties that could come out of the woodwork.
Well, where did Ballmer go?
Yeah, right. What's he doing with all his billions?
Yeah, I thought he was one of the front runners.
Yeah.
And according to reports yesterday, it's Matal and Kosla are the clear-cut front runners. Doesn't say they're the only two.
Right.
Doesn't say it's down to two. But these reports are suggesting that it's the Matal group, the Celtics group with Wick Grossbeck, who I kind of like, but I've only seen him like trying to be charming.
Okay.
Like, what is he behind the scenes? I have no idea. So that group, and then Kosla, who looks rich. Man, he looks rich. He really does.
There are some people that just pull it off.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Look, you got to pull up a picture of Vinod Kosla because that guy, You can tell that shirt he's wearing costs like thousands of dollars.
Yeah, he's taking the long sleeve T-shirt game to a new level.
Even though it just looks like, one of Ryan Healy's 58 T-shirts that he has in his closet, I guarantee you that one's worth like $300,000.
Yeah, it's probably made of angel dust.
Angel wings.
Yeah.
Angel dust. I don't know if we want a shirt
that's
made
a drug,
of
isn't
angel
it?
dust.
Yeah, I forgot. That shows how many drugs I do.
So I don't know. I mean, I know we probably should be talking about it, but that's about as far as I feel I can talk about it.
Yeah, that's fair.
By me just raising my hands and saying, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. They have a lot of money, and I've not heard that they're criminals.
There you go. Two good things.
Yeah. So there you go. I think it's a dead heat. All right. Ocho's next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
complex flavor of Pendleton whiskey. Wetter Buck. Please drink responsibly.
All right, 8 o'clock hour here on a Friday. Good morning to you all. Yes, it is a Friday tradition. Your 8 top stories of the day. Water cooler talk. It's a way to recap the week and also get you ready for the weekend. Yes, it's time for the Ocho right here on Chuck and Buck in the Morning. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Chuck Powell, Ashley Ryan with you. All right, we get things started. Different music.
Yeah, the Ocho bed's not working.
Oh, the Ocho bed is not working.
I just keep clicking it.
Can you put another quarter in it?
I
Maybe
tried.
that's what happens.
I tried. I even moved it. I went to a different page, to our Friday football page, to see if I could grab it there. It just goes. Blip.
Maybe iHeart's making us pay for the Ocho bed now.
I don't know what's happening. I've never seen this ever in my life.
We should get an Ocho water bed this time. Those are comfortable.
They are very. So I'm just going to grab, let's see if I can grab another bed. Just bear with me here.
Yeah, let's just get one of them Ocho Murphy beds. We can just pull it right out of the wall.
That's a good idea.
How about an Ocho hide-a-bed where we can, it'd be a couch during the day, and then when we need it, we pull it out.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Yeah, I like that.
Or a vibrating bed. Those are fun.
Everyone loves a vibrating bed.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever stayed at a hotel with a vibrating bed? I mean, I think you've really gone to the depths of hotel stays if you have a vibrating bed. Do they even exist anymore?
I don't know. I don't know. I would assume the same ones that vibrate are the ones that turn around as well.
Turn around?
Yeah, like there's some that you
spin
can
around into the wall?
Yeah, no, it just like spins in the middle of the room.
Oh, I don't think one goes with the other.
I don't know what's happening with this bed, so we're just going to play a different one.
But we should certainly invent the thing that does both. That's a given.
Yeah, we should.
Before Khosrow or Mattel get the idea and turn it into their next billion-dollar operation.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's get started with a strange, vibrating, rotating music bed here on this Friday.
Can you feel it?
We will start with the Mariners, who were swept in Miami, Florida by the Marlins of all teams. Now, I warned you the Marlins were a better baseball team this year, and they were going to aggravate you by putting the ball in play, and they'd been pitching really well as of late, and they had been on fire coming into this series, but I think we're all in agreement. This had a lot more to do with how poorly the Mariners played these last 3 days than the Marlins were invincible. And so, for the first time this season, Bryce Miller wasn't good. He allowed 6 runs yesterday over 5 innings. Of course, only 4 of those were earned as the M's defense committed another 2 errors last night. And offensively, they scored 4 runs, but they didn't do their part either. 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. So after winning 5 of 6 games, the Mariners played some of their worst baseball of the year in Miami the last 3 days. Here's what Dan Wilson said after the game.
Not how we wanted to end the series here. Tough one again today. We had some opportunities early in the ball game. Just weren't able to capitalize on them, and we were able to get some traffic there early. Chance, to probably get the starter out of the game quickly, but just not able to convert those into runs. Kind of put us behind the 8 ball a little bit, and I thought Bryce, just wasn't coming out as sharp today, and looked like he had a tougher feel for his secondaries, and the 4 walks is not indicative of Bryce, and again, these guys hit the ball line to line, and they took advantage of the opportunities that they were given, and that was kind of just the difference in the ball game today. We did show some fight trying to get back later, some at bats where we got some traffic, just weren't able to get that big hit and get back in the ball game.
All right, that's Wilson speak.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much nothing in there.
You know it.
Yeah. Tough one. Got traffic early, didn't take advantage. That sort of thing.
The only abnormality there was the pitching wasn't good. So he didn't say,
True.
We had good pitching. Guys
That's true.
Did their part.
That certainly stood out as something spectacular.
Yep.
In that clip.
I know. Makes a big difference for you, doesn't it?
The sweep drops the team to 47-47 on the season, and they have been left again in the American League West standings by the Texas Rangers. It's been another aggravating, frustrating first half for the Jerry DiPoto era Seattle Mariners. Mm-hmm. Some things never change. But like teams from the past, in these past few years, they tend to pick it up in the second half. Not just tend to, they always do. They pick it up in the second half, and they've gotten across the playoff finish line, not the finish line. But they've gotten across the playoff finish line a couple of times here in the last couple of years, and they've always gotten close in the last 5-6 years. And so I have no doubt that they're going to pick it back up again, and I think they're going to pull away in the American League West. But it does not obscure how frustrating this first half has been for a team that I think is clearly the best team in the division on paper and has really grossly underachieved all season long.
Yeah, they just need to start playing like they're capable of. They don't even need to play great baseball. They just need to play good baseball, which I feel like we've said about them a lot.
We say it every year. And the really frustrating is that they will get going for a little while, and then on a dime, they'll just start playing poorly again. And just when you're sure they're going to play poorly, then they'll turn it back around and play well, which is probably what will happen tonight. They'll probably end up sweeping the damn Tampa Bay Rays this weekend.
I'll take it.
We'll see, because the All-Star break's coming, but we're not getting out of Florida that easy.
Florida's amazing. It's interesting how much more respect Florida gets in December. Yeah. During the year, everyone's like, crazy Florida, Florida. And then at the beginning of December, the whole country's like, hey, Florida, how you doing? We always liked you. Can I come by and bring every relative I've ever met? Is that okay?
Hot pockets.
It's just the best.
At 54-37, the Rays have the best record in the American League. They excel at putting the ball in play. Fewest strikeouts in baseball, third highest batting average, fourth fewest home runs. Aaron. Right-hander Nick Martinez will get the start tonight. Then Griffin Jacks, who was a reliever just a year ago. Well, at the beginning of this year, but they've turned him into a starting pitcher. And then they'll throw left-hander Ian Seymour on the last day of the unofficial first half of the baseball season. Seattle will go with Castillo, Gilbert, and Hancock over the next 3 days. The last series before the All-Star break. The game itself will be played on Tuesday. Home Run Derby is on Monday. And I've brought this up, but we haven't really talked about it. It's going to be on Netflix this year.
Yeah,
they're going to put it on a streaming service.
That's really weird. And you know what else is weird about it, too? That they haven't hardly announced anyone that's in it. Usually, you know, people, I mean, they've made I think I saw.
Well, they don't know who's going to be in it yet. I think they're up to 5. I don't think they've got the full group
I only saw
yet.
3 people that they'd announced, and I was like,
yeah,
gosh, it
Bryce
just seems-
Harper is the most recent.
Yeah.
Junior Caminero.
Yeah, he's there again. Okay.
I'm now having to do this from memory.
Yeah, sorry, I screwed it up.
Yeah, but I think they've announced 5. I think there's still one spot left open.
It just feels like, and again, maybe it's just my mind messing with me. It feels like in the past we've known who was going to be in earlier than this.
Well,
or it's been a bigger deal. It doesn't feel like it's been a very big deal made of it.
maybe they're having to talk people. Maybe they're seeing if Mike Trout will do it. Maybe they're trying to hold a spot open.
Maybe.
He's never done it. He's in Philly. He wanted to make sure he was healthy for the All-Star game so he could play the All-Star game near his hometown. Maybe they're holding out that spot for him in case he wants to do it. I don't know. But you're right. It has been a slower process than normal. I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing the Derby done by someone other than ESPN because I think they got bad at it. I mean, the camera shots, trying to come up with the cutest camera shot, and then you couldn't even tell if the guy, I can tell when a guy's hit a home run or not.
I just don't like when it's on a streaming service, something like that people then have to pay for.
Well, I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to pick up Netflix just to watch it.
Right.
So I'll figure out another way to watch it. But I am kind of curious to see how Netflix will approach it because I think it needs some fresh eyeballs on how to cover the Home Run Derby, but we'll see. Maybe they'll make it worse. Sunday will be the Futures game. It will feature Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan. And then starting tomorrow at 10 a.m., the Major League Baseball draft will be held. That's new to All-Star Week as well. Jonathan Mayo, MLB draft and prospect expert from MLB Pipeline and MLB.com, was on with us yesterday and told us what he thinks the Mariners might do at 24.
It's not a terrible draft to be picking late in the first round because I think the strength of this class is the depth. So you might get a player at 24 who's just as good as the player someone gets at 10.
Yeah, that's encouraging news. When last year we lucked out, got Kate Anderson because of the lottery. And then this year picking down at 24, and here's Mayo saying you might get. It's such an even draft after the top 10 that you might get your 10th favorite guy on the board. 24 might have been the guy you would have taken at 10. Right now, Mayo has the Mariners projected to take Tennessee right-handed pitcher Tegan Coons. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. He also elaborated yesterday with Mariners and their recent draft history. He says it's kind of a known fact. The Mariners like to get college pitching or high school hitting. That's what they tend to do. So we'll see what Scott Hunter does with the draft the next couple of days. But it is one of the areas that they shine at as an organization. I mean, lately winning baseball games is an area they have not shined.
Oh, sad.
Yeah. Or fundamental base running or fielding.
Yeah.
Or bullpen decisions.
Yep.
Hitting and runners in scoring position, also one of those they haven't exactly excelled at lately.
All
but
right.
the draft, they've been really good.
Excellent. We got that going for us.
Item number 4 on the Ocho, the Seahawks sale, according to reports, seems down to 2 top front runners.
If I gave you $1 million for this iceberg thing, would that be enough?
Hey, $1 million. Yes, that would be great, sir.
Excuse me. Hello?
Brewster.
Charlie! How you doing, my man?
All right.
That's great. I just bought an iceberg.
Yeah, that's pretty much the type of person we're going to get. Somebody that can afford to buy an iceberg.
Okay, well, at least they're rich.
Yeah, exactly. The names that are being brought up are Vedant Khosla and I'm Aditya Mittal. One of them, Mittal, is part owner of the Boston Celtics. He's also the heir to a steel magnate. Meanwhile, Khosla, he is a venture capitalist who's with Sun Microsystems, co-founder there. They have similar earning power. They're both billionaires, 15 to 17 times over. And seems like they've got the cash and the interest to do this. Now, whether or not one of them is going to be a good owner of our football team, I have no idea.
Right.
How to predict that or even how to analyze it. But they both have been involved in sports. Mittal's with the Celtics, Khosla's with the 49ers in some capacity. And I would assume Steve Ballmer's not out of the picture. The reports, though, yesterday suggesting that these two guys are the front runners right now.
All right. I just would like it to be someone with local ties.
So you don't want either one of Khosla or Mittal?
I don't.
Okay.
I still am holding out hope that there's someone local who's just hanging out, waiting in the wings, and then at the end they're going to swoop in like the savior they are.
How about Bender? How about Jody and Bender? They make a lot of money down the hallway.
I think that's a great idea.
What about those two?
I think it's a great idea. When you first said Bender, I thought Benton. I was like, I don't think Benton can buy the
doesn't
Seahawks.
make any
But Bender definitely can buy the Seahawks.
Bender, yeah.
That's a good idea.
I'll whisper it in his ear.
Yeah, and then Jody can be a minority owner.
I trust them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we can put their logo all over the stadium.
Yeah, we'll see. So we'll find out. We'll find out. I mean, I know it's a huge story. It's just there's a really difficult way.
Right.
I don't know how you assess whether or not one of these guys are going to be a good owner for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Without interviewing them.
Right, exactly.
If they want to come on, I'd like to pick their brain about it.
Okay.
You are going to leave Mike McDonald the F alone, aren't you?
You did better.
That'd be my first
I'd love
question.
to see you or hear you ask it.
Yeah, things are going really well. Stay out of John and Mike's way.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Don't come in here and F this up.
Yeah. All right, let's talk World Cup. Yesterday, the first of the quarterfinal matches was held. France versus Morocco. France a heavy favorite, and it turned out that way.
He crosses it in, knocked away by Mozraoui. Mario heads it back in. Doué able to find Mbappe through traffic. Kylian Mbappe! 20 career World Cup goals! Gives France the lead in the quarterfinal.
Fox with the call there. Morocco, some dirty birds, those Moroccans.
Are they?
They were some dirty birds. I mean, they were just looking for any opportunity just to knock a Frenchman down. Brad Evans told us, I mean, he knows a lot more than I do about this, and he just thought they came out as flat as what Team USA did against Belgium on Monday. My assessment of it was they knew they weren't as talented. They tried to frustrate Mbappe. They tried to tackle everybody. And then when they had the ball offensively, they just basically went four corners, Dean Smith. I think they knew they didn't have a chance unless they won by fluke. If they got Mbappe frustrated and thrown out with a red card or something like that, or if they got a favorable bounce and kept the score 0-0 until they got that bounce.
Yeah, they had a little luck.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it felt to me. But then again, I'm pretty ignorant about this. Mbappe scored again to break a scoreless tie. France goes on to win by a final score of 2-0. Today, Spain will take on Belgium at noon. And then tomorrow, you're going to have Norway at England, or not at England, Norway versus England at 2 p.m., followed by Argentina versus Switzerland. Meanwhile, Team USA thinks about how things might be different in 4 years. I mentioned Brad Evans was on with us again today at 7:05. I asked him after this tournament, after the disappointment of Monday, what is the state of American soccer as you see it?
The rest of the world has had a 100-year head start on our national team. Yeah. And we are playing catch-up since really 1994, to be honest, was kind of the jumping off point. So we still have a lot of work to do, a lot of growth. And there's no clear-cut answer. There's too many massive sports in this country to say we're just going to become a soccer nation. This is a giant melting pot. We have everything in this country. And it's growing, which is great, but we still need to continue to put that pressure. But it needs to be on ESPN. We need to talk about it consistently. We have to not let this thing die, most importantly, to keep the pressure on U.S. soccer to get to the next stage.
Good stuff from Brad today. Really good stuff. Like the emotional connection he has to Team USA. I mean, he's still sad. I mean, It's Friday. He is sad. You could tell, like, as soon as he started the conversation, he even got into talking about how he was a fan for the first time and how he spent a fortune on tickets. And just like you've been frustrated in the past, Brad Evans is like, I want my money back.
Yeah. Which I loved. I was like, and you think about it because, most of those players don't ever go experience their own game as a fan. And so for him to have experienced it for the first time as a fan, like buying a ticket.
Yeah.
It's a hefty price tag on a ticket to buy. That's a big game with big implications to be your first one, like, sitting there.
Well, yeah, it's nice that a former player or current player would spend that much of their money on a game where they show up and the team that they spent it for doesn't show up.
Right.
And how frustrated you are. Like, I spent that much money on that.
Right.
And then you have to go home, not just with the loss, but having squandered a fortune.
Right.
To watch a team not show up for you. Yeah, welcome to being a fan, Brad.
Yeah, hurts a bit, don't it?
That's the way it works. We remain on LeBron watch.
In this fall, I'm going to take my talents.
To? Yeah. Where?
Answer would be nice.
Where are you going to take him this fall? Where are you taking him? We don't know.
Come on, Bron.
Steph Curry kind of doubled down on it yesterday, saying, yeah, we want him. We want him, but it's going to be his decision. And it looks like there are a lot of candidates out there for LeBron's services. So a lot different than the first decision, but this one it's not nearly as interesting. I'm not saying it's as interesting, but just from the standpoint of it does sound like he is just trying to figure out where's the best place for me to write the final chapter of my career, and he's not going to let money play a role. So truly trying to make the decision on where am I going to be happiest for the next year or two to finish this thing off. So we're all waiting.
Yes, we are.
Finally, Wimbledon women's finals tomorrow at 8 a.m., men's finals Sunday at 8 a.m. Coming up next, it is trade season, and yesterday Ken Rosenthal got Mariner fans in a tizzy by suggesting that the Mariners are considering trading one of their 6 starting pitchers. We'll get into that next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. right, good morning. It is Chuck and Ashley with you. And yes, it is trade season. You know, trade season started in June.
I do love trade season. The weather's been perfect this trade season.
Did you get your permit for trade season this year? You know you got to apply.
I did because it expired last year. Because I thought they're like usually, well, no, I guess they are good only for 1 year, aren't they?
Yeah.
I tried to buy, I think I got scammed. Someone tried to trick me into buying like a 3-year trade season permit.
I hate those people.
Yeah.
Poachers, basically.
Is that what they
I
are?
call them.
Yeah. So luckily I didn't fall for that again this year. So I'm all good, up to date on the permit, and looking forward to going out and seeing what trades I can make happen.
If we're going to big trade hunt, you got to have a permit.
That's right.
Well, it is trade season, and now we're getting closer and closer to the trading deadline. So we'll have the All-Star break, we'll have the draft, and then all the executives say, well, we're really focused on the draft. Well, you won't be after Sunday. So we can get into the trade season, right? We'll have a good 2-3 weeks of trade activity. That's the wish. If you like trades like I do, if you've got your permit for trade season, then you want the trades to start flying. And, of course, the Mariners could use an upgrade. Well, Ken Rosenthal stirred the pot a little bit, bow-tied little weirdo. Actually knows a thing or two about baseball executives. And so Ken Rosenthal said yesterday that, the Mariners just might trade one of their 6 starting pitchers in this log jam in return for something to help them at the trading deadline. Well, let's break this down. Let's really break this down. Because this would really be difficult to do. I mean, I get it. We have an excess of something. Surely somebody else has, a deficit in this area that might want to give away something they have in surplus, and then we can figure it out. Well, how many teams are really, let's just take the first 5, and then we'll get to Castillo. Let's take the young 5 guys, okay? Hancock, Wu, Miller, Kirby, Gilbert. Put them all in the same group, same category.
Okay.
Can you imagine the anger if you traded one of those 5 for prospects?
Infuriating.
Right.
People would lose their minds.
We would lose their minds.
Yeah.
If we're just to get rid of our log jam at starting pitcher, we just hey, here's a great opportunity to be sellers at the trading deadline. We'll trade one of our guys and we'll get a boatload of prospects for Logan Gilbert.
Whoa.
At this stage.
Yeah.
Could you imagine how well that would go over?
And cash. Yeah, no, people would freak out.
Now, this offseason, brace yourself, that's going to happen. One of those 5 are going to get moved, and it's actually, I'll make it more specific. One of those 2, Kirby or Gilbert, are going to get moved this offseason. Kirby will have 2 years left on his deal. Gilbert will have 1 year left before they become free agents. So they're going to move one of them.
Okay.
And try to sign the other one. So that's going to happen this offseason. But in the middle of a year, in the middle of a playoff push, when you've never won a World Series, could you imagine the outcry if you move one of those guys? So
I honestly can't imagine. Yeah.
So, okay, that's off the table, right? Can we all agree?
I would hope so, yes.
That's off the
Yes, please.
Bow tie, can we agree that's off the table?
Yes.
Okay. So then the other possibility for one of those 5 guys is we're going to trade one of our great young pitchers or very good young pitchers for a very good to great hitter of similar contract value. Okay, well, what team in the middle of a season is going to give up one of their best hitters to us? Best young, controllable hitters to us for a pitcher? What team's going to do that? What team is going to sell that to their fan base? We just ditched out on one of our, maybe that's something that could happen in an off season. But when you're at the trading deadline, the whole idea behind the trading deadline is that you have buyers and you have sellers. And those that don't feel they're in contention are going to sell off veteran pieces to get young pieces to help them win starting next year and beyond. That's the premise of the trade deadline. So why would somebody just say, okay, we're going to weaken ourselves? If they're going for the same thing we're going for, we're going to weaken ourselves in this area so that we can strengthen this area. No, that's not what you would do. You would keep that area strong and then trade prospects in order to strengthen the weak area. You don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul at the trading deadline. That's just That's
that
taking
gonna get
2
you?
steps forward and 2 steps back.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I don't see one of our 5 guys going, one of the 5 young pitchers going. So that leaves you with Castillo. Now figure out how difficult this is to trade. And I'm not saying it can't happen, but you could be a seller. You could just say, we don't want the log jam anymore. Here's an opportunity to get rid of Luis Castillo so we don't have to pay him next year. So you could be a seller. You could trade him to a contender with money. I don't think fans would be happy about that here in Seattle, not to get a veteran piece that could help us back this year.
Yeah.
But it might not be a terrible move organizationally if you could go to the Dodgers or the Cubs or the Phillies or the Braves, teams with a lot of money that are in contention that need pitching right now, and you give them a Luis Castillo. They're not going to blink at the salary. They never do.
Well, yeah, because it's not real money.
And then you just get a prospect back or 2. So you just pretend, masquerade as a seller. I mean, you're still buying. You're still going to buy something at the trading deadline. You're a buyer. We're a buyer. But in this particular case, we're just going to masquerade with Castillo. We're going to clear up this log jam, and then we're going to get like a prospect. We're going to get his money off of our books so that we can afford something else somewhere else for the rest of this year. That's a possibility.
Yeah.
You could possibly do that. I still don't know if Mariner fans are going to. I know the immediate reaction to it. All we got was a prospect for Castillo, but that's what you would get under that scenario. Another scenario, our excess for your excess, our bad money for your bad money. This is not like trading one of the other 5. This is trading what looks clearly like our 6th guy. And so what you could do is, let's say Philadelphia. Philadelphia right now is operating like 2 starting pitchers down from what they thought they were going to have at the beginning of the year. So if you went to Philly, who's run out of patience with Alec Boehm at third base, and he only makes $10 million, but they're the Phillies. It's a big market club. So if you pulled maybe, and I'm still saying maybe on this, like a Castillo for Boehm, and that gives us a surefire third baseman and a right-handed hitter, and then Phillies get a proven veteran starting pitcher who's not completely washed up and has actually been pitching much better as of late. And the Phillies get a veteran to kind of round out their organization. I think that's a possibility. That sounds possible to me. How about the Washington Nationals? I mean, they've surprised everybody. Have they convinced themselves they're contenders at 48 and 46 with the game's highest scoring team? And yet 26th in ERA. Would the Washington Nationals go not all in, but would they go in? Would they convince themselves like, hey, if we just get a couple veteran pitchers, I mean, we've been saving money now for years. Maybe we should go for it. Maybe we could give something up offensively in order to get Castillo. I mean, how much would that help to have that veteran experience over the next couple of years? Maybe. I'm still saying maybe. I'm thinking no, but I'll at least
You're not closing the door entirely on
I'll
it.
crack the door open a little bit to maybe there's someone with that type of thinking.
You'll put a cup up to the door and listen on the other side.
I'll make sure that mom and dad aren't having sex before I go into the bedroom.
And then and then a gentle knock.
And then the other thing is maybe there's something huge. I brought up a couple of weeks ago, San Francisco's selling, and they're trying to get rid of any big contract that they have. So what if you were interested like in a Matt Chapman? They've been interested in Matt Chapman. I think they would be interested in, we'll take 1.5 years of Castillo if you take 3.5 years of Matt Chapman at way too much money.
Yeah.
But then again, we get a good, not great, good third baseman. Never has been a good hitter. Very good defender and an okay hitter. He would help our lineup.
Okay.
Now, at that much money and through the year 2030, I don't think it's something that Jerry would do, but you could do it.
You could.
You could do it. Rafael Devers is available as well. And yeah, he's another left-handed hitter. And he's a pain in the ass. And he's probably past his prime. But there's no doubt that he's been one of the best hitters in baseball the last 5 years. But then again, you're taking on a lot of salary. So I don't think it's something they would do. Now, the last thing I would even discuss is, what about the Boston Red Sox? Somebody asked me on our sup segment yesterday, Contreras and Chapman.
Mm-hmm.
My initial reaction was, they're never going to go for that. But what if you include a Castillo in that trade? If you went to the Boston Red Sox and said, okay, we want Contreras and Chapman, that's immediately $33 million onto your books, or $33 million salaries, so half of that for the rest of the year.
Right.
And then you'd have to keep Contreras through the next 2 years at $20 million. Chapman's off the books at the end of this year. Okay, so let's get creative with that. All right, we can't take on that much salary. I mean, we could, but they won't.
Right.
But if you took Castillo off our hands for the next year and a half, and you took Refsnyder off of our hands, because Boston misses Rob Refsnyder, believe it or not.
And he'll probably go there and start hitting.
So you take the money back for the next, you'll be out from underneath Refsnyder when we're out from underneath Chapman, and then you'll have Castillo next year taking the money of Contreras for next season. And then, of course, in order to do that, we will sweeten the prospect honeypot for you if you take the money. So the Red Sox aren't exactly wanting for money. They're a big market club. They've got a fortune. But if you will take some of our money back in this exchange, and then we'll give you a really sexy, attractive prospect package. We'll go a Michael Arroyo and a Johnny Famelo, and maybe a couple of other things. You're not touching Montez. You're not getting Anderson. You're not getting Sloan. But maybe we'll give you a Arroyo. That's the number 43 ranked prospect in the sport. Michael Arroyo is legit.
Mm-hmm.
So if we did an Arroyo, a Famelo, and a really sexy prospect package, but you have to take money off of our books as well. You've got to take Castillo, you got to take Refsnyder, and then we'll take Contreras. He'll be our DH. Chapman rounds out our bullpen beautifully. Of course, those are two giant headache personalities that you'd be taking on, and I don't know how they would jibe with the clubhouse, but certainly from what are our two holes at the deadline, relief pitching potentially, and a right-handed hitter that crushes, we would be getting that in the deal, and we would be getting rid of a couple of contracts we don't want, and in return, we just give a really sexy prospect package to the Red Sox. Last thing I'd say about it is, but the Red Sox have gotten back in the wild card race.
Right.
They've won 6 straight games. They're back in the wild card race. They might not even be selling.
Damn you, Boston.
So, but you see how difficult that is to try to figure out. Like, how do you then make that work? There's nobody that is just lining up down the street to get Luis Castillo at $24 million and his 6 ERA.
Right.
That's just not happening right now.
Right. Even if he is getting better, they're just looking at the money and the total, the overall.
Teams will look at him as, he could help us.
Yeah.
But how are we going to make this work?
Right.
Because we're not just going to take money off your hands for what's at best a number 3 starter right now at $24 million.
Yeah.
So it's very tricky. I'm not saying it can't be done. You can see how tricky that sounds. And so I get the report from Ken Rosenthal. I get that you see how it could make sense. We subtract from our surplus, and then we try to bring something back that helps us in other ways. But there just aren't great bats available on the market at this stage, and might not be before August 3rd. And starting pitching is just too valuable to just give away. So it's going to be tricky. It would be tricky to pull off something like that before the deadline. All right, I went too long. Kawhi Leonard next, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. right. Ryan Dempster's coming up at the top of the hour. I have never chatted with Ryan Dempster, so looking forward to that. The former Marlin, the former Cub, the former Canadian.
No,
I think he's still a Canadian.
No, he probably defected here.
I hope.
Because we are awesome.
He seems smart. I think he's wised up. So we'll talk to Ryan Dempster from MLB Network coming up here at 9 o'clock. I do want to mention this just quickly, and I do have to do it quickly, but this Kawhi Leonard trade, which was monstrous, him going from the Clippers to the Toronto Raptors, has been held up, and for a very good reason. Kawhi Leonard is under investigation, along with the Los Angeles Clippers, for circumventing the salary cap. He was taking money from a company Steve Ballmer is part of, and he was taking money on the side. Now, Ballmer has said, I didn't know anything about it, but ignorance is not a defense. It still came from a company. He still got paid, and he got more money than his contract suggests he should, and so that messes with our cap. Now, that is a huge penalty in the NBA. This happened to the Minnesota Timberwolves a few years ago, and they got their general manager and their owner were banned from the league for a year.
Oh, wow.
And they lost like 5 first-round picks. So this is like a huge penalty. And so all of a sudden, Kawhi Leonard gets traded, and then just in the last couple of days, the NBA's like, hey, wait a minute. We're not done investigating this crime. And now he's not a Clipper anymore. You're trying to put him on the Raptors. He might be suspended from the league for a year. So the Raptors are like, well, wait a minute. We didn't know that.
Yeah, we don't want him if we can't play him.
Yeah, so they've had to put the trade on hold to try to investigate and figure out just how much blame goes on Kawhi Leonard's shoulders, how much blame goes on the Clippers' shoulders for this incident, this infraction. And so it might not happen. This trade might not happen because there's no way you're going to give all of that draft capital and wait for a 35-year-old to sit out a year.
No.
So it's put the trade on hold. Here's the question I have. And this is truly what doesn't make sense to me. Why did you wait till this week to do this?
Yeah.
You had an entire year to get out in front of this. Then you had the playoffs. They weren't in the playoff. They weren't part of the playoff process. Then you had the offseason. And a couple weeks of the offseason. Why did the league not get out in front of this? Why didn't you say, hey, just so you know, Clippers, you're under investigation. You can't trade that guy. Because now the Raptors missed out on other free agents. I mean, who knows what would have to be unwound if this would have gone any further? What if LeBron would have chosen Toronto and then found out, wait a minute, Kawhi's not going to play here for a year?
Yeah.
I'm 50.
Maybe that's what LeBron's waiting for. He's waiting to find out if Kawhi can play.
Maybe. I don't know. But it just seems really careless on the part of the NBA not to have jumped on this and let the Clippers know you can't trade Kawhi until we finish our investigation. All right, coming up next, Ryan Dempster will join us. We'll see if he swears off Canada for good next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. breathtaking out there. Oh, look at the sun just
glorious.
sparkle. It's just glistening.
Glistening? Is it abundant?
It's abundant, glistening sunshine.
That's awesome.
Here today. Why not take a drive to Tulalip Resort Casino? Yeah, head on up.
You know, we got a text earlier, someone saying, hey, Chuck, if you think the Mariners are going to win the World Series, why don't you go on up to Tulalip and put some money down on it and then show us the ticket?
Okay. I'm not a bettor, but maybe I'll do that.
I said I'll do it.
I'll do that. Yeah, we'll get that done. You know what? I think that's a great idea, frankly.
Yeah, and we probably shouldn't have just told everyone to do it.
Yeah, you're thinking like you're going to, oh, this will scare you. No, I think that actually is a wonderful, especially right now, like I started the show for people that don't know by announcing the Mariners are going to win the World Series.
Yeah.
Really caught Ashley off guard.
Really did. I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this.
Coming off that crap game and that crap series and the crap first half that we've had so far and trying to just limp our way to the All-Star break where we only have one All-Star and everything could be going wrong. And I started the show today by just saying the Mariners are going to win the World Series. And it kind of caught everybody off guard.
I almost pooped.
She pooped a little bit
yeah.
In her own pants.
Yep.
But yeah, I'd do that. I mean, I'm not intimidated by your suggestion.
Yeah, we'll go to Tulalip and we'll make that bet.
Head right over to the DraftKings Sportsbook. You know, watch a little soccer this weekend. Put a little money down on the Mariners. Why not? That's where you could go as well. Tulalip Resort Casino, when all you want is everything. Grab a crew. Go watch the games. Put a little money down on it. Have a little extra interest in it, a little skin in the game. You can do that at DraftKings Sportsbook at Tulalip Resort Casino. Get in on the action.
Yeah, do it. Put some shekels down.
Yeah, I like carrying shekels around.
That's right. Who doesn't?
And putting them down.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, I wish I did have some shekels.
Sometimes I got a pocket full of them.
If I had some shekels, I'd carry them just so that I could say I have some shekels.
Yeah, and then somebody's like, "Oh, does anyone have a quarter for this payphone?" You're like, "I got some shekels.
I got some shekels in my pocket."
Will that do ya?
All right, Ryan Dempster's expected to join us. I don't know. We haven't heard from him just yet. I was actually looking forward. I've never had Ryan Dempster on the show. I've never talked to him before, and he seems like a really likable person. Really funny, has a lot of fun, does a Harry Carey impersonation that I wanted to talk to him about. We'll see if we end up having Ryan here on the program. If not, I'm going to get back into Mariners World Series
There
talk.
you go.
Yeah, just so everybody knows where I'm coming from.
Everyone can lose their minds.
Everybody can see exactly how I made sense of that earlier this morning, how I could have arrived at that conclusion after this series with the Miami Marlins. But before I dive into that, just so I don't go too far into something and then all of a sudden Ryan Dempster calls, I want to bring this up because this crossed my mind last night during the Marlins game. So Nick Davila. And by the way, you've gone back to Davila again. What is happening?
Yeah, I don't feel like it's consistent, just like the Mariners. Maybe every bad game he changes it, and every good game it's a different way.
Adam Jude went out of his way to let us all know that it is Davila. And now all of a sudden I've got Aaron, who's very good at pronunciations. I mean, Aaron usually never misses a pronunciation on a player. And now he switched back to call him Davila. And now he's got Ryan Roland Smith doing it as well. So is it Davila? And why can't people whose last name rhymes with Avila decide between Avila and Avila?
It's a great question, actually.
Drive me nuts. Anyway, they showed his mom. Brad Adam interviewed Mrs. Davila last night. And she was really well put together. Pretty.
Yeah.
But really well put together, like classy looking. Like I like the way that she had a collar flipped and everything else, and
her blonde hair was perfect.
Blonde hair was perfect, and she looked like a cool lady.
Yeah,
she looked like a cool lady, and yet she looks exactly like Nick.
Yes,
like they look.
Yeah, except that he's got dark hair. Yeah,
there's no doubt that's his mom.
Yeah,
I mean they didn't have to worry about babies getting switched to the hospital. Not in the Davila household.
No.
They know. It's just like the Neuheisel household. There's no doubt Jerry is Rick's kid. He doesn't have to worry about that one day in his life, whether or not his wife pulled a fast one.
Nope. Doesn't have to worry about the milkman, that's for sure.
Yeah, Nick Davila is his mother's son. Okay? Yes. And yet, so this just crossed my mind, and this isn't to talk necessarily about Mrs. Davila being attractive or anything, but I'm wondering, like, if you had a best friend, just conversation, you had a best friend, like your best buddy, and then one day you met his mom, and you found his mom attractive, and yet she looked exactly like him.
Oh, that'd be weird.
Would that mess your brain up as his friend?
Yeah, probably. Because and then every time you look at him, you picture his mom.
Yeah. Or when you're thinking about, like, I'm kind of attracted to your mom, and that, does that mean I'm attracted to you?
Yeah. It would mess with you a little bit.
Would that mess with you?
Probably. And then you'd probably get over it and be like, no, she's just a hot mom. And
it crossed my mind.
They have similar features.
And I'm not necessarily saying that Mrs. Davila is worth feeling that way about. It just crossed my mind like, oh, that's a well put together lady right there.
Yeah. She's pretty.
She's pretty?
Yeah.
But she looks exactly like her son.
Well, maybe we should guest request one of Nick's friends and ask him.
Because it's one thing to be attracted to your buddy's mom.
Right.
But it's another thing psychologically if you can't deny, like, oh my gosh, my buddy looks exactly like her and I'm attracted to her.
Yeah.
That would be weird, I think.
That would be super
Maybe
weird.
I'm just exaggerating. Maybe this is pointless.
I don't. I think it would be super weird. It would be the same thing if you thought your friend's dad was hot and then realized he looked just like his daughter.
Yes.
Yeah. You'd be like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you rationalize that in your head?
Yeah.
Like, what if you have a girlfriend and then you're getting ready to marry her, and then you go home and then you meet the parent and the father looks exactly, the daughter looks exactly like the father. Is it the same anymore?
Throw you off.
Or when you look across like, oh my gosh, I'm seeing my wife in this man's eyes. Yeah, I think that's even more exaggerated. Now that you put it that way, that's even a better example of what I'm talking about. Oh. My mind wanders sometimes. Joining us now on the radio program, and he's glad he missed that last conversation. It is former Marlin, former Cub, and I think present-day Canadian, and the host, of course, of Intentional Talk, co-host with Kevin Millar and Sierra Santos on MLB Network. I've never interviewed this guy my entire career, but I've always kind of wanted to. Ryan Dempster joins us now here on Chuck and Buck. Ryan, how are you?
Good, Chuck. How are you, man?
I'm great. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. Were you all Canada'd out during the World Cup? Did you go all in?
How about that? Advancing almost as good a showing as we had in the hockey tournament.
Yeah.
So, listen, for Canadian sports, it's awesome, and to move past that first round, it was pretty cool.
Yeah. All right.
And to be one of the co-hosts too. That's pretty special.
Yeah. Before we start talking Major League Baseball, I did want to ask you, because you're kind of famous for your Harry Carey impersonation in baseball circles. And I grew up in Illinois, and so there's really like two different kinds. You can either do the Will Ferrell, hey, did you know the Buddha's made out of cheese? You can do that. You can go that direction, or you can go, and I know you know this name, the John Caponera direction, where it's deeper and more like Harry actually sounds during the broadcast. Well, who did you channel when you came across your Harry Carey impersonation, or did you just come across it by being around Harry?
Well, I think it was a combo. One, listening to him as a kid growing up, WGN, we had a chance to get that. So you just heard things you never heard from other broadcasters, I just loved it, how he was. And so then I got, around the Cubs and just kind of started picking the brain of people that knew him, and all that kind of stuff. So it was, a combo. I think a combo. And
Oh, geez, did we just lose him now?
all that way.
Oh, there he is. He's
No,
back.
I'm with you.
Okay.
You still with me?
Yeah, you cut out there for a second.
I didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, no, you cut out for a second. We couldn't hear you any, but we're glad that we reconnected here. So you were saying it was like a combo of things. So let's hear it then. Let's get, now that I've brought it out into the open, let's hear a little Harry Carey for us here.
The thing about Harry was he was always trying to make sure that the fans had a good day. I mean, the players, they were a bunch of, kind of at times rich, spoiled athletes anyways. It's all comes to the game. And that's the most important thing, whether it's Bill and Kathy, good friends of mine that own a hardware store up in Waukegan, Illinois. And that's what it's all about, is going to Wrigley Field where you can have an ice-cold Budweiser and get a fresh tan, if you know what I'm talking about.
It's a lot more. It's a lot more of the authentic Harry. It sounds a lot more, but there is a trace of the Will Ferrell in there for sure. There's no question about it. But I love it. That's
trickle
fantastic.
Of that in there. And,
Yeah.
You know, the best ever, in my personal opinion, and God rest his soul, he was a longtime Chicago Cubs fan, Dino Taberi, and he gave by far the best Harry Carey going, and it was incredible. It sounded just like him. So.
Is that right? All right. Well, fun character of the game. All right. Well, let's talk a little baseball. The All-Star break's coming. Can you figure out from a national perspective why our Mariners are sitting at 500 and not running away with the American League West?
Yeah. There's always that wear-off effect of last year's kind of postseason run you go on. You've seen it with the Blue Jays a little bit. It's hard back to that. Everyone's like, well, we the last game of the ALCS, so we're going to go to the World Series. Hey, man, it's a tough league, and the parity around the league is really hard. And, once again, continue to pitch. But, it's just a team that I think offensively we're seeing struggles that we didn't expect to see, right? Struggles out of Cal Raleigh, that maybe, have helped magnify the struggles just because he's middle of a lineup hitter, and then that has a trickle down. So there's still a lot of season left, obviously, with a pitching staff like they have. You got to feel comfortable where they're at. But this is their window, right? This is where they're supposed to be right now, and they're supposed to be competing for their division and a World Series, and they got to just play some better baseball. A little bit more urgency at times, but also it is still 100 games left, or 80 games left in the season.
Do you think the American League is as bad as it's looked here in the first half, or do you suspect, like I do, that the Blue Jays and the Red Sox and the Tigers and the Mariners are going to start playing the way that they were supposed to play in the second half?
I'm with you. I don't remember a time where the American League honestly wasn't, kind of that good, And like I look at it, like with Aaron Judge out of the lineup, who's the MVP in the American League? There's not like this, this guy and this guy's doing this and this guy's doing that. There's really not that right now, especially coming off what we saw last year. The MVP and the runner-up, the Cal's had injuries and he was hurt, and then, lack of performance, and Aaron Judge is hurt. So who's the next kind of – it feels like the National League has a little bit more of that, star power with guys like Ohtani and Kyle Schwarber and stuff like that. But, it might be Junior Caminero. He might be the guy. So, yeah, I think there's a little bit of parity, and the parity right now is kind of medium of the road. Look at the AL West. 4 out of the 5 teams are probably still in it, and just kind of shows you how much – there's just not a team running away with it. I think it's the entire division and a lot to do with the American League.
Ryan Dempster is with us from Intentional Talk on MLB Network. Great to have him on here. He's on with Kevin Millar and Sierra Santos on a daily basis, talking some Major League Baseball. All right, so obviously we got the All-Star break coming up here as well. And at this stage, did you have an All-Star experience? Didn't you have an All-Star experience? What was that like for you?
I mean, I got to go twice, which was phenomenal. To have an opportunity the first time in Atlanta, and I didn't get to pitch, which was a bit of a bummer. But the next time in New York, that to me was about as much fun as I could have had. That whole experience, it turned into kind of a magical night from not being wasn't going to pitch. They told me I'm not going to pitch. You're not going to pitch. You're not pitching in the game. And I argued to be able to pitch in the game over and over. And they're like, no. So I really didn't do much the day of the game. I just kind of was hanging out. And then 8th inning, JD Drew hits a home run off of Billy Wagner, ties the game up, and I'm taking a leak in the bathroom at Old Yankee Stadium, and they're like, hey, if it's still tied, you're in. I'm like, what? I haven't touched my toes since batting practice. I'm warming up still the place. I'm bouncing balls. I'm throwing balls off the net behind the screen. I'm like, holy shit, Ryan, calm down. Come on. I'm like going to town here. I'm like, just take a deep breath. And then Giovanni Soto, who was my catcher on my Cubs team, he kind of comes up and he's like, hey, dude. And he come down. He'd started the game. He came down to warm me up. And he's like, hey, are you okay? And I go, I think so. he's like, "You haven't thrown a strike. What's going on?" And I literally threw like 50 pitches, didn't throw a strike warming up, walk out. Bottom of the ninth inning, Yankee Stadium, and end up striking out the side. It was like the first time since 1955 that had happened in the ninth inning or later. It was crazy. It was just a crazy, crazy experience. It was a ton of fun.
That's amazing. What a great all-star story. Was that? And you're like, I got to adopt this new routine. This is what I got to do every outing.
That's right, and just not be ready. No,
Yeah.
it was lightning in a bottle that day for sure, and it was a ton of fun. And to be able to strike out the World Series MVP, JD Drew, to end the inning was pretty awesome.
Yeah. Let's talk about the MLB trading deadline. The big name, Tarek Skubal. Number one, will he get moved, or are the Tigers going to crawl back into this thing? And then number two, where do you think an ideal fit for Skubal might be?
I don't think they're going to trade him because I think they're going to climb their way back in.
Yeah.
So I don't know what, I don't know where he, I just don't see it. I mean, there's a ton of good fits. Anybody would be a good fit for him, right? And it's like, who's going to give up the most and have an opportunity to do that? So, yeah, I really don't know, where he's going to end up. And I'm personally, honestly, I don't think he's going to get traded. I think they're going to start playing good enough baseball that it would be really hard to trade him. It's hard to trade a two-time Cy Young Award winner, even, you can get the package back. But at the same time, if they have a bad week, Scott Harris and Jeff Greenberg, the guys there in charge, they're going to have to do that, right? So, to me, is it a team like, LA? Sure, cool.
Yeah.
But maybe it's a team like, maybe it's a team like Toronto. Maybe it is a team like the Blue Jays or, possibly Milwaukee.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got him and Mizorowski. I mean, now you're putting yourself in World Series contention.
Can anybody beat the Dodgers?
Yeah. But you're going to have to pack a lunch, man.
Yeah.
Get ready. They're bringing everybody. They got 7 guys on their bench who can start at most teams. So, yeah, they're going to be a tough go. But I definitely think, the fact that they've played 100 more games than everybody else in the past few years, definitely, maybe hopefully some fatigue will help whoever's playing them out.
Mm-hmm. Does Millar play more golf than anyone in the world?
He plays more amateur golf than anybody in the world for sure. I will say that. And for somebody who plays as much golf as he does, he should be better than he is, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's a smoke show or whatever, but
now, are you two best friends? Because he's always talking about. It seems like he's got a different best friend every day. But are you two best friends? Can we safely say that?
Yeah, I would safely say that we're as best of friends as you can get. We've known each other for a long time, so I think it's one of those things where he's a real good bud, and I'm like a brother.
Yeah.
Been around him for too long to not know everything about him and watch his kids grow up and just watch his zest and love for the game of baseball and growing the game of baseball. And more importantly, just remembering that dudes are dudes and we're all just out there having fun and we're not curing cancer. We're not rocket science. We're just playing baseball. And sometimes it doesn't work out. And whenever it does, just be a good person, treat people nicely. He was always that way.
Oh, nice. And he loves taking his shirt off. So there's that too.
Loves it. And another, you golf that much, you should be a good golfer. You take your shirt off that much, you should have a good body, but he doesn't have that either. So he's an interesting character. He's a true unicorn.
Hey, man, thanks. We appreciate it. Enjoy the second half, and hopefully we can chat again sometime.
You got it.
All right, Ryan Dempster joining us here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. All right, coming up next, if you didn't hear Brad Evans' comments on Christian Pulisic, we got into the topic of has the media, have former players been too hard on Pulisic this week? And so you got to hear his response. And, of course, Ashley and I have an opinion ourselves. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. book guy from The Simpsons there. Never picked up on that before.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but soccer fields are very unusual for his son's eyes.
It reaches its crescendo. It reaches its crescendo this week.
Yeah, I see that.
Yes.
It's Chuck and Ashley with you here. Let's talk a little soccer because obviously we've spent a week talking about the U.S. being eliminated. We had Brad Evans on for the very first time since that elimination here today. He was still sad. He's still sad about it. He started very melancholy in our conversation today, explained his sadness. I guess that does touch you if you are an American, been on that American national team in the past, and we just can't get over this Sweet 16 hump that has been in their path for years, basically a lifetime, an existence. And so we talked about a lot of things with Brad. If you want to hear the entire conversation, you can do so at 93.3 KJR.com. But I did want to replay for you one specific part of the conversation, and that was about Christian Pulisic, who's been getting hammered. And not just by talk show hosts, loudmouths like me, or talking heads like, Stephen A. Smith and others, former players coming out of the woodwork. And I'm talking about legit, like, Hall of Fame type players, and are crushing Christian Pulisic. And I asked Brad if any of that was warranted.
It stings for sure as a player when you get criticized, but when you are of that caliber and you've been on every commercial leading up to this World Cup, every time you turn on the TV, it's your face. You're going to naturally have to take the brunt of all the criticism. And it's no different than being a captain on any team, whether it's MLS or around the world. But when you're a player of that stature and the expectations are there, and what he felt in the 2018 qualifying round, not making that tournament, he put his everything into those games, and he was crying on the field afterwards, and you could see how much it meant to him. And then he stepped into this game and just didn't have a great performance. I think it's a little bit harsh looking back on it now, right? Landon Donovan has been really vocal about his performance in the last game. Carly Lloyd, a former two-time Women's Player of the Year, they were really harsh on him, and I get it, though. If you go to Europe and read the papers, you have to imagine that there's no football, basketball, baseball, hockey. Everything surrounds soccer. And the pressure that those players feel in tabloids, especially in normal news, it's on every news station on TV. There's no other sport. So you kind of have to wrap your head around extrapolating all that and the pressure they feel on a weekly basis. I don't think it's anything new for Christian. Of course, it's new coming from within his own country, but he's been playing outside the U.S. since he was, 14, 15 years old. So I think he's used to it. He's felt pressure before and the expectation of what he can and should be. In the playoffs in a knockout round game, I had pulled a piece of bone off my ankle. Well, it had already swollen up in the 60th minute, and I told the trainers, tape it, give me ibuprofen, Tylenol, I'm finishing the game. Sometimes it's a mentality thing, sometimes it's a pain threshold thing. Omar Gonzalez, who I saw at the game, played in a World Cup, tore 3 ligaments in his ankle in the 75th minute, and said, tape it, I'm finishing the game. So you kind of go back and forth between what's best for the team and what's best for the player in that moment. Maybe he was too injured to proceed. He wasn't having the best game either. So there's pressure with being the captain of a team and high expectations and being on TV, but you have to be able to shoulder it and move on to the next thing. I think it's fair because I think their message is a broader statement about where U.S. soccer's at and where we can be. It's not just about his performance. No one on that pitch had a good performance.
Yeah.
But he's the captain. In my opinion, he's Captain America. Tim Ream's the actual captain, but he is supposed to be the best player on the field, and he didn't show up on the day. So, yeah, you're going to get criticism.
Brad Evans, been huge in our World Cup coverage, not just on this show, but obviously throughout the entire station. So great stuff today. Want to hear the entire interview at 93.3 KJR.com. And I think what stood out the most was when he took the time to sort of explain how scrutinized soccer players are in the countries where soccer is number one. And the bigger deal you become, the more the more money you get, the more fame you get, the more accolades you get, the more pats on the back you get, but you also, the more criticism, the more of a target that you are, both in your personal and professional life. I mean, that just comes with the territory. So not only do I think that the criticism of Christian Pulisic is 100% warranted, especially considering that it's coming from people who know the game and have experienced similar pressure and can weigh in on this from an area of expertise, I think it's actually great. I think it's great for soccer. It means that it's moving the needle. I mean, if it's being discussed on platforms that don't normally discuss it, including this show, I mean, I've done this show during a World Cup in the past, hardly paid attention to it.
Right.
Be honest with you, we're paying big time attention to it. So, yes, and mostly positive, but if you're getting critiqued by guys that normally don't even pay attention to your sport, and girls that normally that don't even pay attention to your sport, well, that means you're breaking through that glass ceiling of popularity. That means progress. You hear me, WNBA? As you're very sensitive to anybody that criticizes you, that means it's actually working. People are starting to pay attention. You want to be criticized. I mean, there's a reason that movie critics have been around forever. And there's a reason why the Academy didn't shut them down because they were criticized, because it drew attention to movies. It made movies more popular. Siskel and Ebert were ultra famous themselves, and all they were movie critics. And I don't even know if they were all that good. I think Ebert was.
I don't remember which one was which.
Yeah, but the more attention, more scrutiny you get, it means what you're doing is actually progressing. So not only do I think it was warranted, Ashley, the Pulisic criticism, because he was terrible on Monday, but I think it's actually great for the sport if Christensen can get over it personally.
Well, and I think he would agree that he was terrible. I think he said, I'm sorry. I mean, Balogun said it. I'm sorry we let the United States down. And I think the reason that it is good that he's getting this criticism is because it means that everybody had high expectations. Everybody believed in this team. Everybody was behind this team. Everybody started supporting this team, was supporting this team and thought these players could be the ones to get us over the hump. That means they had a lot of confidence in the players. They had a lot of confidence in this team, and that's a good thing. So if you don't come, to exceed those expectations or meet those expectations, people are going to be disappointed. You should be disappointed as well, because it wasn't as if they showed fight and lost to Belgium and everyone could have said, oh, man, that was a hard-fought match. The U.S. held their own.
Brad said that he didn't think either team even broke a sweat.
Yeah, the Belgium didn't even have their best players and one of them never played. And the other two came in the second half, and we got our butts kicked, yeah. and didn't show any fight. And that's where it's disappointing, because it wasn't.
And you're the captain.
Yeah, you're not getting criticized because you're not good enough. You were getting criticized because you and your team didn't show up on the biggest stage of your careers. You didn't show up. You all fell flat. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I think it's good.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good thing that so many people have been talking about this week, and even if they have piled on a little bit. And
it's like a dog pile.
Yeah, a dog pile. Yeah, a dog pile. I'll tell you this. I lived in New Zealand for a little while. I wasn't really sure what to expect when I got there. And there had just been in Christchurch an earthquake.
Okay.
And I considered canceling because I didn't know, going to a foreign country, what's that going to do? And then I was assured, no, that's far enough away from Auckland. You don't have to worry about it. That's where I was flying into. And so I went and then landed, got into my hotel, just like you do in every hotel, turn on the TV.
Yep.
And obviously that's first exposure to New Zealand TV. And right at the top of the hour, they're leading the newscast. And it was about the earthquake.
Okay.
That is what led the news. But it was because a member of the All Blacks, the New Zealand rugby team, which is the most popular sport there and the most popular team of the most popular sport, he visited the grounds. That was the lead story. Not any of the victims.
Right.
Not the cleanup. not the financial ramifications. Nope,
Yeah.
it was that the captain of the All Blacks showed up at the site of the earthquake so that everybody could see that all of New Zealand was invested in this story.
Well, you need someone to step in.
So the point is that the bigger your sport becomes, the bigger you become. And that comes with criticism, and it also comes with, you're such a big deal, we're going to lead the news with you visiting the site of an earthquake. That's how big it can become for you. And so this isn't anything new. You know, players getting crushed. We do it to football players all the time, and we're numb to it.
Mm-hmm.
They can take it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? You want to grow? You want to become more popular? Not only do you get more accolades, not only do you get more love, but you also get more scrutiny. So stop whining about it and stop complaining about it.
That's right.
All right, coming up next, we close out the week with Booze News on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. the dog. Hair of the dog. Hair of the dog.
I hear the dog has good hair.
There we go.
Is that where that?
Did you have some booze last night?
Had a little bit.
Okay.
A little bit in this family.
Yeah,
This
a little bit in the bourbon family.
In this little family right over here. This little beautiful little
Good for you.
family.
Yeah.
It's our final segment of the week. I see Jessamine here. Look,
Yes.
Jessamine's here. Jessamine's
Look
with
at her.
us.
Hey.
Look at her.
Hi, guys. I showered.
Good for you. She showered.
That's a really big accomplishment for me. If I wash my hair, it's a big day.
Wow, great.
I'm
We've
really
been
proud of
wondering.
You know what? Cheers to you and your clean hair.
We've been waiting for this day a long time. We talk about it a lot.
Yeah, we do actually. It's not in a flattering way.
I'm used to that.
All
We're
right.
like, Stinky McIntyre's coming in.
Here comes old Stinky Mac.
I'm here to ruin the studios, make the cleaning people earn their paychecks.
All right, it's time for the end of the week. You know how we do it.
I'm Ashley, and this is the Booze News.
Cheers, everybody. Happy Friday. Good hygiene.
Happy Friday. Thank God we got here. Booze News is brought to you by Yellowstone Ready to Serve Cocktails. First, select the old-fashioned espresso or Gold Rush. Get yourself a drinking vessel, open the bottle, and pour.
Why does it taste better today?
Oh, this is a different one. That's about
it?
it, other than sipping it. Yeah, this is Gold Rush.
Oh.
This is Gold Rush. It is Yellowstone Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, Lemon, and Fig Honey natural flavors.
Oh, I think I found my flavor, my Yellowstone flavor.
There you go. I'll
This
bring you
is good.
some. I'll bring you some. Must be 21 or older. Enjoy responsibly. Straight Bourbon Whiskey cocktails, 25% and 35% alcohol by volume. Limestone Branch Distillery, Lebanon, Kentucky.
Oh, Kentucky. Oh, my old Kentucky home.
It's pretty tasty.
Yeah.
Okay, well, our soccer dreams came crashing down on Monday night. You might remember that.
I do.
The stage was set for an epic night. Perfect weather, a sold-out crowd at Seattle Stadium, and a flyover. Oh, yes. America was so back.
We were ready.
Until the game started.
Oh.
We crushed that pregame stuff, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If we could have been awarded a victory based on setting, military aircraft, and postgame John Denver singing, then we would be undefeated.
Yeah, you're complaining about Balogun. Imagine if Trump would have just got us advanced because we won the pregame.
I mean, a win is a win, Chuck. Instead, though, we had to play the actual game, and Belgium was just better. And we aren't talking chocolates and waffles. We're talking about actual soccer.
Yeah. They were better already.
Yeah, Belgium beat the U.S. 4-1. Yeah, that actually happened. So now we turn our sights to a bunch of other countries whose teams are still in it. France, England, Argentina, blah, 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 blah.
Braggers, all of you.
Ooh, we are good at soccer.
Yeah.
Ugh. The Mariners are
Get a life.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Get a life, people.
Right.
Play a sport.
Cheers.
It's really good.
I get really nervous with the silence, guys.
Sorry.
Part kills the drama.
Yeah, see, hold on. It's not really silence because...
No. You got rattling. You got lip smacking.
Yeah.
You got,
It's a really nice mug, too.
Yeah,
It is. Thank you. This is directly from Yellowstone itself.
Yeah.
Not
better.
not the park.
Everything
the
tastes
company.
better in it.
It does. It really does. It tastes like I could be out in a nice camping environment right now. And I don't even like camping, but this makes me want to go camping.
It really does.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah. I want to take this mug. I want to take this canteen, and I want to go sit in the woods and drink.
I want to eat everything out of this because I have a feeling it tastes better. Like
Yeah, it
clam
probably does.
chowder, breakfast cereal.
Do it.
Everything.
And when I say I want to sit in the woods and drink, I only mean responsibly, of course. The Mariners are 3 games away from the All-Star break, and after getting swept by the Miami Marlins, they're set to face another fishy foe this afternoon in Tampa Bay. Now, don't get all angry and be like, oh my God, Rays aren't fish. I get it, okay? Just a little sea humor, okay?
Come on now. Yeah.
Come on. Getting swept by the Marlins, not fun. If we get swept by the Rays too, not funner. Okay?
Yeah.
So we've been going through, in our house, we've been going through softball tryouts for like the last week and a half. So I thought, you know what? Here's some tips for the Mariners if they're listening that we've been talking about for softball tryouts.
Oh, this will help.
Well, I had to change a couple things because I can't tell them they're softball players, but you're baseball players.
Yes.
Just play baseball.
Just play baseball.
Yeah. Have fun.
Yeah.
Go out there. Play
Get
that game
out
you
there.
love.
Good.
Turn your shoulder when you throw. Right? You gotta move your shoulders a bit.
Hey, you don't want to throw stiff.
Look at your target.
Josh.
Yeah. Look at your target.
Yeah.
Swing hard and with intent.
Good tip.
Run hard.
Yeah.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Oh, wait. No, I got that. That's wrong advice.
That's from
It
a
was
different
close enough.
Yeah.
thing.
Well, you get the point.
I do.
You
I
get
do.
the point. Play baseball.
Just go out there and play ball.
That's it. Just don't overthink it.
Are those things actually shared at all times?
We do talk about those things.
You
yeah.
do, you really?
Yeah. Not the dodgeball part.
Well, I know that.
Yeah. But yeah. And it's have fun. The last thing I say before Palmer goes to a game or a tryout or a practice, have fun.
Have fun.
Yep. We remind her of little things and then have fun. And then
Yeah.
the first question she gets asked when she's done, did you have fun?
George Kirby needs to be in the car with you on the way to the park.
Have some effing fun, George.
Yeah.
Maybe I should start using the F word when I tell her to
Brian
have
Wu.
fun.
Brian Wu could use you right
Yeah,
now.
have some effing fun, Woo. Come
Yeah.
on, man.
Hey, Brian. Be a pal. Have fun.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Go out there, buddy.
Yeah.
Have some fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a really good kid. Have fun.
That's right. And then you give a little squeeze on the shoulders and a kiss on the cheek.
Right.
Yes. We do have one All-Star in the game on Tuesday, so that's exciting. I'm looking forward to see Randy represent the team. And more importantly, Canada's plan to get every single Blue Jay into the American League roster failed. So suck it, Canada. Again. That's it.
All right. Very good. Thank you very much
Have
for my
fun.
booze news.
Yeah.
That was
Thank you,
really
Jess.
good booze news.
Thank you. We're having fun.
Really good booze.
It's really good booze.
Thank you,
Deserves good
Yellowstone.
news.
Yeah. All right. We will talk to you Monday at 6 a.m. Have a great, safe, lovely weekend and enjoy the upcoming programming provided by Jessamine and Greg. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Have fun.
KJR-FM Sports Headlines.
Good morning. Hi. Happy Friday. Thanks for joining us. Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Mariners lost again. Yes, again. Getting swept out of the 3-game series at Miami. They got beaten by junk last night, literally. Marlins starter Jansen Junk. He walked 4 in 5 innings, yet the Mariners only scored 1 earned run off of him. They fell behind 8-2, 8-4 loss. Mariners made 2 errors on 1 play to kind of personify how last night went.
It was not ideal.
Nor was the trip to Miami at all. They're no longer in first place, back to 500, 47-47. Now they finished the first half, the pre-All-Star game half of the season, with 3 games at the American League's best team. Probably the only really good team, the Tampa Bay Rays. Luis Castillo starts the 4:10 game our time today. Logan Gilbert starts at 1:10 tomorrow, Saturday. And then Emerson Hancock at 10:40 a.m. start on Sunday. And then it's the All-Star break. They are limping into, to say the least. We talked about yesterday that there's a new highest paid player in the NHL. He's 21 years old. Anaheim matched Philadelphia's wild offer of $90 million over 5 years for Leo Carlsson, the 21-year-old center who made $950,000 last year in his entry-level contract with
It's
the
still
Ducks.
a bomb contract.
Man,
to
that's
have.
a good. Yeah, that's a great deal, huh? Go from $950 to $18 million.
I mean, $950. Give me
950's
that.
all right.
Yeah.
950's all right. Yeah, 950's okay. But now he's going from $950 to $18 million. World Cup quarterfinals today live here on 93.3 KJR FM. Spain and Belgium. 11:30 pregame. The kickoff from Inglewood, California, right here on 93.3 KJR FM will be at 12 noon. So our show will run up until the pregame, the national pregame, which I assume with Anderson, Hurston, Danny Jackson again at 11:30 on the iHeart National Network.
I
Yesterday,
think we have Jackson Feltz. It's like
Oh,
a Danny
okay.
Jackson situation.
Ah,
Yeah.
the Jackson 2. Okay.
Yes.
Yesterday, France beat Morocco 2-0. Kylian Mbappe, just irrepressible. His 20th goal in 20 career World Cup matches. 17 of those 20 have come in the second half of those World Cup matches. So he doesn't just do it when it doesn't matter. He's amazing.
Best under pressure.
He's amazing. He missed a penalty kick like Messi the other day did in the first half yesterday. And then he made a shot that no keeper in the world could have saved that skimmed off the inside of the far post. Just brilliance with the ball. It's just amazing what they do with the football. Tomorrow, quarterfinal doubleheader. England-Norway is going to be a great one down in Miami. We talked to Greg Cote the other day at the Miami Herald about that. Argentina, Switzerland, and Kansas City at 6 p.m. Both 2 p.m., 6 p.m. tomorrow. The World Cup is live here on 93.3 KJR FM. Now on with the Friday show. Good morning. Happy Friday. Felt like a very long week after the 4th of July, but here we are. Good morning, Jessamine McIntyre.
Good morning.
Greg Bell, Jessamine McIntyre, every day, 10 a.m. to noon on 93.3 KJR FM. You know, usually, we talk about this, usually this is the gone fishing portion of the NFL year. Everyone's gone. I mean, the headquarters are crickets.
I can't get a phone call back.
You
from
shouldn't.
Any of my friends who work in the NFL.
Yeah, you
Yes.
shouldn't. This is their only 6 solid weeks of gone of the entire year. Yet the Seahawks are making news, and they've made it in 3 different ways. Mike McDonald made his own news yesterday down in Lake Tahoe on a personal matter, and we're going to talk about that. John Schneider is apparently making moves, or at least sniffing around about something that would be of a peak interest.
I don't think John sits still.
No, of course he is.
God bless you, Tracy.
Of course
His
he is
beautiful
making.
wife.
He, by the way, and Mike McDonald were at the World Cup match right below me at the Leland Field on Monday. John Schneider's making an interesting potential move, or maybe not, but he's at least kicking the tires. Of course he is. That's what he does. We'll talk about that. There are two leading bidders reportedly emerging in the Seahawks sale process, with still the possibility that someone who has not declared him or herself will still do that. This is a process. I can just say that.
Of course it is. Look at the bazillions that are, yes. Yes, of course it's going to be a process. This is not going to be cut and dry and very fast.
Exactly. And the motivation, again, for Jody Allen, Burt Cold, and representing the Paul G. Allen Foundation, the estate, is to get the maximum value they can for the philanthropic interest of Paul Allen. That's what the will says they should do.
Well, and every NFL owner wants it to be that way for the valuation.
Exactly.
Yes.
You want the valuation of your franchise to go up because the Seahawks would go up. It will not sell for less than 6 point whatever billion, because the Washington Commanders was 6.05. And they will not. The NFL will just stall the sale if it doesn't come in. It looks like it's going to come in at least $8
more. Yes,
it looks like at least $8, maybe $9, maybe more $billion for the Seahawks. We'll talk about that. Cole Young, he talked yesterday before the game down in Miami about not challenging that called third strike the other night. Why he didn't do it. Talk about that and what he said. We'll have an update on Julio Rodriguez's concussion status. It's what we told you it would be at the beginning of the week. I have something for the text line, 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line, or your TalkBack app that Jessman loves.
TalkBacks, I love those.
Go to the iHeartRadio app, find that little red microphone button at the bottom, and hit it, and you get 30 seconds or less. I guess seconds, you can count them. 30 seconds or fewer, as I would tell my UW.
Okay, journalist Greg comes into the picture.
If you can count them, it's fewer. In 30 seconds or fewer, you can talk about what you want to talk about. But here's the question for the text line and the TalkBack line. Do the Mariners need a kick in the ass? Let's just start there. Yeah, I think we all know the answer to that.
I think it's fair to say yes.
I think it is.
At this point.
And I'm talking about internally inside the clubhouse. So do they have the guy in the clubhouse now to do that?
It's a good question.
It is a trickier question than just saying, yeah, they need a kick. Who's going to do that? I mean, is Dan Wilson going to go in there and upend a buffet table? Probably not. Can they rehire Lou Piniella for a day? That might be a good idea.
We had a lot of votes for that on the text line yesterday.
We did.
Like full, Marlboro red smoking Lou Piniella.
Somebody on the text line yesterday said Lou Piniella would take the iPad out to second base and throw both it and the base into center field, as he once did in Cleveland.
If he still has the arm, I'd welcome it.
So that's what I want to know. The Mariners need a kick in the ass. I think we're going to get a universal yes on that, or at least most people would agree. But then who is it? Is it Cal Raleigh? I mean, he's the face of the franchise.
Oh, he's a lead by example guy.
He doesn't strike me that way. That's what I know, and I spent a lot of time with that team last year at the end of the season in their postseason run, including in Toronto at the American League Championship Series. Is it Julio Rodriguez?
No.
He's been the face of the franchise ever since he signed that $200 million
He's
plus
too
contract.
shiny. I just don't think it's him.
Is it Josh Naylor?
That's who I would put my chips on.
I would say Randy Arozarena, but he has been some of the reason of the things you would need to go kick people's ass for.
Yeah.
Arozarena would do it, but I could see guys getting chewed out by Arozarena go, oh, wait a minute. Are you the guy that took off on a 2-2 count with the bases loaded, not knowing what the count was? Are you the guy?
Being transparent in the mistakes that you've made isn't the worst thing ever.
That would be an accountability piece, yeah. Are you the one that challenged 2 pitches within the first 14 pitches of a game and lost them both?
I would also say that, though, when it comes to an 162-game season, there's no purity in the clubhouse. Everyone has made a mistake.
That's true.
Yes. So who is the fire?
You would say pitcher, perhaps. Luis Castillo is a very popular presence in that clubhouse. When I used to cover ball daily basis, the pitchers are not the people to do that because they only take the ball every 5 days.
Yeah, it's
the everyday dudes that are grinding, playing hurt, playing day games after night games. Those are the guys who carry the cachet for doing this kind of thing. Do they need it now? That's another question. We're 3 days before the All-Star break. I think if you did it now, you lose some of its effect because they're all thinking about going to Cancun and Vegas and wherever else, back to their families. Make no mistake, they are going to play those games in Tampa this weekend, St. Petersburg technically, with the one eye toward where they're headed for the All-Star break. absolutely will do that. Randy Arozarena is the only one on the All-Star roster from the Mariners, at least last I checked, unless there have been some injury fill-ins. And everybody else will have an eye to it. Man, it's just human nature. You've been grinding since February at spring training. I know spring training is not a grind, but you still have to be there. All the way through mid-July, you, of course, are looking forward to and have already made plans for where you're going to spend Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So that is human nature. That is part of what's going on here. So do you want to do throwing the buffet table around? And I mean, I'm not sure this is the time to do it. So then you wait another week and maybe another 3 games of poor play against the best American League team, and suddenly you're 3 games under 500. It's an interesting dynamic inside the clubhouse on what to do about this. The one time, Jessamine, that I saw the Mariners do a buck-up like this, it was unforgettable. It was a day game. I was covering for the Associated Press. I was always out there for the AP then. And this is in 06, 07 maybe. And John McLaren was the manager. Bill Bavasi was the general manager. And Bill Bavasi, after another terrible loss on a day game, had the players force them to sit at their lockers in the clubhouse, sit on their chairs in their full uniform, facing out to the clubhouse for the assembled media to come into. Don't go into the hideaway meal room. Don't go get showers. Don't go to treatment. 25 at the time, 25 players sitting at their lockers facing in. And we came in, and there they were. And we're like, whoa, this is usually it's 2 or 3 guys. And they sat there. They wouldn't even allow the equipment guys to issue towels, so they couldn't shower.
That's accountability.
And we talked, and John McLaren went on this rant. John McLaren's one of the nicest guys in the world. He was always a deputy to Lou Piniella, and he was somewhat miscast in the role as manager because he couldn't be the crack the whip guy, but he tried to be, and it just came off as hilarious and manufactured. But Bavasi told him to publicly to the media. And then we went charging into the clubhouse, and there's 25 dudes without towels, angry that they're being told they have to do this. We got some crazy quotes that day. Milton Bradley was on that team.
That's a writer's dream.
Milton Bradley was on that team.
My God.
Remember him?
Yeah.
That's a dude. Milton Bradley, I had a great relationship with him, but he was hilarious.
Didn't he turn into not a great guy?
Well, he was off the hook in a lot of ways, throwing bats and off the field stuff. He was crazy. He and I got along. He had some great quotes that day. Just basically, what the hell is this? You're making major league players. It backfired. The team actually, it was bad. I think that was one of the last things that John McLaren and then soon Bill Bavasi did.
Okay, so that's the extreme that we're talking about.
And that was so manufactured and staged, it was not even effective.
So, yes, the players aren't going to take it seriously.
No. Yeah. And I'm talking behind closed doors, not public. Nothing like that. I'm talking inside, take care of your own house, players only meeting. That's what I'm talking about. Not even bringing in the management, not even bringing in Dipoto, certainly not the upstairs dudes. I'm talking who in that clubhouse is going to just round up and kick ass. And I don't know that I see that. I'm a Seahawks beat writer and a talk show host in Seattle. I'm not in the clubhouse. But from being in the clubhouse during the playoffs last year, including on the road in Toronto, in the ALCS, I got the impression I didn't see, well, they were winning at the time, of course, but Kyle Lowry would be the closest thing because of the cachet. But I'm not sure he would do it. I mean, he would do it. I'm not sure how it would resonate with
I'm in their clubhouse quite frequently, and I would say that, and you had mentioned Luis Castillo too, and no, a pitcher shouldn't be that person, but he's pretty chill. I think it's very chill. Like Gino Suarez was the guy who brought the vibes.
Yeah.
But they were chill as well. So if you're looking for an ass kicker, I don't know if I see it. I'm like, you look at the pitching staff, you look at the guys. Josh Naylor is the closest thing that I could see being an ass kicker.
I think so. But he's only been here for not even a full year yet. But they gave him a new contract, so he's definitely part of the foundation.
He chose this place,
correct,
too. Yes.
He chose to come back. I think that he and Randy Arozarena are the two that came into mind immediately. And then the rest of the roster is pretty much too young or platooning or part-time. Luke Raley and Dominic Canzone and Cole Young and Colt Emerson and J.P. Crawford certainly has the tenure.
I was going to say he has that. on his side when it comes to it, but he's also so chill. And that is what made this team so great for many reasons. If you go back to last season, is because of that calm vibe.
Right.
So
chill's great until you don't need chill anymore and you need something else. You need some fire.
Some fire.
And
what about Andres?
Again, a pitcher, a closer, not usually the prototypical guy to upset the apple cart and flame your teammates.
No, and I don't know if flaming is necessary. I
think it's blowtorch time inside that clubhouse. If I'm talking about, I'm just, again, internally. I'm not talking about
players only meeting.
Yeah, I'm not talking about benching or none of that. I'm talking about players holding up players to accountability.
The one thing that I take issue with when it comes to these players only meeting is it screams desperation.
Of course.
Right. So can they be chill during the All-Star break and come back and be good?
And I think that's what's going to happen, practically speaking, because they have only 3 days until that break. It would be really, I'm not sure how effective it would be to go into Tropicana Field tonight in the visiting clubhouse and just start ripping dudes, and they're going to be like, I'm out, man. I'm going to Cancun on Sunday night. I mean, seriously.
Well, I just don't think it would stick, right?
Right, because
nobody would care.
You're gone in 2 days.
Yeah.
Right. But that begs the question, so then when? After the All-Star break? Well, now you're talking a week from now. When they come home, they play the Giants next week in a home series. The Giants are just terrible. I mean, on top of terrible, how that season has gone down. You think the Mariners have problems. We talked to Ann Killian a couple weeks ago about the Giants. They can't do anything right now.
Oh, my gosh,
now they got Logan Webb taking his social media account off of the internet because of a fight with a radio producer at KMBR.
That is just one of the hysterical things that I witness in our business. And I'm like, that is just phenomenal. I love it so much. And you torched out, as a radio producer myself, if I got a professional athlete to torch their account and I'm too nice to do something like that, I would be really proud.
He may be. Couple other,
so dumb.
Before we go to break, a couple other notes I want to bring up. That final combined viewing number for U.S.-Belgium, Fox and Telemundo, was 50.1 million viewers. Mexico and England, 46.7 million viewers in the World Cup. Those are the most watched non-NFL sports events in the U.S. since the 1994 Olympics.
Damn.
That was Nancy Kerrigan. And remember that?
Do you think? I watched I, Tonya like 7,000 times.
Tonya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan. That's the last time so many people watched something that wasn't the NFL. 1994.
It was a pretty rad year for the Olympics.
You see what the Blazers owner did yesterday?
I did not.
He's also
Someone still owns that place?
Yeah, the Blazers were bought by Tom Dundon, who's also the Carolina Hurricanes.
The worst owner in sports history?
Maybe. That's saying something. Donald Sterling used to own a team.
Oh, okay. Well, there's different reasons why people suck.
Carolina Hurricanes owner Tom Dundon, who is now the new Blazers owner, he has etched on the first line underneath Carolina Hurricanes on the new panel of the Stanley Cup that the Hurricanes just won, has etched his wife and all 5 of his children's names on there, even though none of them have anything to do with any official capacity on the team.
Is that
the youngest is 7 years old, and get this, they did that. All the Dundons and wife and kids are on that cup, and they omitted the longtime equipment manager who is like a legend there. His name's not on the cup.
Oh my God! So we have Eric Kennedy here at the Seahawks.
EK is an institution.
Okay, he's an institution, and I could not see the Seahawks doing anything
it'd be like
that.
It'd be like the Seahawks saying, "EK, you don't get a ring, but let me give one to John Schneider's kids."
Well, that's pretty bad.
That's awful.
Yeah.
Of all the things you can say about the new Blazers owner, that's pretty bad.
I do understand wanting to give your family a place in history.
Nobody has ever done this.
Right. I'm putting it out there.
The Stanley Cup has it's limited space, man. You don't just throw chucks off the street on there.
I am aware. I'm doing a this and that. So I do see that. But for what went into the success of that team, more people need to be recognized.
Not the family. Give them a replica cup or something. They've got billions of dollars. They're doing okay. You don't put them on the Stanley Cup.
Ask the Blazers.
That's sacred.
They don't treat it like they have billions of dollars.
But they do. And that's how billionaires stay billionaires, by not spending money. Why are
a fair statement.
Why are there turf fields on NFL stadiums when they disprove they can put in grass fields? I mean, come on.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, I'm rethinking it because I wasn't aware that he put his entire family's
Unbelievable.
names on there.
Unbelievable. It's a sacred, sacred chalice that
It
people
absolutely is.
It's the most revered trophy in sports.
It's one of the only trophies I've seen besides the Heisman. I freaked out at that as well. But when I saw it, I actually swooned. And I've seen a lot of things, and that one got me.
They have two dudes that are assigned to that to carry it with white gloves and suits. They
get paid a lot of money to do that, too. That's what I found out. I was like, can I have that job? I would walk that thing around.
Up next, we got Seahawks news, threefold, in the middle of July. Mike McDonald made some of it. I wrote it in the News Tribune this morning. It's, last I checked, the most read story at thenewstribune.com. We'll tell you about it next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Greg Bell, Justin McIntyre with you as we are every weekday, 10 a.m. to noon on 93.3 KJR FM. Remember, the World Cup is coming up on your area, on your airwaves, here on 93.3 KJR.
On your airwaves and in your area.
In your area, in your oral canal, in your ears. 11:30 pregame show and the 12 o'clock kick in Inglewood of the World Cup quarterfinal between Spain and the team that vanquished the Americans, Belgium, in the round of 8. Tomorrow, doubleheader. The first one is England and Norway from Miami at 2 o'clock. And at 6 o'clock, Switzerland is playing mighty Messi and the Argentinians at 6 o'clock. That's tomorrow, 2 and 6 on 93.3 KJR FM.
Greg, do you have any skin in that game?
I think England's going to go to the final against France, but no.
Okay, so I do, just because of Anders.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Argentinian wife, and I am all Argentina from here on out now that the U.S. is out.
I didn't expect to be talking about the Seahawks on July 10th, but I am because there are 3 different news items in the last 24 hours from them. We told you yesterday about Mike McDonald. We aired his comments to Dan Patrick at the Celebrity Golf Tournament in Lake Tahoe about analytics and how he uses analytics as a support crutch, but not the be-all, end-all. And he still trusts his gut and his eyes on the sidelines during games.
I think that's the perfect way to use analytics.
It is.
Yes.
Dan Patrick was then dribbling out segments of the rest of his talk with Mike McDonald, and I was reviewing it yesterday afternoon, and I stumbled across at the very end of this news that I am writing for the News Tribune. This is Mike McDonald with Dan Patrick yesterday.
Do you feel like you're a Super Bowl winning coach? I don't know when reality sets in for something as big as it is and how you're now viewed.
I'm not used to it. It doesn't, honestly, I'm not just like, it doesn't feel like it. Because I don't feel like I've changed.
But people will change around you because
I think you got to be aware of that. But it's cool to meet like people out here, and you're like that they know who we are and they know our team, and that we affected them in like some way, which is really cool. So that's probably like that's a really cool like byproduct of it. But I don't feel any different. I still have a 1.5-year-old son that.
He doesn't know anything.
Yeah, I got to make sure his diaper's changed and he's fed and he's not pissed off. We were on, I forget what hole it was, but he came out, ran through the ropes, grabbed my driver as we were walking down the fairway, and then I needed it back. So I didn't want to be the guy to grab it from him. And so I think Steph, my wife, ended up taking it from him. And he, like, you could hear his cry, like two holes away, just losing his mind. I felt bad for a second, but it was great. It was really cool to see him.
Could you change a diaper before the play clock expires?
I've gotten pretty good.
Really?
Pretty good, yeah. But it's also dependent on his attitude. So like, do you need to
bring out the baby and the diapers here? We're gonna have Coach.
Is it a full like? Did he blow? Is it like a full blowout, or is it a solid? Is it a solid? There's different types. You got to evaluate it.
But having that escape, how important is it when he doesn't know anything?
Yeah.
And you could go home. You don't have to answer any questions.
Well, I get to spend more than 30 minutes now. With him. That was a story last year. But
are you a grinder that you're going to be there all day, all night?
No, I can't. I
quality of life, man.
I just I can't. I tell the team if I'm making decisions after 9 p.m., we're in trouble. So, and we get a workout in the morning with our crew, and then we put in a great day's work, and then we go home. But now there's a process you have to abide by that we have to do, but to spend all the time with our family this off season. Now Jacksy's a 1.5 years, so he's got a personality and attitude, and he's got some interests, and we're trying to teach him how to talk, and it's so much fun right now. It's really awesome.
Congratulations. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll go back to quality of life after talking to Dick Vermeil many times about he sleep at the office. And Tony Dungy said that Chuck Noll said, go home to your families.
Yeah.
That was important, and it is important. So quality of life, man, and being there with your kids, there's no substitute. I did second shift at ESPN for 15 years when my kids were all born. And you miss out on so much. Don't miss out on those little things, man, because you can never get them back.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The 1.5 year's gone by really fast.
Yes.
We got another on the way, so it'll be fun. Yeah.
Do you know what you're having?
a little baby girl in December.
Samantha after Sam Darnold.
We do have a name, but we'll tell her.
Don't tell. Never, ever tell.
Yeah.
Thank you, Coach.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
for stopping by.
Thanks, guys.
That was Mike McDonald, Seahawks coach, Super Bowl winning coach with Dan Patrick at Lake Tahoe yesterday at the Celebrity Golf Tournament. And I was like, wait a minute. I had to replay it. I was like, wait a minute. He just threw that in there at the end. That was news. I hadn't seen anybody reporting that. He hadn't mentioned that.
He has a baby on the way.
Baby on the way.
Yeah.
In December will be a daughter. They already know it's a girl. He and his wife, Stephanie, already have a 1.5-year-old son you heard him allude to, Jack. It's changed him. He was football only. I mean, all he wanted to talk about, even off the record, even when we're just hanging out, which we sometimes do, especially on those joint practice and road trips like that. It was all football. And then when Jack was born last year at Green Bay, when we hung out with him, he was talking about being a dad and chasing and crawling and diapers, and it changed him. It did. It changed every parent when you have newborns. Now we're going to have a second one.
And a girl.
And a girl.
As the daughter of a football coach, I can tell you how much that changes a man.
It does. It does. I have twin 23-year-olds, born a girl, and the daughter does change a father.
I mean, you guys hit the jackpot on that one.
Yeah, my wife tapped me on the shoulder after she came out of, it was a really hairy emergency surgery, the delivery, and she tapped me on the shoulder. She said, what do we have? I said, we had a boy and a girl, and she tapped me on the shoulder and said, thanks, we're done. That's all we have ever since that day. But yes, he and Stephanie, the background, Stephanie, his wife, was a former cheerleader with the Baltimore Ravens who met McDonald and Stephanie. Mike McDonald and his wife Stephanie met when his first year as a coaching intern, the first of 10 seasons as an assistant coach for John Harbaugh's Baltimore Ravens. So, yeah, he's a football nerd, but he doesn't exactly just keep his eyes completely peeled onto the field. He's obviously had a wondering eye for his future wife.
I think a well-rounded coach is the best kind of coach, though. You know, you can't be completely glued to your office and be in touch with your team.
That was a good move for him, a good career and personal move on his part.
He's so young, too.
Yeah.
He's so young.
Yes, he's still only just turned 39. So Mike McDonald and his wife Stephanie, congratulations, due to have a baby girl in December, right at the end of the Seahawks coming season. Second child for them. That story is up at thenewstribune.com, but I basically just told you the news, the gist of it.
We would like to offer a hearty congratulations. Absolutely. I know you said it, but I didn't. And I would like to just put it out there from me because that's awesome.
It is awesome.
And also good luck, Coach.
It is.
It's going to be tough.
We better hire a couple more people to take care and help the mom. Two frontrunners have emerged in the competition, the bidding competition to buy the Seahawks. According to Front Office Sports, leading the pack is a group we've talked about the groups that are known to be bidding. And the two that are leading the pack, according to Front Office Sports, are the one that has current Celtics minority owner Aditya Mittal from an Indian steel conglomerate family, former Celtics lead owner Wick Grossbeck. And then the second group that's emerged as a leader is led by 49ers minority investor Vinod Khosla. Khosla has been linked to the Seahawks since almost the very first day of this too. He would definitely have to divest his interest in the 49ers. These are two out-of-towners, yes. Front Office Sports says that at least one of the two groups features at least one former Seahawks player.
Interesting.
Which immediately, two players came to mind to me of who this could possibly be.
Oh, I want to know yours because I have one.
Who are yours on the text line, 49451? Who do you think, who's capable of being a minority investor in an $8 to $10 billion endeavor, and who would be an investor?
I don't.
I think there's one of two. One is more likely than the other, but there's one of two. 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line, who you think that is. So we'll see. I will also say this. The Front Office Sports story did allude to the fact that there is still the possibility of a bidder who is yet to emerge, but he or she has not emerged yet. I mean, that goes without saying. But that's how this stuff works. They want to see how they have a competition of bids. They drive up the price to see what the bids compete with each other. There were 3 initial interested parties reportedly in this process. 2 have emerged as leaders. And then if anyone wants to come at white knight this thing and come in on a white horse at the end of it, they know what the price is, so they don't outbid themselves early. That's still a possibility here. That's all I'll say about that.
No, is it $1 billion white horse?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Like billions with a capital B and a horse that's really, really white and really, really big.
And also the S on the end. Yeah.
And,
billions, not billion.
And
yes.
locally sown. But we've talked about this before, too. So
wait, are we doing a big reveal on this of who you think? Or
no, I'm not going to spec. I've people reading between the lines know who I'm talking about. I'm not ready to just throw it out there. The journalist in me does not want to report this because I don't have it pegged. I've heard it through secondhand sources that this is the talk around those circles, but we'll see.
Oh, and the journalist you are.
Well, I just don't want to throw it out because if I throw it out there, then everyone's going to say Greg Bell, the News Tribune, reported this, and I'm not reporting it.
This is hey, we can speculate in sports
you can,
talk radio.
but I would get. I'm telling you, people would say Greg Bell, the News Tribune, reported this. I'm not going to do it.
I'm with you. I was thinking of actually now 3 people because the text line is chiming in.
Yeah.
But most of them are exactly in my headspace.
Yeah, the two I'm thinking of, one that's certainly capable and 2 that still has kept ties here, both off the field and business and whatnot.
Okay.
The third
Those
story.
are the same ones.
Yes. The third story came this morning out of Florida. What are we talking about? Remember I told you about Terrion Arnold? We know the story of the starting cornerback for the Detroit Lions who's facing felony kidnapping and burglary charges.
Yeah, those are bad.
Like life in prison bad.
Yes.
Well, he had a court hearing today. His agent, Nicole Lynn, who I bumped into a couple times in combines and whatnot, she is his agent, and he's a former Alabama star corner that everybody in the league knows and scouted, and it's not like he's still in the 3rd year of his 4-year deal.
We know his name, yes.
So his agent said that in the court hearing this morning that was trying to decide whether he was going to have a bracelet on his ankle that will confine him to home confinement.
Mm-hmm.
The prosecutors wanted that, and it turns out the judge said, no, we're not going to have that. So he's not having that.
So he's just out.
He's on $1 million bail. I don't know if he posted that. He's certainly able to, but I don't know if he posted that or not. But there was a hearing of whether, I would assume he's out, or else they wouldn't be doing the bracelet thing, right? They wouldn't even be considering it.
Right.
So he must have posted bail.
If you're in a jail cell, you're just there.
Yeah, that's kind of what the bars are for. So the agent, Nicole Lynn, said today in court that 4 teams have reached out about signing Arnold, and he had a visit with one of them this week. Well, guess who one of the 4 teams are? She mentioned the Seattle Seahawks.
That sounds like agent speak.
Or it sounds like John Schneider is always involved in everything.
He will pick up the phone.
Of course.
And he openly admits that.
Of course.
Yes.
He wants to be in on everything. Here's a guy who once, when he had, at the height of Russell Wilson's career with the Seahawks, at the height of him going to back-to-back Super Bowls, went to the pro day of Josh Allen at Wyoming in the middle of a snowstorm in March. So yes, does not surprise me at all. The presumption in innocence until guilt applies to NFL general managers too. So they have to plan for the possibility that he's either freed to play until the jurisprudence takes its course or what have you. Anyway, that's how business in the NFL works. If there's a possibility you're able to play, we're going to think about it. Now, they have a coach who would probably take a long look at this because the coach, he holds a pretty firm line on some things.
You would have to evaluate it on a professional and a personal level. And I think that Mike McDonald is very good in both those categories.
I just put it out there that it should not be a huge surprise that John Schneider would be at least kicking the tires on what the possibility would be or what's going on in this situation. We'll see. It's very premature to say this, but other than to say that the agent, it's a fact, the agent in court today said the Seahawks are one of 4 teams that have contacted her client as they wait for the legal process to unfold in Florida. 49451, your feelings about that. We'll read back. I won't review. Well, we'll talk about it. When are we going to do the text? Because we got a shortened show today.
We'll get to some of them.
Yeah,
and if there are talkbacks, I will play them.
Up next, Cole Young talks about not challenging that strike three the other night in Miami, the second of the 3 losses. And I already mentioned, we'll talk about, do the Mariners need a kick in the ass and who in the clubhouse might be capable of doing that. 11:30, the pregame show for the World Cup quarterfinal between Spain and Belgium, which will be on our air at 12 o'clock on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Happy Friday to you. Greg Bell, the News Tribune. Jessamine McIntyre, live in your airways as we are every day, 10 to noon. Today it's 10 to 11:30 because
we got action.
We got footy, soccer, World Cup
footy is
quarterfinals.
rugby.
No, footy is England soccer.
No, it's football, isn't it?
Footy is England soccer.
Okay. I have my sports that we don't play very much here confused.
I know Australian calls their football footy as well, but they do. The British do call football footy.
They do? Okay. All right.
Wembley Stadium taught me that when the Seahawks and the Raiders played there a
I
couple
was
years
at that
ago.
game too.
You were. I
Yes.
remember that. We were talking about the Seahawks and the potential sale of the Seahawks. We'll talk more about who the ex-Seahawk, who we have a pretty good idea, or at least an idea of who we think it is. Your text line's blowing up about that. Cole Young, yesterday before the game, talked to Ryan Divish and the beat writers in Miami. Ryan Divish, of course, the Seattle Times, the Mariners beat writer. And they went and asked, as they should have, Cole Young, why didn't you challenge that third strike as the tying run, as representing the tying run at the plate in a 2-0 game in the top of the ninth in Miami? It was well off the plate. And Cole Young told Ryan Divish in the Times, quote, "In the moment, I was so upset that I didn't swing. The first thing when he got in the locker room in the clubhouse, he picked up his phone and he had a text. And the text said, you should have challenged that." You know who the text was from?
Who?
His mom.
Oh, my gosh. I love that.
He's still young enough. His second year, what, 22 years old? Second year in the league. Cole Young explained to his mom and to Ryan Divish of the Seattle Times, quote, "In the moment, it was like expletive. Why didn't I take that pitch right down the middle? It looked like it was a strike, and I just was pissed off that I could have put the ball in play there. Obviously, looking back, I should have challenged it. I looked back at the video and was like, damn, it was outside," Young said, "so I should have challenged it." Young told the reporters that he was having a hard time picking up the ball out of the hand of Marlins closer Pete Fairbanks. Fairbanks is former Tampa Bay Ray. He's known for that. He keeps the ball behind his wrist and it comes out late, and it's tough to pick up at times.
That's a skill.
It is. It's part of the deception of a pitcher. So Young thought the 98-mile-an-hour fastball was, in fact, over the heart of the plate, and he was so disgusted with himself, he didn't even think of challenging it. I get it, though. I'm going to preemptively say this before I even read the text line. In that situation, because you have challenges left and there's nothing else to lose, just challenge anyway. If you're getting rung up, just tap your helmet. That's just a reflexive, and he'll learn from that. But it was not, according to Cole Young, because the Mariners had a team meeting and said nobody challenge anything after Randy Arozarina's gaffe on Friday night.
Yeah, that kind of ruined it.
So there was a theory out there that maybe that was part of the reason. Young last night went 0 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout in that Mariners 8-4 loss that pushed them back to 500 and out of first place in the American League West. By the way, the Mariners, the esteemed, our friend of mine, Larry Stone, the retired Seattle Times columnist, pointed out this last night online. The Mariners, with runners in scoring position in that 3-game series when they lost all 3 games, 2 for 25.
That is a rough stat.
2 for 25. 2 for 25 is when players start getting it in their heads that they're 2 for 25. That the pressure of, can we finally come through now with a runner in scoring? You know what would help for them coming through with the runner in scoring position, Jessamine? Not trying to hit a you-know-what home run every single time there's a runner on base.
And we've talked about this. Cal Raleigh talked about it the other week.
Yes.
And we played his audio of that.
And they do it all of the time. Everyone does it. The only ones who haven't done it habitually and have actually come through, Cole Young and Cole Emerson. They will hit the ball the opposite field. And remember, I've talked about why I think Cole Young is the MVP of the team is because he actually does hit the ball where it's pitched. And he doesn't mind taking a 2-strike fastball in the outside corner to left field as a left-handed hitter. Josh Naylor does it occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
He'll just tomahawk a high fastball into center field to get a single on a 2-strike pitch. The rest of the lineup, J.P. Crawford swings like he should have a chiropractor right behind him. He swings so hard. Randy Arozarina, like his neck is going to break. They've been so groomed for so many years by this sport about exit velocities and launch angles. That's all they care about with men on base, when all you need is to put the ball in play. A runner at third and 1 out, your job is to put the ball and put your bat on the ball. Just put it in play. chances are, unless the infield's in, if you hit it to the right side especially, you're going to score a run. If you hit it in the air to the outfield, you're going to score a run. Just hit the ball. Don't try to kill it, and don't try to hit a home run because you're going to be prone to striking out. The one thing a pitcher and a defense want with a runner at third and less than 2 outs is a strikeout. To not have the ball in play and still get an out. Because then if the ball's not in play, there's no chance that runner's going to score.
Mm-hmm.
And how many times do we see with runners in scoring position them trying to hit the ball so hard that they strike out, which is the one thing a pitcher wants when there's men in scoring position, a strikeout. So there's no chance of runners advancing. That's the problem with that.
I mean, we've kind of been saying it, too. We've gone through the stats of them not winning without a home run over and over and over again. But where is that coaching coming from?
Yeah, well, and I would submit that coaches can say what they want, but when the guy's in the batter's box, it's up to them. They have to make the choice.
Yeah, that's
when the
true.
pitch is coming down the pike, it's their mind that's going to decide how I'm going to swing at this, whether I'm going to swing at it. Anyway, who needs to be the kick in the ass guy in the Mariners clubhouse? We mentioned that at the top of the show. 49451. We'll read back your text next and include who you think the one Seahawk that has been reported by Front Office Sports to be involved in the lead bid of buying the team. We have an idea who we think it is. We'll discuss that next on 93.3 KJR FM. right, welcome back. Happy Friday. Jessamyn's got us in the funk portion of the Greg Bell Show with Jessamyn McIntyre.
Well, we are getting funky, aren't we?
We are on 93.3 KJR FM at 11:30. Remember, we've got the World Cup iHeart National Broadcast pre-match show before the World Cup quarterfinal at noon, high noon in Inglewood between Spain and Belgium. Looks like that's going to be the winners. That's going to play France. Then tomorrow, doubleheader on 93.3 KJR FM at 2 o'clock from Miami. Really good one there. England and Norway. Erling Haaland against Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham. And yeah, that's going to be great. We talked to Greg Cote of the Miami Herald about that earlier this week.
He was fabulous, by the way.
He was.
Go listen to him on the podcast.
Hey, go to the 93.3 KJR on the iHeartRadio app or 93.3KJR.com. And hear Greg Cote from the Miami Herald talking about that match and other things in South Florida. And then tomorrow at 6 o'clock our time, Argentina and Lionel Messi, who just cannot be defeated, no matter what their odds are in any of these matches. They play Switzerland. Those two winners of tomorrow's matches will play in the other semifinal. The final is July 19th in the Meadowlands outside New York City, where there is a grass field.
Very, very far outside New York City.
In the swamps.
It's in New Jersey.
Yeah. Swampland in New Jersey. I mean, it's just ridiculous that they're having it there. Did you see where the FIFA is selling patches of that grass field at the Meadowlands? Of course they are. They're monetizing it for $450 up to $3,500 a piece per patch. Come on. Instead of selling it and profiteering it, almost racketeering at that point. Why don't you just keep it and let the Jets and Giants play on it? Imagine that.
Imagine.
Let Army Navy play on it the second Saturday in December. Instead, they're going to be back on turf.
Yeah.
Mark Davis talked to the LA Times about this yesterday. Mark Davis is not exactly known as a progressive NFL owner.
No,
I covered his father, Al Davis, and we thought Mark Davis was not exactly fit to run an NFL franchise, but here he is. He stewarded the Oakland Raiders to Las Vegas. The one thing he did, though, was he insisted on a grass field. And even though Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas is indoors, they have a grass field that they roll in and roll back out.
Yeah, Arizona does that too.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Arizona does the same thing for Cardinals games. Those are grass fields. So don't tell me you can't run a grass field up here in Seattle because it rains too much.
That's actually pretty good for grass.
And okay, it would get muddy and they'd have to replace the grass. Yeah, they would. And that would cost money. And that's why NFL billionaires stay billionaires, because they don't want to spend their money on things like that. Optional. But to Mark Davis's credit, he was telling the LA Times it was the right thing to do for his players. He said it was a player safety issue, and his players wanted to play on grass. So he said, okay, we're going to roll in grass and roll it out. That's what we have to do. Now, interestingly, that stadium, when it is also home to UNLV in college games, bowl games, used to be the Pac-12 title game, they play turf for the colleges. They don't roll the grass field the Raiders play on in and out because Mark Davis doesn't want to pay for that.
Oh, yeah, that's tough. Yeah.
So the college kids, who are pros anyway, they got to play on the harder stuff.
They are pros now.
Again, I reiterate, the last three words I had in my mind as I walked out of Lumen Field on Monday night after that U.S.-Belgium match, I looked down on the pitch and said, keep the grass.
Yeah.
They won't. Lumen Field's already, the people that run Lumen Field have already said that the Rain and the Sounders are going to play one match each. The Sounders next week on July 16th against the Portland Timbers. And then they're bringing back into the turf. They're going to just deconstruct. The grass is on a platform above the turf field, and they're going to deconstruct the platform, and here comes the turf. It's still there. It's underneath.
Do you ever get those little pellets in your shoes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me too.
All the time.
It's really ruined a couple washing machines for me. So
oh, yeah. You marching up and down sidelines. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
The text line, 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line. Jessamyn's very disappointed that nobody's on the TalkBack app.
No, but we also technically usually promote this at 11:30.
Correct. We're 30 minutes early because of World Cup soccer. I posited to begin the show, do the Mariners need a kick in the ass? And there's an overwhelming, complete, not even nobody saying no. 100% of you say yes among hundreds of texts. And then who? okay, if we all agree they need a kick in the ass inside the clubhouse, I'm talking player to player, who could it be? We have a couple people. Well, 425 says the Mariners absolutely need a kick in the ass. Dan is not the man, meaning Dan Wilson.
I think we need a little more funk for this segment. Hold on.
I don't care if the players really like him. Oh, there's Chris Kidd's old music. Thank you for that.
Chris bequeathed it to me.
Yes, he did. I'm not saying you can't play
He didn't
it.
die, guys.
No, he didn't. But I miss Chris, and this reminds me of him. I don't care if the players really like Dan Wilson. Did everyone like Lou? I would say no, but I bet they sure respected him. Yes, they need a kick in the ass, 425 says. 425 says they need to trade for a respected player who has that fire.
Yes, but can you bring that fire into a clubhouse you are not a part of? That's what I wonder when it comes to a midseason thing. I mean, to be honest, Josh Naylor did it, but he did it more through the media than I saw him do in the clubhouse.
425 says poor roster construction. They don't have a player to hold other players accountable. You can't have a roster full of chill dudes. Interesting.
But we do.
They do. Jeff, frequent listener and texter. Thanks, Jeff. 360. They don't have a player on the roster right now that's going to light a fire. They also don't have the coaching staff to do it either. They need to bring in someone like Buck Showalter, Alex Cora. We've talked about why those guys aren't managing the Mariners. Joe Madden. They would all tell Jerry DePoto where to shove his iPad. A player.
Yeah, this is a front office-driven management system. We are aware of that.
A player Jeff says they could bring in would be Wilson Contreras, who just got suspended with the Red Sox. I hate to say it, but George Springer. Oh, no, Jeff. Let's not bring in George Springer. We don't need trash cans here in Seattle.
No.
I don't think that would be a good idea.
This is a resounding no from me. Yeah.
206, the M's will be praying that Castillo can have a good outing against the Rays. Then they can point to that as a selling point. Yes, I think every start Castillo makes is a showcase. That would be the best case. We also asked who the Front Office Sports, if you missed us talking about it last segment, Front Office Sports has reported that there are two groups of the three known bidding groups. Two of them have emerged as leaders to buy the Seahawks. The Wick Grosbeck, Adita Matal group, the Boston Celtics investors, and the minority investor from Sun Microsystems in the San Francisco 49ers. So far, the process continues. In that report, Front Office Sports also states that at least one ex-Seahawk is involved in one of those two lead bids. They didn't say which player, and Front Office Sports did not report which of the two groups involved in. You can make a summation, or at least a surmise, that it might be the Sun Microsystems co-founder group, because there's only one lead investor known there rather than the two Boston Celtics owners. But that's just supposition on my part. So I asked you, who do you think, and immediately, who do you think the ex-Seahawk is that is in the league, one of those two league groups? And when I read this yesterday, one immediately came to my mind. Russell Wilson.
Duh!
He has
He just retired, and he's got a bomb contract when it comes to CBS Sports. So
and he signed, of course, the $250 million deal with the Denver Broncos when he left the Seahawks.
Yeah.
And I can I see it on the text line. Hell no, Russell Wilson. But hear me out here. One, Russell Wilson has always wanted to be like Tom Brady about everything. Everything, from playing to work ethic to his own brand of clothing to his, what they call it, miracle bubbles or recovery water. All of that.
Gosh, what was that? Nano bubbles.
Yeah.
Nano.
All of that.
Yes.
That was Russell Wilson's.
The eat the ball.
Oh, eat the ball.
The bread
was a whole nother thing. Yeah,
that wasn't even good bread.
They sold that at Safeway for a while. They brought that into the media room one time.
Yeah, we had it there. It was not good.
No, it was.
No, but he's, I feel like he's always been an entrepreneur.
He has. And he wants to be like Tom Brady. Of course, Tom Brady's a minority investor in the Las Vegas Raiders. My mistake. He used to cover the Oakland Raiders. And this would be another extension of trying to have a legacy and an influence like Tom Brady. When he played in here, Russell Wilson always talked about Tom Brady and wanting a legacy like Tom Brady. This would be a very Tom Brady-esque move on Russell Wilson's part. And now that he, as Jessamine alludes to, is now not playing football, retired and in the CBS analyst chair, I think that's immediately who came to my mind. The second person who came to my mind from an entrepreneurial bent and the fact that he has maintained ties here and the fact he's already a minority owner, as is Russell Wilson, a minority owner in the Sounders, Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner recently became a minority investor in the Storm.
The Storm, yeah, that came to my mind as well.
He is very much, he actually spends a lot of his off-the-field time teaching entrepreneurial skills to younger, some from disadvantaged communities, but from younger people off. He's gone to, now that he's plays for the Washington Commanders, he's spent time at Howard University, the historically black college university in Washington, D.C., talking entrepreneurship to students there. This would be very much on brand and still local for Bobby Wagner, who still has local ties here and comes back here often and has business ties here and a lot. And I have a feeling I know where the text line stands on those two. Which one would be yay and which one would be nay to be an investor in
It's
the
not hard to decipher, yes. But I do, Bobby's just been more quiet about it, where Russell has been more out loud.
Yes, that's absolutely true.
Yeah. I mean, we have to dig up those stories. I'm sorry, Greg, you have to dig up those stories in your journalistic integrity way.
Dig up the stories of what?
What Bobby Wagner does, you know, that's not just out loud. It's more behind the scenes.
It is, and
you're a journalist, and you have to.
Well,
find that
you're
out.
challenging me, Jessamine. I will tell you that I've already done this. If you go to thenewstribune.com and you go Bobby Wagner, Walter Payton Man of the Year, I wrote many of the things, and then many other stories as well, from tiny houses that he and KJ Wright have invested in here to help homelessness in Seattle, to food banks. There was one day. I wrote this at thenewstribune.com. You can look it up and Google it or whatever the kids do. He, on Thanksgiving time, about 6 years ago, right before the pandemic, he was in West Seattle. I don't know why he was in West Seattle. He didn't live there, but that's where he was. On a Tuesday before Thanksgiving, Bobby Wagner walked into a West Seattle Safeway, and he picked up the microphone that goes across the PA of the entire, you may know this story already.
Yes, Greg, I do read your material. Okay.
Thanks. And Bobby Wagner picked up the microphone the manager has to make announcements like, chicken, come to the deli. And he said, everyone in the store, buy whatever you want. Thanksgiving's on me.
I'd love that story so much.
You remember that?
Of course I do.
And he bought
it was amazing.
He said he bought everything that everybody had in their carts in the moment.
Yes.
Who was in the store.
Yes.
And he said that the Safeway was near West Seattle High School. And it was Thanksgiving week. So they were just out of school or maybe they were out of school for the day or were off. But
yeah, usually on those Wednesdays, they get early dismissal.
There were kids that were in the high school kids that were in there started throwing gift cards like Best Buy, Amazon. Oh, and Bobby comes over and goes, no, man, that's not the intent here.
This is just food, man.
I'm trying to buy families Thanksgiving dinners. Don't be throwing Home Depot and Apple and all these gift cards into your bag. No, that's not what I'm trying to do for you.
That is a very high schooler move, though, and I respect the hustle. But no, that was not Bobby's intention. So going back to the point where I talked about the way that you approach journalism is that Bobby doesn't put it on his Instagram.
Correct.
And then the world knows. You actually have to find out about these stories. And I think Bobby has gone about it in a very respectful, quiet way.
And the text line rightly points out, and these are good points, 2 or 3 people are already saying it, to 253. I'm assuming Bobby can't be an owner of the Seahawks while still playing for the Commanders, ? Correct. He is currently a free agent. He has not signed with anybody. He turned 36 years old 2 weeks ago, the end of June. So it's not, I don't know my favorite term, it's not a fait accompli that he's going to play this year.
It is not. And this is just pure speculation.
It is. And what I told earlier that I don't like to do as a journalist, we're doing right now. But yes, he would not be an active NFL player and a part owner of an NFL team. That is true. if he was that investor, he was making the decision he was no longer playing anymore, and he would in fact have to officially put in his retirement paper to the NFL, as I understand it. You can't just be kind of out there as a free agent. You'd have to be officially retired.
You have to officially retire.
Yeah.
That is correct.
So, yes, good point. That's what yes. Are there any others
We do have some Mariner texts.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So Dan Wilson is a coach, not a manager, and there's a huge difference. I would agree with that text. However, he was thrust into a manager role from the broadcast booth, and I would say that he deserves a little bit of grace for working his way through the managerial experience, which is very different from others who have been lifelong managers.
Does he deserve grace or criticism? I mean, maybe he doesn't deserve criticism, but
I think he can
get grace, but the people who hired him probably deserve criticism, or at least a skeptical eye as to why you hired him. Of course, we have talked about this. The reason Dan Wilson is the manager is the same reason Scott Service was the manager. They agreed to do everything Jerry DiPoto told him to do, and down to handedness and platooning guys and six-man rotation, and don't let a reliever pitch more than one inning and start a new inning, and all of it. There are a lot of managers who would have said, no, thank you. Joe Madden, Alex Cora.
100%. Yeah. Yeah. I think he's done a great job with vibes in the clubhouse, which can actually be a very significant portion of baseball in as long as a season as it is. But that texter might have a point where maybe you need an ass kicker as a manager.
Yeah, it sure worked for the Mariners and Lou Piniella in their heyday. Of course, didn't get him a World Series. Still haven't had in 50 years. 253 says Marshawn is the dark horse potential owner. He has maintained his presence in Seattle coming back, but he does still live in Oakland, his roots, and that's where he stays the most. So, but no, that would be a popular pick, would it not?
I mean, yeah. But he hasn't made the investments that others have.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, we would love it.
Coming up next, World Cup Soccer quarterfinals. Jackson Felds, Danny Jackson are going to have the National iHeart Radio pregame show right here on our air on 93.3 KJR FM. And then at 12 o'clock, Spain, right at 12. They don't mess around. FIFA says 12. They start at 12. The kickoff of the quarterfinal between Spain and Belgium from Inglewood, California. And then tomorrow, a doubleheader of World Cup action. England and Norway at 2. Argentina and Switzerland at 6. They're off Sunday. And then next week is the semifinals and finals of the World Cup. You'll hear it all right here. Have a great weekend. 93.3 KJR FM.
From the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Sports headlines at a little bit of an odd time, 2:23. We'll call it our 2 o'clock headlines here on 93.3 KJR FM. Mariners in Tampa tonight after Seattle got unceremoniously swept in Tampa. That was a fun series. Julio Rodriguez eligible to come off the IL with his concussion, but the team likely will sit him until after the All-Star break. The sale of the Seahawks reportedly down to 2 groups, the one led by Celtics minority owner Aditya Mittal and former Celtics majority owner Wyc Grousbeck, and the other led by 49ers minority owner Vinod Khosla. Storm lose last night in Atlanta, 89-78. Kawhi Leonard's trade to the Raptors on hold pending the outcome of the NBA's investigation into whether the Clippers circumvented salary cap rules. And Hannes Steinbach had 15 points and 11 boards in his first NBA Summer League game with the Hornets last night. Hey, you got some extra softy and dick without the soft on today. How about that? Let's go.
And now, 2 goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All right, boys. Hugh Millen, Anders Hurst. We got all our bases covered today. Here's what we got. This is not a Friday that we're just going to mail it in. We are going to cover all our bases today. We're going to start with soccer, which is natural since we just came off a soccer broadcast. We're going to then weave seamlessly into the absolute crap fest that is the Seattle Mariners. Weave that in the 3 o'clock and early stages of the fourth.
Do we have to?
That'll be fun. Then in the 5 o'clock hour, we'll talk some football because we haven't done that very much this week, if at all, with Hugh Breedlove Millen. And then Francis Williams is going to join us at 5:30 and talk about some hoops because he's down at the NBA Summer League. So we got all our bases covered. Hugh, how are you, my friend?
I'm well, guys. How are you?
Did you get paid extra for coming on at 2:25 today? Because I was a little upset that there was
I'm kind of the fill-in guy.
Okay,
when
gotcha.
you jokers in the afternoon need to have your time, then it seems like I get one of the first calls. So here I am. Good to be with you.
I love it. Jackson just walked in about 5 minutes ago, and he what's the guy's name? Senna Yamans? Is that the?
Oh yeah, Senna Lamens.
Lamens. Yeah. He was like, you should be cursing that guy's name, man. It's
true.
Make a freaking save, and that goes to extra time. But we had a good game. It was a good game. Spain and Belgium. Belgium, I think, played the type of game that we thought they were going to play. Let's bunker down. Let's be defensive like we are. Let's be tough. Let's be veteran and try to get it to extra time. Try to get it to penalty kicks. So I'm going to throw this out there first to you, gentlemen. Does Belgium kind of hanging in there and not giving up the game-winning goal until minutes before the final gun, before extra time? Hugh, does it make it seem any less painful at all that we lost to Belgium?
Well, I think Spain. Look, I don't have any expertise in soccer, far from it. But it seemed like Spain was dominating. They had 9-2 shots on goal in the first half. I don't know what it was for the second half, but it looked to me, Anders, like Spain was just the superior team. So I think that I don't think the Spain eye test over Belgium was as dramatic as the Belgium eye test over the United States. But no, I don't. It doesn't comfort me thinking that the United States is any closer to the elites in the world. In fact, if anything, it probably nudges it away from that.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. Spain, the way they play, even though they just win by 1 goal and they're kind of notorious for doing that, they dominate every single game that they play in and just kind of pass you to death, so to speak. So eventually it was going to end up being the winner. I think if the U.S. was in this game, they still would have lost almost every single time. So it is one of those situations. I don't feel like that much better because Belgium took maybe one of the favorites to the brink, so to speak. But it still hurts the more than nature that it happened, the loss to Belgium, less than the fact that the U.S. is out at this point.
I saw like the completed passes at one point. It was like 580 to 240.
Exactly.
It was just it was well more than doubled in that one, and it was just. It looked like Spain was kind of, if I translated into football, Spain was like the football team that just controlled the ball, marched down the field every single possession, and then got inside the 20 and was just like, yeah, we got nothing.
Couple field goals maybe here and there. You know?
Exactly. We got nothing. We can't do anything with this Belgian defense. But okay, so preview a little Spain France for us, Anders.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a tactical matchup for the ages because France are so high powered in their attack. They're the 2019 Chiefs, if you're going to go with a football analysis, where they just have so many weapons. Probably the player that's playing the best at this World Cup, and Kylian Mbappe as well. They could score on a moment's notice, but the way Spain plays, they will, again, like I said, Spain dominate every game in terms of possession, so France will have just less volume of opportunities in general. So they will nullify that France team, I feel like, as well as any other team available. In my opinion, France is the overwhelming favorite to win the tournament at this point in time. This Spain team is the kind of the best chance for them to lose at this point. So if you're rooting against France, you're really rooting for Spain to get it done here, because I don't think any other teams that are left can beat France at this point.
Hugh, you still going to be in it, man? You still going to be watching this?
Yeah, I think I'll watch it because I'm coming on KJR next week. And
There you go.
I know one of you yokels are going to ask me about it, but I do think it's interesting, guys, that for those who really don't know soccer, we were told coming into the tournament, okay, Mbappe, whoever he is, who's he play for? France? Okay, he's one of the best. Messi, okay, we know he's Argentina. He's one of the best. You got this Holland guy for Norway. He's one of the best. This is all what we were told before. Harry Kane, rock you like a Harry Kane.
They're all there, man.
Right, and then this Yamal from Spain. I mean, he looks like a Mozart out there. All the guys that we were told are the best. Now you look up 2-3 weeks into the tournament and you say who's in contention for what, the Golden Boot, the Golden Foot Award, whatever, the
Golden
most
Boot, yeah.
all the guys that we're told are the best are the ones that are leading the World Cup series in scoring. So I think, if anything, obviously the fact that we're the host nation and these games are going to be played on U.S. soil is going to bring some viewers. But I think that to the extent that star power is important, certainly the NBA for decades built their branding about star power and what have you. The star power is coming through in this tournament in ways you couldn't have even imagined. I mean, it's like every single one of them is not only still alive, but thriving and in contention to win that Golden Boot. So I don't know. I would think, Anders, that would be a good thing for Fox and the ratings over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that's been one of the pleasant surprises. Not that stars are all performing at this tournament, but that there's really not been a superstar that isn't at this point. I think all of the best players, like you said, are performing at this level. I think you obviously have Spain, France on one side. Those are two of the best teams in the world. Something could happen with Switzerland or Norway, but it seems like we are going to get Argentina, England, which if you were to ask me the four best teams in the world going into the tournament, I would have said those four teams. Argentina, England, Spain, and France.
Is that usual, both with the superstar power that advances to the Final Four, but also just the four best teams advance to the Final Four?
At least one or two kind of similar to like NCAA tournament. There's usually at least one or two like somewhat Cinderellas at this point in the tournament. And if Norway were to advance, they would be that, right? Or Switzerland as well.
What's Norway ranked?
They're in the teens. Similar. I think they're similar to what the U.S. is. I'll double check that.
Okay. Yeah.
But getting back to Dick's question at the onset of the segment, guys, I'm just kind of making inferences by looking at these statistics, just because they kind of make common sense. The total shot attempts today, Spain 14, Belgium 5. So they almost triple that. I would think that's important. That's something like in football, either yards or time of possession, right?
Yeah.
Shots on goal, which is distinguished from total shot attempts, but shots on goals, Spain tripled Belgium 6-2. Saves required, Spain only had one save required, Belgium had 4. Corner kicks, again, speaking to the attack and something, right, 6-2 in favor of Spain. You go back, actually, shots on goal from Belgium over the U.S. 7-2. 15-7. Belgium over U.S. 15-7 in total shots attempts, and corner kicks 5-3. I mean, if anything, there are some of these stats that I would assume are important where Spain dominated Belgium even more than Belgium dominated the United States.
Yes.
If we're just going, if we're just only focused on those particular stats.
Yeah, I think you're right to kind of point that out, Hugh, because just my general consensus, even before the U.S.-Belgium game, is the U.S. and Belgium were really kind of give or take in terms of which team was better. And again, that's one of the reasons why it was so disappointing to see the U.S. just crap the bed in that big moment, because I don't believe they're that much worse of a team than Belgium is. They just made some awful individual mistakes, and it didn't seem like they were ready for the moment, and Belgium was. But Spain is just another level above both of those teams. So I think you're completely right in saying that, it's like once you get to the quarterfinals, that's like a step up, you know what I mean? And obviously that's the case farther along you go in the tournament, but it's significantly so from the round of 16.
Well, guys, one of the biggest stories, at least on the American side of this whole thing, is Christian Pulisic. And Anders, we haven't talked to you about your take on the whole thing. Carly Lloyd has come out and firmly refused to apologize to Christian Pulisic following the U.S. elimination from the World Cup. She says, I don't owe anyone an apology. She was kind of critical for his post-match interview, maybe more so than she was even critical of him coming out of the game. What do you think about the publicization of his injury? I've seen it reported as something as significant as he fractured his leg. That's what it said in the Seattle Times today. Yeah. Fractured leg. Well, wait a second. Okay, he had a micro fracture and a bone bruise, and it almost seems like this is being trumpeted to be more than it is by the Pulisic camp.
I totally agree with you. And I think it kind of goes to show you, I heard you guys played some clips about different analysts that were kind of jumping on the same bandwagon that Carly Lloyd was, whether that was Taylor Twellman, Landon Donovan as well, speaking to the kind of the similar tune that they expected more from Christian Pulisic. And Taylor Twellman, who actually is close with Christian Pulisic, went as far as to say he doesn't want to be the guy. And you could tell that even though that's what his team, that's what his nation expects of him, he didn't want that. And he shrunk in the big moment, asked to be sub off in a knockout game. I mean, you should have to be dragged off the field. You saw that with Kevin De Bruyne today with Belgium. He's like 34 years old at the very tail end of his career. And he has been carrying an injury almost all tournament and still refused to come off and wanted to play until the end of the game. And that's what you expect from your big-time players, which the U.S., I don't think, really had anyone to lean on in that situation. And that kind of goes back into the whole conversation about the superstars, where I think everyone wants Christian Pulisic to be that guy for the U.S., A, I don't think he wants it, and B, he never has risen to that level. And you could tell how important it is by who's left in the tournament, right? It's the teams that have the best players in the world, obviously, but it's not just having a good sum of the parts, it's having the superstars that kind of carry you over the finish line when you're not playing well.
Hugh, and it kind of perpetuates the narrative, really, of the soft soccer player. And it's unfortunate.
At least the American player.
At least the American softs. It perpetuates that stereotype, doesn't it?
Well, a couple thoughts. First of all, when you say fracture, and I don't want to get over my skis. Obviously, I never went to medical school or what have you, but I've been in an MRI tube more times than I care to have been, right? And it's my understanding, any of you MDs out there, orthopedic surgeons, what have you, you can interject. But if you take X-rays of athletes and probably even people in the population, there's a point you say, oh, you got a little fracture there. You know, like you've got little, a strain. You can look and say, oh, that's barely a fracture.
Like a hairline.
So fracture is not binary. It's not like you either have a broken leg or you're totally healthy. There's 256 shades of gray. And I mean that more literal because X-rays are gray, right? And MRIs. But so you have that point. I mean, I started a year for the Patriots where I had broke the on my index finger of my right hand, and I'm right-handed. Does that sound like an important bone?
Yeah, I think that's
right on my knuckle, right on the knuckle. it hurt like hell when somebody'd shake my hand, and I would just like, I got to the point where I would just shake people's with the left hand. But I'm not trying to sound like a tough guy. For whatever reason, it did not hurt when I grabbed a football or throw a football. It hurt when I squeezed, and there was a fracture in there. And so I played the whole season with a broken bone in my throwing hand, but obviously it wasn't like somebody dropped an axe on it or something.
Right.
It was, it was again one of those 256 shades of gray. It was hurt enough when somebody shook my hand, didn't hurt when I throw, so I played. So I think that there's a lot of this. I think you're probably right that the Pulisic camp is trying to get it out. Oh, he had a broken leg. Jack Youngblood. Just Google, do some history. Football players have played endless games with quote unquote a broken leg. So I do think that's happening. But to the other point of, I've watched more soccer this year than in this World Cup than I ever have in my life. And Anders,
me too.
Look, I'm not trying to be abrasive here or whatever. Let's have an adult conversation. There is something about this soccer, the culture of soccer that shocks me. The amount of writhing on the field that I see, it's like, are you effing kidding me? And that's very subjective, but if we could somehow try and attach some objectivity, let's say a ride. Now you say writhing sounds like a verb, but it can be a noun. Let's have a stat. Let's tally the rise of the noun. Okay.
Right.
And that means if you roll at least 3 times from side to side on the ground, or you slam your fist on the ground 3 times in pain, and while accompanied with an anguish on your face where your mouth is wide and open enough to bob for an apple.
That's a ride.
Okay. So
That's
if you hit those attributes, we will count that as a ride. You're going to see 100 rides in one weekend of World Cup soccer, where you might see 1 in 3 months in the NFL. And baseball, these guys are getting, plucked in the lungs for 100 miles an hour. I don't see a lot of writhing in other sports.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I feel in the NFL, if you were doing this stuff, that like your teammates would they turn around and they beat the hell out of you for being a wuss. So I feel like the toughness, the manifestation, the projection of toughness in soccer is like appalling to me. And I wonder if it carries over to Pulisic. Feeling like, maybe I'm just going to tap out. Maybe there's a connection, maybe there isn't. But I got to tell you, I'm kind of flabbergasted at the culture of soccer and how they accept that, and how the entire culture, like cowboy the F up.
Yeah. Well,
is what you would get from other sports, and stop this acting like a freaking baby, like you're giving birth.
I've got
on the field, and then 20 seconds later, you're sprinting down the field like nothing happened. Like, give me a break with this stuff, please.
Well, I got an anecdote to add to that, and we're gonna let Anders respond to that coming up right after this on 93.3 KJR FM.
MMA, or professional boxing. It's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
So last segment, Hugh gave a little monologue on the toughness or lack thereof of soccer players, and it reminded me of a conversation that I didn't have to remember back very far.
Was it NBA related?
No, it would literally happen like 2 hours ago.
Oh.
So I'm in my kitchen watching the game. My 14-year-old daughter comes in. She's about to be a freshman in high school. And I don't talk soccer with her ever. So, I mean, this is not something that has been planted into her head by me or certainly by my wife, because my wife played soccer when she was in high school. And I said, hey, you've been watching much of this? And she's like, not really. I go, well, did you watch the U.S.-Belgium game? She's like, yeah, just a few minutes. Just a few minutes of it. I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, oh, why haven't you watched more? A lot of people are watching. She goes, I don't get soccer. And I was like, what do you mean by you don't get soccer? She said, they're so weak. And I was like, what do you mean by weak? I was just trying to find out what she meant by this. Yeah. And she goes, they're always rolling around pretending they're hurt. And I said, well, do you know people? Do you have friends that play soccer? She's like, I have lots of friends that play soccer. And they're always complaining about being hurt.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, maybe it is a culture thing. So, Anders, I'll let you're the soccer guy. You're the soccer player, the former college soccer player. Explain the criticism and how warranted it is.
Yeah, I think, a lot of would say like, oh, I'm going to come in and defend soccer as to, kind of shoot back and defend it. I'm not even going to defend it very much. I'm going to more explain it. And I think the biggest reason, it's pretty simple, is the element of physical toughness isn't as valued in the game of soccer as it is in other sports. And whether that's, and I want to separate physical toughness from mental toughness, because those are completely different things. Obviously, as we've seen, there are players that, play through injuries, kind of step up in the big moment. They're running for days. It's a different type of physical activity than in other sports. But yeah, I mean, there isn't this need to have this macho, I can, play through contact or anything like that. It's all about trying to, obviously get the call. The element and the nature of refereeing in soccer is different than every other sport, because
let me stop you there for a second, because if they don't get the call, the whistle's supposed to blow right away.
Right.
If they don't get the call, then how is it helping your team if you're rolling around for 15 seconds while the play isn't?
There's a ripple effect, right? So the referee might see that as, okay, he got tackled pretty hard. At least he's trying to show that he got tackled really hard. I'm going to watch the player that tackled him really hard more closely now, because I might have missed that, right? And if I see that he's doing things a little bit over the edge, like this player is trying to show me, then I'm going to yellow card him a little bit. It's about trying to get any sort of edge as you possibly can, right? And like I said, the nature of refereeing in soccer is different than every other sport because it's so subjective, right? NFL has very defined written laws, right? It's like it's either a catch or it's not a catch. The tuck rule and all that stuff. We can get into that later, but it's a pass interference or it's not pass interference. For different games in soccer, they've tried to objectify it a lot more recently, but that's, I think, what's made it actually worse when you try and video review everything and re-referee decisions. I think having it where in some referees' decisions that would be a foul and some that wouldn't. Some like it more rough. Some call it tighter game. It's just the way it goes, right? So I think that's the best explanation for it. It's just a game that doesn't value physical toughness as much as other sports.
Well, would you say it is an objective for Don Garber, the commissioner of the MLS, who's been on the job for 27 years, mind you? Would you say it's an objective for him to get more eyeballs in the United States?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty high up objective for him. Yes.
Now, I'm not saying it would be. I'm not trying to project it as the most important factor.
Sure.
But could it be a factor in terms of if the culture could kind of steer away from that maybe you'd get more eyeballs on it? Could that affect the popularity of the sport?
Yeah.
The constant writhing. Do you think that could help get American eyeballs? to kind of rid that from the culture.
See, I because then you're getting into like MLS specifically versus other leagues, right? And I'm of the opinion that MLS has actually already done too much to try and be an American sports league instead of a soccer league, right? It's because of they're switching one of the things here, but the schedule itself is completely opposite from the rest of the soccer leagues. It's over the summer. Soccer leagues are in the fall and spring. And the other part is they don't have grass fields across all of MLS like they do in other leagues. Now, I know one of these things won't change. They have playoffs. Other leagues don't have playoffs.
That's definitely not going to change.
It's not going to change. That's a money thing. It's American sports. I understand that. But that goes to show you that they're already trying to be a slightly different kind of league than the rest of the world.
Sure.
And I think leaning into what makes the world's most popular sport popular, and you could argue whether that is not having playoffs or not, but that I think would be the better course of action than trying to Americanize the version of soccer.
Dick, do I have a 60 second?
You got 60
story?
second, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is just kind of underscoring the culture. And I think every football player at some point along the line gets a lesson like this. This wasn't my first lesson, but it's one of the lessons. So at the University of Washington, when I got there, we used to have scrimmages on Saturday that were live on the quarterback. No red jerseys, just totally live. And in this one of these scrimmages, my first year at Washington, I'm going to bark a little bit. It's 3rd and 15-ish. I smoked this deep in route to Lonsdale Hill. Dick, you may remember that
Mo
name.
Hill, baby.
Remember Mo Hill?
Yeah.
And you know, and right when I got smoked when I threw it. I mean, just face to face. That was before any
helmet
rules
to helmet,
against face
right.
to helmet to helmet. I mean, I just got pied. And I'm laying on the ground, and Mo had caught it and gone for about 10 more yards, like 25-yard gain on 3rd and 15 type of thing. I'm laying on my back because I got smoked, and Ray Dorr, the quarterback coach, came running over to me, not walking, not jogging, sprinting over to me. And he bent over with his hands on his knees, bent over me. And right in that moment, as I'm looking up to him, I thought he was going to say, "That's a hell of a job, son. Way to hang in the pocket."
Right.
And he was going to help me get up. That's what I thought he was doing.
Yeah.
He got over there, hovered over me, hands on knee, screamed at me, "Get off the ground!" And he turned and walked away, turned his back to me.
Yep.
And it's like, whoa, that stuff just gets an imprint on you of like this is our expectation, man. You better be freaking tough around here, And I think every football player who's played a bit has had something like that. It's just not, even in high school, you're a sophomore, you want to be a wuss, man. The seniors are going to freaking tape you to the goalpost and they're going to do something, So in any event, I think that's just kind of part of the culture that's different.
Yeah, no question about it. 256 on 93.3 KJR FM. We're going to turn the page to our favorite local baseball team in the 3 o'clock hour and talk about what the hell just happened in Miami, and is it going to continue in Tampa next on 93.3 KJR FM.
us your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Sports headlines at 3 o'clock brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Mariners in Tampa tonight after Seattle got swept in Miami. Julio Rodriguez eligible to come off the IL with his concussion. The team likely, though, will sit him until after the All-Star break. Kawhi Leonard's trade to the Raptors on hold pending the outcome of the NBA's investigation into whether the Clippers circumvented salary cap rules. Shocker at the Scottish Open. How about this? Scottie Scheffler has missed his first cut in 4 years, ending a streak of 78 in a row.
Wow.
That was the longest current streak and fifth longest ever. I guess now's the time to bet Scottie next week at the Open Championship, right? Buy the dip, as our good friend Dave Softy Mahler always says. Rory McIlroy, your co-leader at 9 under with Tom Kim and Jordan Smith. And how about this? We'll have to talk about this a little bit later on. The Seahawks, one of 3 teams to have reportedly inquired about former Lions defensive back Terrion Arnold, who was arrested on 8 felony kidnapping and armed robbery charges 2 weeks ago. All right, rolling into the 3 o'clock hour. Going to talk a little baseball here. Brett Boone's going to join us in the next segment. But boy, oh boy, guys. And it's been tough. It's probably been easier for Anders to watch these games over the last few days as it's been for me and Hugh, since we've been simultaneously stumbling through a radio show.
Yeah.
These games are going on. Have you been doing the post-game shows, Anders?
No, I took
games?
the month off for the World Cup because of my coverage. So
Gotcha.
what a time to take it off, right? Oof, haven't had to break down this bad team at least recently.
Hugh, I just tweeted 5 words last night after, we were during a break of the show that we were doing, and I saw a ground ball. It was thrown to Colt Emerson, who was supposed to be
from
covering
Naylor.
From Naylor, supposed to be covering second base. Emerson thought he had touched second base, threw it to first. Logan Gilbert dropped the ball, so a guy rounded third, came home to score.
Bryce Miller.
Bryce Miller came around to score, or the runner came around to score, and I just tweeted, "This is Little League stuff." And I have felt this way too many times about this baseball team this season. And I need some help from both you guys, because I don't remember feeling this way the last few years. I have felt like, oh my God, we got a hole in the offense. And wow, we've had way too many games where we can't score any runs. But I don't remember ever feeling like this is just a sloppy, little leaguey, just at the very best average looking baseball team. Have you remembered feeling that way over the last few years, or is this something unique to you this year?
I think when you go through losing streaks, I think it'd surprise you more often than you thought.
Okay.
I'm prepared to accept it. I'd probably push back if you wanted to argue that it's a lot more. But I think here you just get swept down in Miami, and you had 3 games back to back where something little league-ish happened. Okay, the first game you go to extra innings, you pinch run, with the ghost runner on second. You get a relatively hard hit ball to shortstop, and you're running with no outs, and you get tagged at third base.
Terrible.
So right. So Weston Wilson is playing like a little leaguer. Then game 2, you're down. It's a 2-2 count, and you get a ball, two baseballs outside the strike zone, and we don't have a method of operation, the mechanics of making sure that we challenge, which would have absolutely taken to a 3-2 count with a man on third, Naylor, and you're down 2 runs. So that's little league-ish. And then the situation that you cited yesterday, that's a 4th inning. You're down 2-1. There's a man on first and second for the Marlins.
Yep.
You get a ground ball to first with 1 out. So you got a double play. You're out of the inning. You're out of the inning. You get a good throw from Naylor. And now, God bless him. He's a young kid, but, he's going to stare at the ceiling like, really with that? So not only does he cheese the throw, he dirts the ball so Miller covering can't scoop it. And so the runner at first is safe. The runner who had been on second, he comes around, and because of the cheese throw, he's able to score from second. And then they review, and Emerson had taken his foot off the bag at second. So at all three bags that you could have gotten out, you got none of them. So that was a very little league-ish play. And, Colt Emerson, I don't know if you can get 2 errors for one damn play, but it seemed like he did. He had a throwing error and he had a foot error.
Yeah, not to mention he's not really hitting that much recently either.
Right.
So I almost want to, I hate to say this because he was so good for a little bit when he started to come up. Is it time to think about sending him back down and kind of get right a little bit? And, this is going to happen with younger players, and it's not like you have a ton of options behind him, moving JP back to short, whatever that looks like, or are you just going to kind of go with the bumps here? But the thing for me is, are the Mariners even going to be in a position to be buyers at this deadline? Because the way they're playing right now does not suggest to me like they are a team that should be in the contenders category, right?
But they are contenders because they're a half game out of first place.
They are, but God, I
see what you're saying,
yeah.
but they will be. Now, the question I think really is, what kind of buyers are they going to be?
Yeah.
Are they going to be the buyers that kind of look like sellers and kind of look like buyers like we have been in the past?
2023 Paul Sewald, and then you get Dom Canzone.
That's
right?
exactly right.
Yeah.
Was it a buy? Was it a sell? Or will they be truly buyers like they were when they got Luis Castillo, like we did when we got Randy Rosarena last year? So those situations. But your point is well taken, Anders, on Colt. I mean, Colt's first month in the bigs, he had an 853 OPS. His second month in the bigs, he had a 694 OPS. And this month, now albeit it's only been 7 games, he's got a 345 OPS. So, I'm not ready to send him down yet, but I think
345 OPS.
345 OPS.
Not slugging, not batting average.
No.
Not
OPS.
slugging.
No, his slugging and his average are exactly the same because he only has singles. So he is 3 for 22. That is a 136 average and a 136 slug you in the month of July.
Well, you got in order, right? What do you got? You got batting average, then on base percentage, then slugging, and then OP. Like they should increase. So the highest of the four should be OPS, and you're talking about an OPS in the threes. Yikes! Yeah, three singles in the last 5 games. So.
Well, and the Mariners are 2 for 25 with the runners on in scoring position this series. I mean, they had at least one of those games should have been a Mariner win, if not 2 of those games should have been a Mariner win. But they could get nothing going.
Yeah,
and you take a look at I did this. This was before yesterday's game, but Julio, Cal, Wu, and Munoz last year. And Randy. So Julio, Cal, Wu, Munoz, and Randy. I mean, arguably the 5 most talented players on your team combined for a 24.5 WAR last season. This year, they are on pace for an 11 WAR. They are on pace to produce less than half of the WAR output in 2026 that they did in 2025. And then another thing that's a big difference from last year, this year, guys, is the comeback wins versus the blown leads. This, you would hope that number would be in the positive. Right. Well, last year it was a plus 10. Last year they had 43 comeback wins and 33 blown leads. So they were a plus 10 in those games that could go either way. This year, they're a minus 7.
Yeah.
Already. So they're on pace for like a minus 13 on the season.
And I'd argue they have a better bullpen this year than they did last year.
Arguably. I mean, they don't have Brash, but yes, they have extra guys that they didn't have last year.
Right.
Oh, it's been so frustrating.
They've had a couple of guys that are not leverage relievers whatsoever that have been put into leverage situations, and they've pitched like guys that are low leverage, not high leverage pitchers.
Well, if another thing I looked at is we got to figure out what this team actually is, because this team, if you take out the 3 weeks of September last year when they went 17-1, now obviously that counts in your record. You went 90-72, largely because you went 17-1. But you've got a lot bigger sample size. In fact, 138 game sample size of every other game in 2025 and 2026 other than those 18 where they went 17-1. Their record in those 138 games, or 238 games, is 120 and 118. They are a 500 baseball team since the beginning of 2025. If you take out that 3-week stretch where they got absolutely mercurially hot. Let's talk to Brett Boone about it next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Coming to you live from our Elliott Avenue studios of Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It's time for our weekly conversation with former Mariners All-Star Brett Boone. Brought to you by Venue Kings. Visit VenueKings.com for all your ticket needs. Now with Booney, here's Softy and Dick.
It's got to be the best open we've got for a guest,
I mean, it goes right into his name. That's perfect.
So good. So good. Anders isn't old enough to remember this was his walk-up song. So good. So, Booney, how you doing, man?
Good. What's happening?
Oh, man. Well, we're actually talking a lot more soccer on the air than we normally do. That's for damn sure. Did you I just saw the new numbers that 50 million watched that game between the U.S. and Belgium. Were you one of them?
You know what? I tuned in the second half. That's a tough watch for me. Soccer. I'm not a soccer guy, you know. I did learn, man, they like to flop out there on the soccer field. They like to go down like they got hit by a cannon, and then 5 seconds they're fine. They're fine. I'll tell you. I grew up on the East Coast, and when I was a kid, I played soccer. You know, that's back when we played basketball. If you played basketball one season, baseball, and then you played football or soccer. Well, I was a soccer. Right. All my buddies played football, and I played soccer, and I loved it. It might have been my favorite sport over baseball at the time, and I kind of got pushed around my buddies at school, my buddies that I hung with, and they're like, "Oh, you're a wuss. You're playing soccer," and they kind of guilted me into playing football. And then I started playing Pee-wee football, and I always thought, man, I wish I would have kept playing soccer. I loved it. That being said, I have a tough time watching it.
I gotcha.
Yeah, well, we were actually talking about that, the kind of culture of soccer. And I distinguish, Booney, for the purposes of this discussion, the difference between flopping, because we see that in basketball. That's trying to simulate that you got hit when you didn't. I'm distinguishing that from the actual laying on the ground and writhing in pain that you alluded to. And I'm curious, from a baseball perspective, how does that get policed? Maybe early on when you're a kid, you know, you take a ball off the tape or the bat. Out, coach, my hands sting, or you know, you get hit in the knee or the elbow with an inside pitch or something like. Just talk about how baseball. Because I don't see that writhing from baseball very often. Obviously, if you take 100-mile-an-hour in the wrist and you break your hand, we've seen some guys that. But as a general rule, there seems to be a toughness culture that baseball is not going to allow you to roll around like a baby. Just maybe talk about that, how that comes into being in the culture in the sport of baseball.
Yeah, it's kind of a thing, you know, rub some dirt on it. Let's go. I don't want to say it didn't hurt that much. You know, it's that type of attitude, I think, that the baseball community has. That being said, we're not even close to as tough as the hockey guys. These hockey guys are at a different level, and they're my favorite athletes, you know, and all the years and activities off the field and events that we attend. I always was drawn to the hockey guys because they just don't give a rip. They go out, you know, they get cut open. They'll sew themselves together on the side of the rink and be playing by the end of the game. And that doesn't even go back in the day where you just get your teeth knocked out. That's all right. I could play the third period. So a level of toughness in hockey, I don't think we can match. But yeah, in baseball, it is. I'll tell you, I used to, and this is before replays. It's a different ball game now because of all the replays. So you can't kind of fake anything. But if I had an 0-2 count and that ball appeared to graze my uniform, I'd sell it. I'd sell it. Yeah. And I'd go down, and even if it didn't hit me, because I'm like, I get out of this 0-2 count, I get to first base and do something because I'm probably not going to get hit. Right. Also, another thing I used to do, my teammates used to look at me because it wasn't my character to really, when I got hurt, to behave like that. But if I get hit by a pitch inside, I'd go down like a ton of bricks and just pretend like it hit me in the worst spot you could get hit. And I'd always be kind of looking up under my helmet rim to see if that pitcher was feeling sorry for me. That was my goal. If I can get him to feel bad that he hit me and he hurt me, I got him set up for the next bat. What did I just do? I just eliminated fastball in. Now I can hang out over that plate. And I know
there
2
you go.
pitches.
You pulled a soccer.
Something soft or something
Yeah, exactly.
way.
How's that any
He's
different?
not coming in. He's not coming in. He's not coming in. So, yeah, I don't know how I know that story was a little long for the question
all
you
right.
asked
Not
me.
at all.
But it's yeah, I just think it's kind of a known thing from when you're in Little League. And it's like when you get hit, yeah, come on, Johnny. It didn't hurt that much. Rub some dirt on it. Let's go.
Yeah.
So I think that's just kind of the culture in baseball as a whole.
Well, Brett, you use the term tough watch to describe the soccer game. I will use the same term to describe what the hell we just watched the last 3 days in Miami from the Seattle Mariners. And in particular, just the attention to detail stuff. And Hugh put it really succinctly in the last hour. I mean, you had 3 bonehead situations in 3 successive games. You've got Weston Wilson running behind a ground ball that's going between second and third, and he gets thrown out at third. You get Cole
in extra innings.
You get Cole Young on the last pitch of the game, not challenging and having 2 challenges. And then yesterday you got Colt Emerson not stepping on second base, so he doesn't turn a double play that would get you out of the inning, and you end up giving up runs. So what's going on here? What's the common denominator for all this slop?
You know what? If I knew, I'd probably call Danny and tell him, hey, I know what's wrong with you. No, that being said, it seems like when you're not going well, things like that happen. Now it's different, for me. It's like, let's take them individually. Let's take the called third strike. We're living in a new era. This is the first year for these challenges. And these guys, these current players, yeah, we're almost halfway. So they've got some experience. They know when to challenge, when not to. But I wonder, unless you can actually, you go and get in the box and you are an actual player, who knows what goes through your mind of years and years of doing it one way. And then, all of a sudden I have a challenge. Oh, yeah, I forgot to challenge. And by the way, you got to challenge it in like 2 seconds. Yep. The pitch to Young, just because I wasn't watching intensely. I was kind of in the room doing one thing, in and out of the room. I saw the pitch. I glanced at it. I said, that's a nasty pitch right there. Because in my generation, before the white box, before the challenges, that was a great pitch, great located pitch. Now you put the box in there, and all of a sudden we get really, we're all experts. We know exactly what a ball is, exactly what a strike is. That being said, the current players, they know what a ball is. They know what a strike is. I don't know if he went into that inning thinking, okay, we've got 2 challenges. I don't know what they're doing because I'm not in the dugout this year. So I don't know what the overall strategy is, when to challenge, when not to. Is it an emotional challenge? Is it not an emotional challenge? But I do think at the midway point of this new system, even though it's new for everybody and probably people are still learning it, going into that inning, hey, guys, as a group, I would think this is what we would do. Get together as an offensive unit, go, hey, it's the 9th. We got 2 challenges. Let's make them count, but just remember we have 2. So everybody's kind of on the same page. If you're, 1 through 5 that inning, we all know. So if there is a close one, you can do that. And I just think it's one of those things. You get caught up in the emotion. You're grinding out the at bat. What it appeared to the naked eye for me, just watching the game, if the box isn't up there, it was a money pitch. It was a bullet strike on the outside corner. Now, after further review, it's not. But I just don't know if you get caught up in the emotions. You're grinding so hard in the at bat, you forget. I don't know what that was. But yes, if you're prepared for that, yeah, that's a challenge situation. The stepping on the base, another thing I never had to deal with. I needed to fake like I stepped on the base because the guys are trying to knock me in a left field. Now they have to slide in. Now that you have to be on the base. Now that you have to physically tag the runner. It's a different world. So when I used to train to turn double plays, I used to train around the bag. And as long as I gave you the illusion and I was very close to the bag, they were out every time with that umpire because I had to get up in the air and get out of the way. Nowadays, it is, like you said, you have to be attached to that base when you have so the double play is different for me. And I grew up in an era where I've never played where I had to physically be anchored to that bag when I made the transition. So that's a unique one to me. Being a modern day player, those are the rules. Things like that can't happen. And it just seems like when things are going bad, things go bad, and things like that happen every day. And as people watching, as people in the media, we're going to be extra critical when, let's be honest, this team is just not living up to the expectations and what we thought they were going to be to start the season.
Brett Boone with this, and Brett, I want to just kind of drill down one more question on that, the mechanisms of the ABS, because you said, okay, Danny should have said, hey, remember now we got 2 challenges left, but
well, not necessarily Danny, the players as a whole. I think that's our job as hitters. Yes,
you think it's the player's job? Okay, what about? Is there something the guy on deck can there be some code? I was kind of extrapolating certain codes we had in football, and I said, just an animal that begins with CH for challenge, cheetah, right. Right. And the players, over the course of the season, that there's a certain trigger word. It's like boom, and you just reflexively just tap your hat, like there's a mechanism in case we forget that this is the backup, because we can't. I mean, hell, there's 2 damn challenges there. You got Naylor on third base. He just worked. If he challenges it, that's clearly a ball. It's a 3-2 count. He got a chance to run into something and tie the game in the 9th inning. So I just feel like, man, there's got to be something more than just what you described. Or am I being unrealistic about it?
Well, I don't think as far as first of all, they give you. I mean, I've seen guys tap their helmet within 3 seconds and they don't honor it because he's got to do it right now. He doesn't want to be able to get any signs from anybody else that might be seeing what maybe he didn't see. Now, as a hitter, you're by far at all times, if you're on second base, it doesn't matter. You're always going to have the best idea of what is a ball and what is a strike. I think you just have to. Because of the new rule, I think that's one more checkpoint you have to go through, and just be mindful. Be mindful where we're at in the game. I always say play to the scoreboard. Play to what score it is. And I think now with these challenges, if going in a tight game in the 9th inning, you got 2 challenges and you're watching, if one of your teammates uses another challenge or not, you got 2. So when push comes to shove and the game's on the line, you've got to be aware of that. Even though it's a new rule, it's a rule that's in there and you've had half a season now to kind of get used to it. So you've got to be more aware. I went back and I re-looked at that pitch as well. Still, I thought it was a great pitch just from the naked eye for me sitting on the couch, but I'm used to, checking that out my whole life. We do it by sight until this new ABS system comes out. But the look on Young's face as he's walking back to the dugout was like, I don't know if that was a strike, but we don't have any challenges left. It's almost like he didn't know he had 2 challenges. Right. That's what I read from the look on his face.
No question about it. And you just can't have that. And he's a young player, as is Colt Emerson, who made the mistake on the bag there. And let's talk a little bit about Colt Emerson, because we were going over his month by month splits, and I mean he's gone from 850s OPS to high 600s OPS. Now he's in the 300s in the month of July. Smallish sample size, just 7 games. But at what point should we be concerned that, okay, Colt made the adjustment to big league pitching really quickly, but now big league pitchers have made the adjustment to that adjustment?
Absolutely, because I went through it. We all go through it, unless you're a freak of nature, unless you're a Mike Trout, you're a Ken Griffey Jr. It seems like those guys just come to the big leagues and never break stride. But the rest of us normal people, we do have to adjust. And I remember early on in my career, I came up and I struggled and I made an adjustment. And now, like you said, they started making the adjustment back to me. Now I've got to counter their adjustment. This kid is 20 years old. I see his setup. I see his makeup. From what I vision on the outside, I don't know Colt at all. He's got 7 home runs as a 20-year-old in the big leagues with limited at bats. Now, yes, he's hitting. I think he's back to 206. And I remember when he came up and everybody was, well, Crawford's got to move to third and this and that. I think this guy's the future. I think he's going to have a great career. To be 20 and playing at the big league level. I was a junior in college.
Right.
So the fact that he's playing at the big league level, I'm always in awe of the guys that can get to the big leagues and handle it at such an early age. But you've got to know, it doesn't matter how talented you are. If you're going to make that switch, and they did make the switch, they inserted him at shortstop. He's probably going to be there for the next 10 years and putting Crawford to third. You have to be pretty much knowing that he's 20. He's going to struggle. And By us making this switch right now, we're saying we're going to live with whatever happens. Now, if it gets to a point where he struggles too much, Crawford could just slide back. Donovan will be back maybe before August. We'll see. It seems like he's been out a long time now. But I think right now they've made that commitment. They're going to stick with it for a while. And I think this kid's talented enough. He's going to figure it out, and he's going to have a rally in the second half. But being 20, doing what he's doing, it's for a guy like me that got there when I was 22, 23, and it was hard enough then. To be 20, I tip my cap because not too many people can do that.
Brett Boone with us, final couple minutes here. And Brett, I'm not going to ask you about Dan Wilson, your team. Everybody loves Dan Wilson, right? So I'm going to ask you more of a hypothetical team that was projected to be, at or near the top of the league, whatever it's American or National League, and then coming into the All-Star game, likely to be maybe a game over or a game under 500. So clearly underachieving by any reasonable standards. At what point, and there's nobody who's understands, third generation baseball guy like Brett Boone, there's nobody better to ask this question. At what point is it reasonable to say, you know what, we should make a change at man? I'm not talking about Dan Wilson. I'm talking about this hypothetical team that the manager, something's got to be shaken up. We got to go in another direction. Is it coming out of is it by trading deadline if things aren't turned around? Like how much of a hot seat should this hypothetical manager be on?
Well, I think now you've got, 3 years ago you could use the excuse of, hey, it's a young team. There's not much experience on the team. There's growing pains. You don't expect them to behave like mature veteran guys. You don't have that anymore. You've got Cal Raleigh, who's coming off 60 homers. You've got a Julio that's been in the big leagues now for 4 or 5 years. You've got a Rosarita, ton of postseason. You've got these young pitchers and a very talented pitching staff. They've all got 3 and 4 years under their belt. So we're not at a point where we can make excuses for being youthful and inexperienced. No, we're pretty experienced now. Mm-hmm. As far as the manager and Danny, certain guys, kind of pop on your radar and you think, man, are they going to make a change at this particular situation? From what I've seen through all my travels through the years and all the teams I played for, all the skippers I played for, there was one time that I thought a manager change is necessary in this situation. The rest of the time, these players, we come to the ballpark and we play. And the last thing we ever think about is, oh, that's the manager's fault. No, it's our fault. The onus is always on us. Now, if it continues to go the wrong way, somebody's got to take the fall for it.
Right.
Example, Thompson in Philadelphia. He got fired. Mm-hmm. From all accounts, and I've never met Thompson, from all accounts, players really were fond of him. People in the organization, guys that had played with him, guys that were on his staff, they were very fond of Thompson. And all of a sudden, they just thought a change needed to be made because they thought this Philly team is too talented to continue to go the way they were. So Mattingly takes over, and all of a sudden they start to play a little bit better. Sometimes something like that rallies the players to say, it wakes them up to say, we got to start playing up to our capabilities. I rarely think it's the manager, and I don't think in Seattle right now, Danny's would per se be on the hot seat. Yes, underachieving a lot, especially by the way I had it in the beginning of the year. I thought, wow, Seattle's going to just dominate this division, and they're back and forth, and they're 500, just like the rest of the American League. The American League to me this year is unbelievable. I still can't get over it. But I don't think Danny's on the hot seat. I think it's going to second half. I still think, I said this a few weeks ago, Dick, you remember, this team, I've never seen this talented of a team struggle for an entire year. I've seen them struggle. But on paper, especially with the pitch, and I've been going through the American League, which is so mediocre this year, National League far superior. But I look at the teams that could really challenge the Seattle Mariners, and it's Tampa Bay seems to be a really good team this year. The Yankees, in and out, they were good early, but it's like they got some injuries. Texas, I don't really see that. You got DeGrom and Eovaldi at the top, but the rest is kind of hit or miss. Houston's just in the division. They're in the hunt. Just because the rest of the league is played so mediocre. I've never, usually through the course of the season, you say, okay, we got a rough trip. Oh, we've got to go to X, Y, and Z. Boy, those teams are good. I don't know what teams those are. It's like
Right.
you're not going to play any great teams and you're not going to play any terrible teams. You're just going to play teams that are just like you, right in the middle, fighting to be around 500. So I don't know. It's been a weird year. I can't see Seattle. I think a year ago, if I'm not mistaken, I think Seattle had 49 wins at this point at the 94 game mark.
Yeah, not far
and they
off.
ended up they ended up winning 90 plus, going to the postseason, one game away from going to the World Series. I think this group of people, this roster that's put together is more than capable of doing that in the second half, especially with the American League being as mediocre as it is this year.
Great stuff. Hope you're right. We'll talk to you next week. Thanks, Booney.
You got it. Thank you.
You bet.
Thanks,
That's Brett Boone. Back after this on 93.3 KJR FM.
Thanks, Booney. You're the man. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or bloomatree.com. Now, fun with audio.
Can't wait for Bloomatree to come to my house. I just need PSE to get off their ass and give them the approval so they can cut around the power lines. It's not Bloomatree's fault. Come on, Puget Sound Energy. Let's go. Let's go. I want to get some trees cut by my guys at Bloomatree. All right, here we go. Hey, Hugh, did you hear that?
What's that, Dick?
On her own podcast, former WNBA player Candace Parker talks about how crazy it is that the players voted Caitlin Clark as the 11th best guard in the league.
I wholeheartedly believe that there needs to be some rules with the WNBA players because this is getting out of hand. Caitlin Clark voted 11th best guard by WNBA players. That's crazy. Kelsey Plum finished 12th in player rank, but she be percolating all over your defense. You be chasing her downhill on screen.
It's unserious work.
It's kind of crazy. Like I wholeheartedly
unserious work.
I think people need to look at themselves in the mirror and realize, like, man, you got some insecurities if you sitting down and putting Caitlin Clark as the 11th best guard.
Well, Hugh, for the second consecutive year now, Caitlin Clark has been voted very high by the media, third this year, and very high by the fans, second this year. And for the second consecutive year, she's been voted in the double digits by the players. Now, it hasn't cost her a starting spot because the fans and the media were so high in their voting, but clearly there's an issue right now.
Well, I would put you as number one in the Seattle media to be able to comment on that. What's your take on all of that? Or can you be candid about it? Or are there certain elements that constrain you?
No, I haven't been told by anybody not to. I talked about it on the broadcast a couple of days ago that it just seems like I do believe that the fans probably feel Caitlin Clark's not as good as the fans think she is. Like the fans, I think there's some fans that literally think Caitlin Clark's the best player in the history of women's college basketball or women's professional basketball. That's not the case. But I think the players see Caitlin Clark as somebody that came in and elevated this league to something greater than it has been. And I think the players that have been in this league that have built it up are like, hey, we did something too here over the last 5, 10, 15 years in their time. And so if there's any jealousy, I think it probably comes from that they're like, the players are like, yeah, you did take it to another level, but it was, let's keep in mind, the eyeballs would not continuously be on the non-Caitlin Clark games if we weren't good too. And I think there's a lot of good that's going on in the WNBA that goes outside what they're doing in Indiana with Caitlin Clark and what they're doing in Dallas with Paige Beckers. That's the best thing the best way I would describe.
How are the numbers now compared to before she came in the league?
Massive before she came in the league. And what was interesting is that the numbers held last year, and she only played 12 games last year out of 44.
Doesn't mean she didn't bring a bump.
Correct.
It doesn't mean she did. You just
right. I'm just saying, like, if it was just Caitlin Clark, then my deductive reasoning would be that when she's playing, the ratings would be great, and when she's not playing, the ratings would not be great.
What do you think is a more fair? Okay, so the players rated her 11th. You mentioned the fans, the media, in the top three. I
think she's top 5.
Would you say 5?
I'd say 5 is perfectly
so she's top
reasonable.
5. So
perfectly reasonable.
So explain why the players voted her 11 when various entities, including yourself, view her as at least top 5.
Well, she does have an air about her that I think would rub some players the wrong way. But what's funny about it is that Marina Mabrey has the same air, and the players voted her higher than the media and the fans did. So that kind of flies in the face of my theory that, well, maybe she just is ticking the other players off by, kind of how she's playing. And
any other factor that you can think of?
Let me ask you, Dick. Yeah. Do you think it's more how people have responded to her and the fact that they weren't as responsive to other players, the fans, and the media attention around the WNBA? Or is it something that she specifically is doing that ticks off the other players.
The only thing that she would be doing, she's very demonstrative on the floor.
Right. Do you think it's
Right?
more that, or do you think it's the fact she's getting more attention than they have?
Probably a combination. I would say probably the attention probably would be more.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
But I don't know. I don't know the fact. I think there's probably a wide spectrum of players. I think there's probably players that despise her. I think there's players that totally think she's great. And I think there's players in the middle. We got time for one more. We gotta get to we can't have a one story fun with audio. After Yuri Perez was taken out of the game in the middle of a perfect game after 7 innings. We alluded to this yesterday, Hugh. The A's fans up in arms about how they missed out on a chance at baseball history.
But something I thoroughly appreciate is what we're seeing from these fans. And do I appreciate fans leaving the ball game? Well, no, not necessarily. But under these circumstances, I can understand it because they wanted to see something special.
Yeah.
Right?
And they were seeing something special with Yuri.
Shame.
They're saying shame right now.
Yes.
The thing is, too, is that the fans don't realize and understand that what happened with Yuri, that he, is coming back from injury, that he hasn't been going. And, of course, Yuri wants to be out there.
Well, there goes the perfect game as Lake Bacher walks the first A's hitter he sees.
And this is the road team, Hugh, the team that's getting perfectoed against, and they're like, we want to see a perfect game.
Well, the Sacramento, I don't know. I'm not sure that they feel really, a deep-seated bond. Certainly, they don't have a long-seated bond with the A's, right? So they're just kind of renting. They're just renting the A's for a year or two.
No question about it.
Yeah, no, I think it's sad for baseball.
Yeah, we'll ask Chuck. Let's talk to Chuck Powell about it. He's absolutely got an opinion on that. We'll talk to him next on 93.3 KJR FM.
The Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Sports headlines at 4 o'clock, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. The sale of the Seahawks reportedly down to two groups, the one led by Celtics minority owner Aditya Mittal and former Celtics majority owner Wyc Grousbeck. The other one led by 49ers minority owner Vinod Khosla. Kawhi Leonard's trade to the Raptors on hold pending the outcome of the NBA investigation into whether the Clippers circumvented salary cap rules. Hannes Steinbach, 15 points, 11 rebounds in his first NBA Summer League game with the Hornets last night. We'll go down to Vegas at 5:30 with my friend Francis Williams talking about Hannes and the rest of the goings-on down there in Vegas. Jannik Sinner has beaten Novak Djokovic in straight sets to head to his second straight Wimbledon final. All right, let's roll into the 4 o'clock hour. Joining us, the man that we call the franchise on this radio station. He handles the 6 to 10 show each and every day. Chuck Powell. Anders is busy talking to him down the air. Anders is not listening to anything I'm saying right now because he's talking to Chuck. Chuck, how you doing, man? Does your producer pay more attention to the show than my producer is paying attention to right now, Chuck?
He's on. He was having a long conversation with me off the air. We were having a good time.
Yeah, evidently. They were having a long conversation. Would you mind sharing what the
what's
conversation was?
What's the 4 o'clock segment on a Friday? Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. Jesus. Oh, Chuck, how are you, man?
I'm good. What's going on?
No, nothing. Evidently, you and Anders are having a hell of a conversation off the air while I'm trying to talk to you. So that's what's going on.
Yeah, apparently someone's making light of the grit of soccer players on our radio station, and I'm wondering what's going on.
And does that bother you, Chuck? What's your feelings?
Well, I've been very impressed with Kylian Mbappe, but he's kind of baby, to be quite honest.
Baby. Okay, I like that. I like that. Well, Chuck, we didn't.
Like his bones are broken all the time.
That's pretty good. Well, we didn't have you on to talk soccer. We had you on to talk a lot about this frustrating Seattle Mariner baseball team. And Chuck, this last series has just been a microcosm of a good chunk of this season. I mean, were the Mariners of the prior years this frustrating, at least in particularly the sloppiness of how they're going about doing things? I mean, Hugh pointed out that there was a gaffe in every single one of these games. The Weston Wilson gaffe in game 1, the Cole Young gaffe in game 2, and the Colt Emerson gaffe in game 3. I mean, it just doesn't seem to me that the prior iterations of the Mariners this decade, yeah, they pissed us off, but they pissed us off usually because they couldn't hit the baseball, not because they looked horrible.
Yeah, well, I think maybe, yes, you might. There's some truth to that this might be a sloppier version of the recently frustrating Mariners first half baseball teams. But I promise you, we've gone through worse frustrations in the first half of Mariners seasons in the Jerry DiPoto era. Okay. I don't know why this team plays so poorly in the first half. And you're right. It's usually because of offensive woes, or a couple of years ago was starting pitching injuries that are rare for this organization that they had to work their way through a season ago. And this year, again, it's just another example of another team that is having a hard time getting into a groove. And yet, I guess the silver lining in all of that is they haven't really dug a hole for themselves. As frustrating as we all are, again, about a Mariners first half, unlike past years where you were looking at 6 games under 500 at this time of the year, or 8 games back of the Astros at this time of the year. You're half game out of first place, for goodness sake. It's a good thing that the American League has been down, but it's not going to stay down. There's going to be a lot of American League teams. You're already seeing it. The Tigers are back on track. The Red Sox are back on track. Yep. The Blue Jays are going to be better in the second half. So you're going to have to pick your game up. There's no question about it. I think they will, because as much as they've repeated embarrassingly frustrating first halves in the DiPoto era, they've also almost every year got hot in the second half. And so I'm just anticipating that that's going to happen again. And I think that they're the most talented team in the American League West. I think they might be the most talented team in the American League. And I'm just going to trust that they're going to get it together after the All-Star break and start the process of pulling away.
Well, you've got history on your side, and Chuck Powell with us, our anchor of the 6 to 10 morning show, as you all know. And I'm just curious. When I hear, I try and look really closely at a underperforming baseball team, and I know that on some of these games, the description is that it's listless, or they're just not non-competitive, as if the players are kind of semi-checked out, like they're just a competitiveness problem. And I think for me, it's hard to identify that because baseball is unique in that, it's not a unique, but baseball, if you're up there at the plate and you have a bad at-bat, is it because you don't care, or because maybe you care too much and it's just hard to hit? Like a guy misses a free throw. Is it because he's just non-competing, or is it because, maybe he's just a little tight and he doesn't feel comfortable at the line? Like, I find it hard to identify the difference between poor baseball and listless baseball. What's your thought on that?
I don't think, it's really hard for me to go to like it being an effort problem. I do think this team sometimes lacks focus. I think Josh Naylor is key among them.
Yes.
The double play that turned into an error and 5 runs last night was started because Josh Naylor bobbled the ball and Colt Emerson's timing was off coming across the second base bag. I think that when you are especially struggling offensively, it comes off as if you're not really giving full effort. But if you're not getting on the base paths and making things happen, then it kind of may play that way as listless. But I think there is a focus issue with this team. And to me, that stems from management. It really does. And I'm not saying that Dan Wilson's got to sit there and give a Herb Brooks rah-rah speech or closed-door meetings or anything like that. But a manager's job in the modern day, more than at any time really in baseball, because there's so much strategy that's been taken away from a manager. We don't steal. You don't really call for the steal. Everybody's got a green light. Josh Naylor's never gotten a stolen base signal in his entire life.
Right.
Hit and run. The analytics have taken away a lot of the strategy that a manager employs. So their single purpose, their single job, and what they're judged by is the talent that I give you, you got to make the most of it. And there's no question that he's not. They have not played to their capabilities. And so to me, some of that lack of focus and that listlessness that we perceive, I gotta have a manager somehow wringing that out of them. And I've got to get them playing better baseball. And I think that some of this, lackluster accusations of playing lackluster will start to fade away. But I don't think it's effort. I think it's more focus. And if it's focus, I think that falls on manager, coaching staff, and certainly the players as well. But something's got to change a little bit, because it does seem like when they take the field, they're kind of taking it for granted that things are going to work out instead of making them work.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that because when you say the Naylor, and look, I'm perfectly prepared to accept that you're right in this, but I just want to challenge a little bit, Chuck, and because you're the station's baseball dude, we all kind of defer to you, and I would say that if you're saying, well, Naylor bobbled the ball at the onset of the would-be double play, did he bobble the ball because he wasn't focused? How can we infer that? Maybe he was too much focused. I've thrown to wide receivers and coached wide receivers, and sometimes they drop the ball. Now it's my job. I can sometimes it's because they're the focus. They're looking to run after the catch. They take their eye off the ball. But sometimes they want to catch it so bad and they're wigged out They're trying too hard and they drop it out of nerves. Like so just because he bobbled, it doesn't mean he wasn't focused, right?
Right. No question about it. And maybe that's a bad example, but I think everybody listening, and I think both of you would agree, that he's had a number of issues this year.
It's the frequency.
Where he's like sidearmed things and thrown balls away and kind of looked like he was not fully committed to digging balls out of the dirt. And then, the next three he'll dig out beautifully. So I think that there's been a pattern of this with him. And so maybe last night's play was just a simple bobble of the ball, and it threw off the timing of Emerson, and it led to the 5-run inning. But I do believe when you've created a pattern of sort of what appears to me like lackluster play, then I'm going to start attributing things more. That's more of what I've read into the entire first, is that sometimes this team on the base paths, not just defense, on the base paths, lazy at bats. I mean, even Cal had a lazy at bat the other night. I mean, up 2-0 in the count, and everybody in the league is trying to beat him with fastballs up and in. And if you're up 2-0 in the count, late in the game, down 1, the most important thing for you to do is to get on base. And I'm not saying he shouldn't swing on 2-0, but get your pitch. Don't swing at the pitch they've been trying to get you out with this entire season. And yet he does that.
Right.
And he flies out to right field. I mean, that's not an effort thing. He obviously wants to come through in that situation for his team. But that to me is a lack of focus. That's not doing the job at hand in that moment. And I think J.P. Crawford's been guilty of lazy at bats. I think that we've seen a pattern of this with this team. Other guys more so certainly than Cal or JP, but I think that we've seen a little bit of a pattern of either lack of focus or lack of not understanding the moment. And it is frustrating. And I think that it's grown over this entire first half and has been a contributor, maybe not a contributor to why this team's sitting here at 500 and not 10 games over 500.
Chuck, it seems like the piggyback is done, at least for the time being, maybe forever. We don't know. Depends maybe on the trade deadline and what happens there. Did it help? Did it hurt? Or did it have no impact on the starting rotation? Because, you take away the Miller and the Wu starts the last few games. I mean, you go back like 12 games, and about 9 or 10 of them have been really good.
I think more good came from it than bad. Like you said, Miller and Castillo both pitched well in those games. You did get to save your bullpen a couple of times for a night through those rotations while it was in action. The drawback to it is when a pitcher is rolling and he's got a lot of gas left in his tank, just because you committed something before the game, it's really hard to see that starting pitcher come out of the game. And I think that's when they chose to abandon it. I mean, they were going to do it a couple more times, and they looked at Logan Gilbert's most recent starts, and the dude's suddenly on a roll. And we don't want to be in that situation again like we were with Miller back in the Boston game. So I think some good things came of it, and believe me, it was no permanent solution. It was sort of a creative way to solve a good problem. Too many good starting pitchers for too few spots. But I'm ready to move on from it. And what's crazy about it is that we knew when Bryce Miller was activated who the sixth best starting pitcher on the roster was. And it was Castillo.
Right.
And I think we've gone through piggybacks and 6-man rotations and all sorts of other things just to arrive at the conclusion that Luis Castillo is the sixth best starter on the roster. And I think they're going to reset the starting rotation for a 5-man rotation coming out of the All-Star break. I could be wrong. I don't have any inside information. But I got to believe that's the direction that they're heading in. And I think Castillo could be a fine reliever. I think he embraces the role, could be an effective weapon. And so I'm hoping that's what they do. I can't imagine they're going to continue with the 6-man, and I can't imagine they're going to experiment with the piggyback anymore.
Chuck Powell with this. So, Chuck, I'm going to put you in the position in Jerry DiPoto's seat behind his desk. from now until the end of July. You love that? Okay, so you're in there.
Yeah.
You're unilateral decisions in every regard. Line up. Now, if you're going to make trade proposals, make them be reasonable here, right? I mean, don't go getting Juan Soto for a 17th round draft pick, in 2047. But what are you trying to get done? What are you trying to do with the current players? What changes are made? You mentioned Castillo. Do you think that may happen? That's projecting what will happen. I'm saying, what would you do? And would that be a long relief? Would that be a leverage, like 8th inning, setting up Munoz? Like, give some detail to what would be top of mind for you, top 3 or 4 or 5 things you want to accomplish between now and the end of July.
Well, what I'd certainly like to accomplish is I want an everyday hitter that it's foolproof. I mean, he doesn't have to dominate left-handed pitching, but this team has a real big problem hitting lefties. And so I need to acquire somebody that is doing it actively, not last year, not historically. I don't need another 37-year-old who's been good at that in the past. I need somebody who is actively crushing left-handed pitching. Yeah. And the problem is that because the American League has been down and because the National League is up, almost everybody is in the race. So I don't know if, like, a Byron Buxton is a name that keeps coming up. Mm-hmm. Well, we've got 3 strikes against him right now being available. Number one, the Twins got back in the race. Number 2, he's got a no-trade clause. And number 3, a guy with an injury history is currently on the injury list. So I don't even know if you can trust him. Wilson Contreras is another name that's come up from the Boston Red Sox. Well, guess what? The Red Sox are the hottest team in the American League all of a sudden. Mm-hmm. They've won 6 straight games. They're back in the race. And he has turned into their, strangely enough, leader of that group. I mean, I could see him really anchoring the middle of this order and giving you somebody that crushes lefties, and you'll deal with the attitude that comes with him, but I'm not sure he's going to be available. Somebody like a Spencer Steer from Cincinnati, who's hitting well over 1,000 against lefties, probably wouldn't cost much in a trade. You would have to platoon him. He's not a guy that hits righties too, which I know is a horrifying notion for a lot of Mariner fans right now. But he at least is 28 years old, actively crushing left-handed pitching. And I see why they would also want a relief pitcher to add to the core. And I'll do this quickly, guys, but I mean, you've got the potential here, if you make the playoffs, of having one of the great bullpens we've ever seen.
Yes.
I mean, if you've got the 4 guys that you have now that you trust, Ferrer and Munoz and Spire and Bizzardo, you get Brash back, then you add something at the trading deadline. There's 6. Then Anderson and Sloan get called up to work out of the bullpen. There's 8. And then you get 2 starters from your 6 that can't make your rotation for the playoffs. I mean, that could be one of the greatest bullpens ever.
One for every
assembled.
batter.
Yeah, so I'm not sure you need a relief pitcher, even though it feels like we do right now. I'm not sure by the time the playoffs roll around that that's going to be something that we have to have. But if they get one, fine. I don't think you can have enough of them. So I think that the batter that can crush lefties is the number one priority. I don't know if you can find a special player, an all-star type, so you might have to get a little creative in who you do acquire, but that's what I'd go after.
The scenario you painted as Dan Wilson's dream because he loves using leverage relievers for 6 to 8 pitches. So that's exactly what...
And that gives him no chance to bring in a non-leverage reliever because everyone will be leveraged.
Hey, Chuck, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week. Have a great weekend.
All right, you guys are the best.
You bet. Chuck Powell. And, Hugh, you were on Chuck's show earlier this week breaking down Nick Emanwari for the Seahawks 1 series. So I wanted just to you share that knowledge with the afternoon listeners, will you? Coming back on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Our thanks to Chuck Powell for joining us, talking a little baseball. Chuck has his Seahawks One series where he focuses on a Seahawk player each and every day. And Hugh was on this week and talked about... Last week, sorry. Talked about Nick Emanwari, who you talk about intriguing players on this team. If you were to poll 100 Seahawk fans, who's the most intriguing player to you on the Seattle Seahawks? Man, Nick Emanwari would be high on a lot of people's list. So let's just 30,000 feet, kind of how you started this conversation with Chuck, and then we'll break it into parts.
Well, we'll see. It was a 25-minute segment that we'll try and break into 8 minutes here or so. First of all, the athletic profile. He's the only safety in the history of the combine going back to 1988, rather, on the database. 6'3" or taller and under a 4.4 40. He's the only athlete at any position and over 200 pounds to have a 43-inch vertical or higher. And he's at 220 pounds. Usually it's the guys, it's 180-pound receivers, right? That can do that. Jeez. And then as we know, the leverage part of bench pressing, he is one of only 4 safeties in history to have a 78-inch wingspan or longer and 20 or more reps in the bench. I mean, we can just keep going through all these, these freak numbers from him as an athlete, but that's what appealed to Mike Macdonald, that athletic clay, if you will, that he could mold.
So what does that freak athleticism allow them to do defensively?
Well, they were basically a nickel team, and he played the nickel Sam. I mean, we're saying that, we're talking about that all year. And then finally in mid-January, leading up to the San Francisco playoff game, Mike Macdonald said as such. He says he's just a freaky athletic Sam linebacker. If I'm an opponent quarterback studying, I just say, hey, number 3 is their outside linebacker. So the Seahawks were number 2 in the NFL in the use of nickel, second only to San Francisco. But when they went against the 13 personnel, which is the running back, 3 tight ends that the Rams were doing all the time, that the 49ers were trying to do, if you count Yusuf as a tight end, then the average is 11% to use nickel against that. Second place was the 49ers at 33%. The Seahawks were number 1 at 72.5%.
So they were able to stay nickel against that. So
meaning you would look and you'd say the Rams and the 49ers are trying to drive them into into more base personnel, right, and having heavy, but because they view him as a linebacker, the Seahawks stay quote unquote nickel regardless of the personnel.
So let's talk about the pass D. What his role in the pass D? What do his traits allow them to do in the pass D?
Well, there's a coverage, and we don't have the time to get in cover 4 and cover 6. These are what seam coverages. They have both safeties back. That's the important part of this. Both safeties are away from the line of scrimmage. Seattle in either cover 4 or cover 6. The 2-eye structures. Jacksonville was number 1 in the NFL. The Seahawks were number 2. But using nickel, not surprisingly, the Seahawks were number 1 in terms of playing those coverages. Now, what does that do for Nick Emanwari? He, as the Sam linebacker, begins with an S, strong side linebacker. In those coverages, he has to what's termed match 2 to the flat. The second guy, the second final number 2, it could be the running back who lined up, and you count outside in, wide receiver, then slot, then the running back. You count outside in. So the final number 2 to the flat, he's got to match that. So when he has to play to the wide side of the field, not into the boundary, that's a lot of ground to cover. And he has to line inside of the slot receiver to deny the slant. That's his first thing. So he's aligned inside. That means there's a lot of space that he has to cover. So all that freaky athleticism, he can cover ground like he has a turbo button playing Madden and Xbox. And he has those long arms, the strength to make tackles. Even if they're not violent tackles in space, they don't need to be. He's a sure tackler, but it's the ground that he can cover that allows him in zone. And then in man-to-man, last year against the Rams in the NFC Championship game, he's one of only 2 rookies in a playoff game to have 3 passes defensed or more in this decade. And that was against Devontae Adams. That was against Puka Nacua and Rivers, their running back. He had in man-to-man coverages this year, if you just filter like I have, all the game tape, and you put in man-to-man and you watch who Eamon Warrior is covering. That's who Mike McDonald says, I think my man Eamon Warrior can cover. Listen to the guys that he's covered. McCaffrey, Puka Nacua, as I said, Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, got a pass defense near Peck. Man-to-man against Justin Jefferson. And many others, primarily a tight end, but they're not, if the formation bumps out in certain circumstances, they're not afraid to let him cover anybody. So he gives you all that ability in the zone, the flat that he can cover, the ground he can cover. Then man-to-man, he's got the strength and the length and the athleticism to shadow anybody. So they'll have him cover anybody. And then, in the pass rush, I did not know this until last week. He had his pressure percentage was 29%. He had 62 pass rush snaps, Dick, 20 pressure. So that's 29%. That's number 2 in the NFL.
Wow.
Now, again, that's the percentage of his pressure of the time he rushed. He produced a quarterback pressure. To put that into terms, Myles Garrett and Aiden Hutchinson were tied at 17.5%.
A lot bigger sample size, but yeah,
because they're rushing more often, and there's some scheme components to that, because while I say Eamon Warrior is number 2 in the NFL, Drake Thomas is number 9. So that is now speaking to the prowess of Mike McDonald to be able to really attack the scheme, the minutia of the offense's pass protection schemes. He's finding a way to create weaknesses in that, not only with Eamon Warrior, the superior athlete, but Drake Thomas. And look, I love me some Drake Thomas. What wouldn't you love about the story? But let's be honest, on an athletic profile, he's in the bottom quadrant of outside linebackers in the NFL. That doesn't mean he's a bottom quadrant player.
Correct.
But his athletic profile is bottom quadrant. So we tip our hat to Mike McDonald with some of the things he's able to create those numbers.
And then finally against the run, I mean, we all remember the Legion of Boom. They always brought Cam down on those running downs, and he was the stopper. Is that a similar role that he has against the run that Cam did, or is it something different?
Well, I would just put, because we're running short on time. This really gets my attention. So Sean McVay, we're talking about this 13 personnel, that he's driving 13 personnel, and you think you'd say, okay, he's trying to make defenses go heavy on him because he's got 3 tight ends in the game, and in that there's only 1 wide receiver, right? So the Rams against when Seattle was playing their nickel and saying, no, we're going to do our thing, Sean McVay. You just do whatever the Rams tried 44 rushes in this is how it's filtered. 13 personnel by the Rams offense.
Yep.
So that's very heavy.
Yep. Just
nickel by Seattle staying in their nickel, not going heavy, not matching heavy. The Rams had 44 rushes for a 4.1 average. The league average is 4.3. So they were able to keep the Rams below the league average by still staying relatively light. And oh, by the way, as I discussed, the cover 4 and the cover 6 with both safeties back.
Right.
And so that's a credit to, the entire front 7. It's a credit to how they're moving around and of course their physical skill set. But Eamon Warrior being able to, to take on blocks, the length that he has, he can walk out. He's just so versatile. He's not a back end safety, but they can walk him out on the anywhere on the line of scrimmage to defend anybody. And then, of course, when he's in the box, he's got the physical stature to take on the blocks and play hardball if they want to play hardball. So all of the numbers that you're seeing, Eamon Warrior, I think it was a 60-1 when I was recommending you guys go throw a Franklin at him being
defensive player of the year.
Defensive player of the year. He's going to have splash plays. This will be my final thought as we go to commercial. The NFL, this is not my term, defensive splash play. This is the NFL's stat portal. 28 splash plays. That's tackle for loss 9, pass defense 15, which, as I said, was that pass defense 15. That's the number one in the NFL by safeties. All the other 14 ahead of him were all cornerback.
Wow.
So he was the number one safety in pass defense. And as I said, call him a safety, call him a linebacker. I say he lines up and he plays as a linebacker. He's officially a safety, but 15 pass defense, 4 quarterback hits, just 2.5 sacks, just the 1 interception. So if he gets a few of those splash defensive plays up and the word gets around how versatile he is and everybody's talking about the dark side defense, that's the formula where you cash in and get your $6,000 on a Franklin bet for him to be the defensive player of the year. Probably won't happen. I'm not predicting it. Certainly it's a less than 50%, but it's a good value at 60-1.
Love it. Love it. Testimonials next on 93.3 KJR FM. What's on your minds today, folks? Let's find out. 49451. What do we got, Texty?
This same time last year, the M's record was almost identical to this season. It's a long season.
Totally. I agree. I think I agree with Chuck. I think they win the division. I do think, though, that the defense is nowhere near what it was last year.
No.
And that's something that I don't think is fixable. Like, you can fix, you got a hole in your lineup, you got a hole in your bullpen, you can go get this guy at the deadline, that guy at the deadline. I mean, you can't take all the bad defenders off the field for this baseball team because there wouldn't be any defenders left, Hugh.
Yeah, I mean, every team, the team picture is a unique. You don't have Eugenio, right? Like you got a different shortstop, you got a different second baseman, you got a different third baseman, you've got a different right fielder, right?
At times.
I mean, Robles is, so you got a platooning,
right?
You got a without Brash. The pitching staff is mainly the same, but you still have a few new faces. I don't know. I think that there's been enough years you could say it is probable that they will play better after the All-Star break.
I think that's fair.
But I think that there's enough new parts that you'd say, well, it's not a guarantee.
Well, and also they had a lot more starting pitching injuries in the first half of last season that they're having now. I mean,
now they have a lot of lineup injuries.
They have a lot of lineup injuries this year. That's true.
And bullpen.
I mean, they were using Logan Evans starting games last year. They were using, let's see. They had Casey Legumina started a game last year.
Jonathan Diaz a couple games.
Jonathan Diaz started a couple of games last year. So, I don't know. What's next?
Clark is the only reason that the game has this popularity. If she wasn't in the league, WNBA would be treading water. The players are insecure and jealous because she's white and saved the league.
Well, there's no question that her coming into the league put a magnifying lens on the league and it shot ratings up. The thing is that now the people aren't going away. That's the thing. That was my comment the first year she was in the league. I was like, okay, the eyeballs are there. Are they going to stay? And they've stayed. So that tells me that it's not that, yes, Caitlin Clark was the catalyst for it, but Caitlin Clark isn't the reason that they've stayed. She brought them there. People watch the league. They think the league is good, and that's why it stayed.
Yeah. Well, racist charges are tough because some can be deduced. Racism can be deduced. Burning crosses, lynching. There's undeniable manifestations. Often, perhaps too often, racism can only be deferred and not proven. And that goes in all directions. So when we're going to sit there and say racism is part of it, you'd be able to judge better than me.
There's a lot of good white guards in the league that people like, right? That people vote for. Paige Beckers is white. She's voted number one.
Well, you'd have to say, well, okay, if Caitlin Clark did more or less the same things at Iowa and did more or less the same things in the WNBA, and she was black. Again, you can only infer. Would there be any different take on her? I mean, Texie, that's not the first time that point has been raised.
No,
right?
Absolutely.
I mean, there's national pundits going all. I mean, you could find it by the dozens, by the scores. People making essentially that exact point by that Texie makes. I just, I look at maybe, but we would only be inferring it, not proving it.
Well, we've also brought up 6 or 7 different reasons. Isn't the most plausible scenario that if there is a swell of anti-Caitlin out there amongst the players, then wouldn't each one of those 6 or 7 reasons be a fraction of the total, right? And it all just kind of adds up. That there's really not one reason. We got time for one more? Not really?
No, we got
to break. No? All right. We'll take a timeout. I want to play you a quote from Mike McDonald. on the Dan Patrick Show today that's getting a lot of love on social media and a lot of angst on social media from Patriot fans. I'll do that next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Sports headlines at 5 o'clock brought to you by Frost Brewed, Coors Light, Choose Chill. Big signing in the NBA, Victor Wembanyama. Signing a 5-year, $252 million max rookie scale contract extension to stay in San Antonio. Kawhi Leonard's trade to the Raptors on hold pending the outcome of the NBA's investigation into whether the Clippers circumvented salary cap rules. Hannes Steinbach had 15 and 11 in his first NBA Summer League game with the Hornets last night. We'll chat with Francis Williams about that and other NBA goings on. That'll come up at 5:30 tonight. Michigan has hired interim head coach Mike Boynton to officially replace Dusty May as the head coach after May left for the NBA. Yannick Sinner has beaten Novak Djokovic in straight sets to head to his second straight Wimbledon final. The official total for U.S. viewers for the U.S.-Belgian game, 50.1 million, making it the most watched non-NFL game this century. And Shohei Ohtani will miss the All-Star game with knee irritation. All right, heading into the 5 o'clock hour of things. It's always fun when the Seahawks are focused on by the national media. It doesn't happen very often. It happened way more, I think. Hugh, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It seemed like the Seahawks were much more in the crosshairs of the national media and as talking points the offseason after they won their first Super Bowl versus this offseason. It just seems like this is a Seahawks team that doesn't have the brash, bold, chatterboxes and isn't in people's really. I mean, they respect Seattle. They think Seattle's good, but they don't get talked about as much as the Eagles or the Cowboys do. Yeah, I think as you touched on, there were bigger personalities, if you want to call it, in the secondary on the defensive line, the head coach. But I don't know. I love that 2013 team. I just kind of like this team a little bit more. Yeah, I can understand that, and I think it just depends on what you're looking for in a football team and from your athletes. I mean, this is such a business-like, just it reflects their coach. There's no question about it. And speaking of, they got some woofers now. I mean, they do. They got some brass. Witherspoon, I think, is a leader. Is the leader in that regard. So they got guys that they ain't gonna back down. No, they're gonna get up and let you know how badass they are. So, but not to the extent of the 2013 team. Mike McDonald this morning on with Dan Patrick. An interesting question, I think, an even more interesting answer that's getting a lot of buzz.
Who did you seek advice from going into the Super Bowl that might surprise me?
Well, I wouldn't have surprised. I called John Harbaugh and I talked. He was great. Probably can't mention one guy that really helped us out that had some conflict of interest.
Can we guess?
Sure. I don't know if I'm going to tell you, but go ahead.
Bill Belichick.
I'm not that cool.
Oh yeah,
no.
He wouldn't. No. You wouldn't have a phone call.
I've had a beer with Coach Belichick, and that was a pretty cool. That was a pretty cool day.
Okay.
But.
Who else would we guess? Kyle Shanahan.
No, Kyle. No.
There lots of speculation that it was TB12 that was talking to Mike McDonald, and Dave Portnoy's already come out and just ripped TB12 for doing that if he was the one. And I think the explanation, at least what I'm reading, is that Tom Brady is pretty proud of the championships he won in New England, and he kind of wants to keep the New England championship era being just the Tom Brady era. So how much do you buy potentially that it was Tom Brady, and maybe the thought behind why it was Tom Brady, if you think it is? Yeah, I could see him having reasons to root for Seattle that would be beyond that. Maybe it's Robert Kraft, that he feels that Kraft didn't want him, basically was maybe it was Belichick, but maybe in his mind, we're only talking about Tom Brady's state of mind and what could cause him to want to root against the Patriots. And then if he's rooting against the Patriots, be willing to be a little bit forthcoming with Mike McDonald about some knowledge. It fits the description. I mean, the way Mike McDonald laughed, kind of it suggests that he's famous,
it would have to be somebody who has valuable information.
Yes.
Let's remember this: that the offensive coordinator for the Patriots, Josh McDaniels, has 6 Super Bowl rings. Every Super Bowl ring that Tom Brady has from the Patriots, Josh McDaniels has, and we know he went away and came back, but he was there for all of them. That's obviously a lot of knowledge Tom Brady has about the way they do things offensively. So if he felt like he was shown the door and that people didn't go to bat for him, and might even, this is pure speculation, but it might include Josh McDaniels, but it could include the owner. Now, Belichick isn't there anymore, but
Right.
there could be other people that he would want to kind of stick it to. It could be, meaning it could be beyond the simple, just like, I don't have a personal axe to grind to anybody in New England. I just want to be the only guy who ever lifted a Lombardi trophy for that franchise. It could be that, but there's other explanations as well.
Yeah, no, but that primary one makes total sense to me, because when I was thinking about, like, who's he talking about? Who's he talking about? And then I went online, and it just, the name Tom Brady just spread like wildfire. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but the name Tom Brady spread like wildfire. And I was thinking, okay, why would Tom Brady, want the Seahawks to beat the Patriots? And then, in reading further, that kind of passes the sniff test a little bit, that Tom Brady, whether or not, I think you're adding to it, is saying that maybe it wasn't the most, maybe there was a little acrimoniousness to him not
acrimony,
staying in New England versus going to Tampa Bay. I think that just adds to it. I think it definitely seems like a plausible person that would be talking to. Now, it takes some guts and some savvy for Mike McDonald to know that and actually call Tom Brady to try to get some information.
And if you Google, I've seen the video of Tom Brady at Michigan, pregame on the field, just kind of throwing the ball around. Brady obviously is from Michigan, and you got the Harbaugh connection.
Yes.
Harbaugh was at Michigan for a long time, and Mike McDonald himself was at Michigan, and so there'd be ample reason to believe that they have a little bit of a relationship, McDonald and Tom Brady. So yeah, I think it passed the sniff test. But you tend to be critical of Brady. I'm gonna fall on the position that if it is Brady, it's because he's ticked about the acrimony. That it has more to do with acrimony than simple just the jealousy of I want to be the only Patriot that ever wins a Super Bowl there.
Right.
I'm sure athletes have quietly felt that way. Nobody's going to admit to that, but we also know that Tom Brady was pissed about having to leave New England. Now, who he was pissed at, right? The organization is just comprised of human beings. He's pissed at somebody, one or more people. Everybody wants. Well, he was just pissed at Bill Belichick alone. Are we sure? He had none of that for Robert Kraft or anybody else in the building.
I think he probably was pissed at everybody, and some of them are still there, right?
Yeah,
I think that's absolutely. I mean, let's move over to this other Seahawks story that's indirectly related to the Seahawks. Report today that the Seahawks are one of 3 teams to have reportedly inquired about former Lions defensive back Terrion Arnold, who was arrested on 8 felony kidnapping and armed robbery charges 2 weeks ago. And Bob Condotta did his due diligence and said this was more of a, hey, the Seahawks are known to be one of those teams that kind of looks into everything, dips their toe into everything, checks everything out, but are not expected to pursue further. It raised an eyebrow for me at first. Should it, right? I mean, or is this just, hey, innocent till proven guilty? It's a serious charge, but, he's free. He's able to play. Somebody's going to pick him up. I don't think there's any question that somebody does. There was 3 teams that were interested, unless all 3 teams are just dipping their toe in the water to see for more. I would think that he's going to be in somebody's training camp before this whole thing comes down on whether he's guilty or innocent.
Yeah, I mean, until we have more information, I just don't think that I personally would take a strong stance about it. I mean, I know Terrion Arnold was a first-round draft pick. So now at the cornerback position, you just go back to the last Super Bowl. It was my opinion that of the 11 starters, that Josh Jobe was the weakest link on the defense, on an extremely good defense. That's not saying he's a per se weak link,
Right.
but he was the weakest, in my opinion. And they lose Reek Woolen. So I would say Seattle's need for a corner, I would think, is moderate, at least moderate. So I think just calling to ask, it falls into the category. Remember when Russell Wilson got bent out of shape because John Schneider went down to see Josh Allen's pro day?
Yes.
I would say, and whether it was Sorsby or whomever, if John Schneider's calendar is open and there's a high-profile guy throwing, I would absolutely say John Schneider not only is that within his purview, I think he should be there because he needs to put his eyeballs on all of these guys that he can, so that 5 years down the road, when somebody either becomes a bust or because they become a star, that he could somehow in his mind start to establish a correlation. So I think there's a lot of things that you do from a due diligence standpoint that doesn't necessarily mean pull the trigger. I mean, if Terrion Arnold's a Seahawk, then we'll explore in detail what he did and whether or not he's going to be subject to the NFL's disciplinary process that doesn't always wait for due process.
That's right.
And so, but I think right now it's exactly what you said. He just has a reputation for just inquiring, trying to get the facts, which is, in my opinion, exactly what he should be doing.
For those unfamiliar with the story, Arnold was arrested earlier in the summer on felony charges of armed robbery and kidnapping. In Florida, these charges carry a maximum penalty of up to life in prison. Authorities accused Arnold of orchestrating the abduction and beating of 3 men whose prosecutors believed were wrongly suspected of stealing luxury goods and $100,000 in cash from Arnold's B&B rental in Florida. Now, he was not there. Prosecutors claim that he was not present at the time of the abduction and beating. He simply directed his associates to hold, beat, and pistol whip the victims. So that is what he is being charged for. And
well,
he's released on bail.
if your son was charged with that, and you believed him to be innocent, of course you'd be inclined to think that, but wouldn't you want due process to play out?
Of course,
right?
Absolutely.
Like that's just kind of embedded in the Bill of Rights. So it sounds really horrific, and if there's enough evidence to convict him, then the NFL wants no part of him, and neither do the Seahawks.
No question.
But if there's not enough evidence, he may have done it, and there's not enough evidence to convict him, and we still got to say, if he's a Seahawk, well, look at Ray Allen. Sorry, not Ray Allen. Ray Lewis.
Yep, Ray Lewis.
Ray Lewis.
That's right.
There's some people think that he was suspiciously, involved with a murder, and yet there wasn't enough evidence to tie him to it, and so you just have to presume that he's innocent.
One of the big picture items that I'm really interested in over the next 2 months before we ever see this team play a football game that matters, and we're about exactly 2 months away from that happening, is just what this offense is going to look like, right? I think we saw it took us a few games, but not too long to kind of see what the Clint Kubiak offense was going to look like. And I'm wondering under Brian Fleury, Hugh, if you think is this going to look noticeably different, or because the tree that you're plucking the fruit from, the Kubiak grew on the same tree that Fleury grew on? Are we going to just see small variations in the offense?
Well, I think the only sensible answer is we just don't know. And I think that until somebody claims they know and explain to me, I'm just my own thought process, until there's a real clear explanation as to why you would know, then as of right now, it's just an open-ended question. Because Brian Fleury coached under under Shanahan, right? Kyle Shanahan.
Yep.
I have Kyle Shanahan's playbook. I don't know how much Brian Fleury is totally married to that playbook. Maybe he's 10% aligned philosophically. Maybe he's 40% aligned. Whatever he did in that interview, he convinced Mike McDonald that he's aligned with what Mike McDonald wants out of the offense. So it's in an offensive coordinator. Yeah, you got to have a good place. You got to be able to teach them, right, the detail and the nuance. Recognize when it's right, recognize when it's not right. Be able to coach the nuances of it. Then you've got to look at an opponent, and you've got to have a game plan. This is before you even toe meets leather on Sunday. You got to take all the stuff you practiced, and you got to have a game plan for that week. So you got to have a good game plan, and then you've got to be able to respond in the game, and be able to make the decisions that put your guys in a great position. And we don't know. He's a zero-time play caller.
Right.
We don't know how he sets things up. In the NFC Championship game, when you remember Sam Darnold hit JSN at the end of the second quarter down the middle of the field against a too high, and JSN leaped up, got I believe it was a 42-yarder.
Yeah, I do.
So Kubiak got him wide open on that play. Then he turns around and he gets JSN open on a post route left to right in the back of the end zone, which JSN did catch, but he was too far out of the end zone. But he was wide open. That was a potential touchdown. He then gets Bobo open, and we missed Bobo on. We don't throw to Bobo. We throw a check down, but Bobo was wide open for a touchdown. And then we put Jackson Smith and Jigba in as the halfback in the left in the backfield. We run him on a corner route, just simple smash concept with a halfback on the corner, and we get him wide ass open. We went 4 straight plays with Clint Kubiak calling plays that got guys wide ass open. After you got in that red zone, 3 straight plays that should have been touchdown by any standards. You finally get the touchdown on the corner route. But I'm looking and I'm going, oh my God, Clint Kubiak, you are white hot.
Yeah.
Like what? 3 successive plays in an NFC Championship game at around a minute to go, and that's just like, how have you set that up? Different personnel groups, different formations, attacking different coverages. One's a quarters beater, one's a cover 2 beater. Like having that, like boom, just like I'm going to set this up.
In the zone.
I'm going to be on the left. I want to get to the left hash because I want the coverage to the field, and I want the cloud to the boundary, and I'm going to have a cloud beater. Like all this stuff to sit here and say that I know how Brian Fleury is going to call a game based on looking at what? 49er tape?
Right.
When Kyle Shanahan's a play caller?
Yeah.
How on earth can that is such a flimsy connection.
Mm-hmm.
For me to come on here and tell you, well, this is what I see from Kyle Shanahan, and this is what I expect from Brian Fleury. If you want a Kyle Shanahan breakdown, I'll give it to you in training camp.
Mm-hmm.
We can talk Kyle Shanahan offense for 2 freaking hours. Does that mean that we can extend that to that's what we're going to see from Brian Fleury? I don't think so.
But formations and levels of importance of different types of formations and different types of strategies, whether you're a home run hitter, whether you're a West Coast passing game guy, whether you're a ground and pound guy, some of those things translate down the tree, right, to all the assistant coaches.
Well, but here's I would say would reasonably not translate. We don't know philosophically where he is. For example, the 49ers were doing weird stuff with Kyle Juszczyk, where they were putting him as a wing outside the tight end. They would do a short motion. They would snap the ball where he was kind of at a fullback position, and then he would have to curve and go downhill. Let's say he was coming from left to right. He would curve and go downhill and try and be a lead blocker on a lead zone or even an ISO play or what have you. And I'm like, he hasn't used Juszczyk like that in Juszczyk's entire career. Now all of a sudden he's doing he's taking Juszczyk's momentum and he's working against him, and now he's got to get his inertia going to the line of scrimmage. I'm like, teams don't really do that. That's weird. So either Kyle Shanahan is doing something really cool and innovative, or he's doing something stupid. And when you look at how poor the 49ers were offensively, was it 16-3 on the first game? And, they were anemic offensively in both of those games. So whatever that was, and it was like almost 24 times he tried to do that scheme and it was getting nothing. So was Brian Flores sitting there going, "Oh, I love that scheme. I can't wait till I get a offensive coordinator job because I'm going to do it." For all I know, he talked him into it.
Right. That's true.
Or he may have been sitting there just going, "What in the hell are we doing? This is the dumbest."
Let's hope he was saying that.
Right. So my point is this: the only sensible answer is we don't know. He's a virgin.
Yep.
He's a virgin play caller. We don't know until that freaking the Klieg lights are on him, and he's got to make all these decisions and set this stuff up. And he's got under 10 seconds to make a lot of decisions, multi-layered. He's going to have a call sheet. Anybody can call those plays. He can get his 4-year-old niece with a crayon to come and say, run number 62. And he look at play number 62. He can call it. Anybody can call the damn play. Can you set it up? Can you layer it?
Great stuff. You know what? We're gonna let you go and have your weekend. All right. Great stuff, my man.
Rock and roll.
We appreciate it. We'll talk to you on Monday.
Yeah,
all right. Sounds good.
Rock and roll.
We'll have more at 4 with you on Monday as a listen. I will be hosting the show. We got Francis Williams from the NBA Summer League coming up, talking about DeBonsa, Peterson, Hannah Steinbach. What's going on with Adam Silver and the Sonics? We'll talk about it next with Francis on 93.3 KJR FM. FM. Softy and Dick without the soft one. We let Hugh go. We're going to talk a little hoops with Francis Williams here in just a moment. He is down at the NBA Summer League in Vegas, which all Seattle eyes are going to be turning to Vegas the beginning of next week. Tuesday, I believe, is the day we're supposed to hear from Adam Silver, the next address. I don't think, and we'll ask Francis if he believes differently. I mean, I don't necessarily think that this is going to be the day that Adam Silver says, hey, the Board of Governors have voted and Seattle and Vegas are going to get a new expansion team. But I do think we'll hear more good news, more positive news that will push that down the road to the fall. And the fall is where, at least most of the people that I've talked to, is where we will get the official word that we will be getting a basketball team. But maybe we'll find out differently from Francis. He joins us right now. Francis, long time working with the Portland Trailblazers, as well as a local high school basketball icon here for the last 40 years here in the Pacific Northwest. How you doing, Fran?
I'm doing well, man. How you doing?
Good. It's good to get the band together. It's good. Fane and Williams back talking hoops, just like it was for a long, long time, man. Good to hear your voice and talk about what this all is down there. You just sent me a picture of the Thomas and Mack Center and UNLV people going in for the NBA Summer League. Just kind of set the scene. And what is the NBA Summer League, and how many arenas does it envelop down there? Because there's quite a few places to play.
Right. Well, for those who haven't been here, this is I think this is the 22nd year, if I'm not mistaken. But you have the Thomas and Mack Center, and then you have the Cox Pavilion, and they are connected to each other here on the campus at UNLV. So there are games going on in both venues all day for the next 11 days, starting at about noon each day. And so it's really like the convention for basketball. I mean, it's a very relaxed setting. Everybody is here. Everyone kind of puts their guards down, so you don't know who you might run into, who you might have a chance to have a conversation with. I was walking on the corridor there yesterday and I had a long conversation, for example, with Fran Fraschilla.
Oh,
and
cool.
It was great to talk to him. I love his work. We share the same first name, so we've been buddies for a while. But you just never know who you might run into. But you come here, some people are coming here looking for work, and then there are kids here running around looking for autographs. So it's just a who's who of basketball, but in a very relaxed setting. But most importantly, what's going on the court are you have the guys that were recently drafted. You get a chance to see them up close. And then you have a bunch of guys that are trying to get jobs. And there's only 450 of them, and about 400 of them are already spoken for. So it's a highly competitive situation. But you can come here and really enjoy yourself and get to see some of these guys really as up close as you'll ever see them, because most of the people here, quite honestly, will probably never go to an actual NBA game because they can't afford it.
Right, and that's a great point there that you raise. And Francis Williams joining us, and we'll talk about some of those players in just a moment. How about big picture, though? I mean, obviously, all eyes are going to be turning towards Vegas from here in Seattle when Adam Silver addresses the media early next week. And I would imagine with Vegas being a team that is projected to be given expansion with Seattle, I mean, that's got to be a lot of the buzz and hubbub around there. What are you hearing?
Yeah, there's a lot of talk. Of course, a couple of days ago when the Colangelo group came out with what they have in mind, that kind of raised the stakes a little bit here in Vegas. But from what I'm hearing, what the commissioner is probably going to say on Tuesday, not necessarily what those of us in Seattle want to hear, but I think he's going to say that they now have enough information to put it to a vote.
Okay.
And that will be in September when they get together again. So I don't think we're going to get that announcement that it's that Vegas and Seattle are confirmed and it's a done deal in terms of they're going to get teams. But I do think he will say that they have enough information to put it to a vote, and that will come, if I'm not mistaken, in September.
And how optimistic are you of that vote?
Everybody that I've talked to around the league is on the same page. This is way overdue. Let's get this done. Things are in place. Let's make it happen. So it sounds pretty positive that when the actual vote is taken, that it will be in our favor.
Awesome. Francis Williams joining us from down the NBA Summer League. We saw the NBA debut of Hannes Steinbach, the Husky, 15 points, 11 rebounds in 22 minutes. Boy, the numbers look good. You watched the game. Was he as impressive as the numbers indicate?
Yes, he was. And I thought that his previous professional experience before he got to us at UW, it really showed. I mean, he came off the bench. He was very comfortable in his role. And he just looked really good. He just looked comfortable out there. And, as I had mentioned to you off the air, if you saw the UW-Michigan game, for example, at UW this past season, there's 4 first-round picks on the floor.
Yeah.
I mean, Michigan's got 3 of them. They've got Johnson, they've got Mara, and they've got Yaxel Lindenborg. And the Huskies were overmatched. They played tough. It was a 10-point game, but Steinbach is the 4th first-rounder on the floor that day. And you take those 3 and how overmatched they were, but what he still did in that game, he had 11 points, 14 rebounds. He had the rebounding numbers that he had last night. The way he rebounds the basketball, it translates to the league. So he has a role in the league, and that is that of a rebounder. And the rest of his game, I think, will continue to grow and catch up with his rebounding. But he has a specific role. The other parts of his game will start to grow, and I think you'll see him in the league probably for a long time.
And then the top of the NBA draft this year, you've got A.J. DeBonsa, you've got Darren Peterson, and those two hooked up yesterday, and you were able to see that as well. I saw that Peterson almost had a very unique triple-double in the game. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, they played him at the 1 quite a bit, and that's not his position. But, he had 9 fouls, 8 turnovers to go along with 24 points.
Okay. How do you get 9 fouls? How many fouls until you foul out of this game?
You get 10 in summer league.
Oh,
so, but you can see his offensive proficiency. He's very skilled. He has a very high IQ. He understands the pick and roll. And when he's put in his natural position, which will be the 2, he shoots the ball well. He's athletic enough. He has a very high IQ. He has a calmness to his game that I really like. So, yeah, he's got a not turn the ball over. And, of course, you're not going to get that many fouls when we get into the regular season. But you can see why he was so highly thought of. I mean, his offensive game is very refined for such a young player. DeBonsa, on the other hand, he plays so hard. He, too, is skilled, but he's got great size, great length, great athleticism. And he can put it on the floor. He can do a lot. So you can see the Wizards have really compiled a nice group of young players to go along with AD and Trae Young. Now, whether they'll still be there or not, we don't know, but they've compiled a nice group of young players, and DeBonsa is going to fit right in with them. And he played very well the other night, not just with the 27 points. He also had 7 rebounds, did some things defensively, really showed why he was the number 1 overall pick.
Give us an update on where our local guys are that played high school ball here that are now in the league. You got a bunch of them playing in this summer league.
Yeah, well, you had the other night, you had C.J. Ellaby that played at Cleveland, and Terrell Brown that played at Rainier Beach. They were matched up against each other. Unfortunately, neither one of them played, but it was just good to see them out there and just knowing that they're getting the opportunity. Terrell's with Charlotte, and CJ's with Orlando. Mm-hmm. And people will remember Keon Brooks. Keon Brooks, former Husky, he's on the roster with Memphis. Trying to get with Indiana, trying to get an opportunity there. Cameron Tyson from Seattle U, he's on the roster at Golden State. Bunch of Gonzaga guys here, too many to mention, but there's a bunch of them here. But there's a little local flavor here in the summer league, not as like we've had in previous years, but there's a few guys here trying to see if they can make their mark.
Love it. Well, we'd love to have you on again on Monday if you'll come back on with us and tell us what you saw over the weekend. All right.
Oh, definitely. Let's do it.
And we still got to talk about J.J. Crawford and the high school kids that are down there. So we got a bunch more left to do. So we'll chat with you on Monday when Alyssa's hosting with me. All right.
Okay, let's do it.
Thanks, Fran. Appreciate it, man.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. That's Francis Williams. He's our man on the street down there and in the gym at the NBA Summer League. And I think Francis echoed what I thought was going to happen, and what the general consensus is that this will move a step further towards expansion. I know a lot of you are frustrated and you're impatient, but there is this process. And Adam Silver has been very, very clear of what the process is. So those of you that are being impatient, I get it, but it's like a parent telling the kids, Here's what needs to happen before we go to Disneyland, kids. All right? You guys need to finish school. Mom and dad need to get their next paycheck, and this needs to happen, and that needs to happen, and this needs to happen, and then we can get on the flight and go to Disneyland. And the kids are just like, no, I want to go to Disneyland now. Well, sorry. That's not how it works. But eventually, Sonic fans, you're going to Disneyland. We'll be back with more on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Quick minute here before we head to the World Soccer Championship Daily Recap Show with none other than Anders Hurst. And Anders Hurst is right here to recap the Spain-Belgium game, looking at the momentum graph here in this game. And I think Belgium, according to the analytics, Belgium had the momentum for approximately 6 total minutes.
Yeah, when they scored.
Of this game. And that's about it. I mean, but they hung, man. They hung, and Spain, it took them, all the way to the 88th minute for Spain to get the winning goal.
Yeah, that's kind of been Spain's MO for this entire tournament. They kind of lull teams to sleep with their passing a little bit. They get things going, create a lot of chances. They don't have a ton of offensive firepower, but because they have the ball for so much, you can't really score against them either. So that's kind of the type of game that they've been playing, and I'll be really interested to see what they look like versus France.
So what do you got coming up in about 7 minutes?
Yeah, well, we're going to talk about the other 2 quarterfinal matchups tomorrow. We'll kind of put a wrap on the U.S. men's national team with their bow out versus Belgium if we feel differently now after Belgium loses. But, we'll kind of preview the other quarterfinals and what the best matchups would be coming in the semifinals next week.
It's going to be awesome. Enjoy the soccer. Enjoy the weather over the weekend. Anders Hurst coming up next with the World Soccer Championship Daily Recap Show on 93.3 KJR FM.